Praying hands grasp the throat, searching for a song they wrote. Heater just won't warm my frozen spirit. Just a man with a cause, no reward and no applause. If there was a call, he did not hear it. Tiny hero fighting big battles, mind of stone breaks and rattles. Yeah, the only thing I need, kiss my disease and make it all better. Clean me when I bleed, justify me, make words of my scattered letters. Hunger pains, they take control, growling out the tired soul. When the body just won't meet the demands. Growing older, growing weak, going nowhere, futures bleak. Need another spark to fire up the plan. Tiny hero fighting big battles, mind of stone breaks and rattles. Yeah, the only thing I need, kiss my disease and make it all better. Clean me when I bleed, justify me, make words of my scattered letters. Won't you kiss my disease? Won't you kiss my disease? Won't you kiss my disease? Okay. Sorry, guys. It was on the very last lyric and cut off. So I don't know. We're still having technical issues with share screen. We're going to try another one later. I'm going to give my technical assistant a break because I'm pretty sure she would love to have one right about now. And I'll pick out the next song. I've got several like lined up for ready to go. Maybe the next one will be better. I don't know. We almost made it, y'all. Last lyric. So it was going to be the same thing repeated. Anyway, um, hey, Julie. Have I seen you in here before? If not, good to see you here. And Tashi, my Hall of Famer of the day. Thank you for holding it down, girl. And Kali, I know she's not here anymore, but she went to see her mom. If you can hear me, hey, Kali, be safe traveling or whatever. And Nani, I saw your name, but I missed what you said, and I'm so sorry. I'm still not good at scrolling up. Oh wait, never mind. I got my cell phone. I'm still learning, y'all. And then like if I get all flustered before I come on here about something, which I'm always flustered about some shit. Make sure that cord does not come out. Okay. Trying to make sure. Oh, also the laptop died during all that. If you're like, what the hell took so long? That kind of everything took so long. Okay. I see. Nani. Trying to make sure. Are you okay? If I missed something, let me know. I don't know. I just saw where it says not good. If it's about me, yeah, not so good. The song, anyway, didn't work out so good. But I got to pick out something different and we can hope. It's really weird. Sometimes, just sometimes, it's not user error. It is the company or whatever. Like, there's Carafun, which is like the most known one, but there's like a bunch of different karaoke, I don't know, companies, I guess, different versions. That song, there's only one, period, because it's not a very well known song. Um, I don't know. And sometimes like that one, I don't even know who the production company was or whatever. But because it wasn't well known, it was not Carafun, and sometimes it kicks you. I don't know. We almost made it. But good to see you, Julie. I could just ramble on here. Huh. Yeah, that's when I always sing it, Tashi, I think of the same thing. People are like, oh, but I think if you look all deep into it, and I know you do, it's kind of like make words of my scattered letters. Like this person's a mess. Their disease is like their broken heart. So like, once you kiss my disease, I don't know. That's what I get from it. And kind of like somebody that's just like gonna be there no matter what, clean me when I bleed, justify me, make words in my scattered letters. I don't know. That's my takeaway from it. Yeah, but Tashi don't. Tashi has said, public service announcement: do not actually kiss someone's disease. It's okay to kiss someone's like broken heart or like try to mend them or whatever. Usually it doesn't work out very well, but give it that good old college try. But yeah, public service announcement: don't actually kiss a disease. Usually not so great. Now, if it's like a little boo boo scratched knee or something, okay, but nothing more than that. Yes, she does. Thank you to the technical assistant. You rock, kiddo. That's what Tashi said. Thanks. They said thanks. They don't get enough thanks and praise for all that they do here because I don't know how to do shit. I'm so learning. I know how to on a good day copy and pin the StreamYard link. Not yet. Um, oh wait, how am I still typing? God only knows. I've got my cell phone and I just put MM. I don't know what that stands for. Hmm. Y'all can think of something cool for MM. Meet me? Marilyn Manson? Hmm. I don't know what all. How about just undercover mermaid? I don't know. It might be a reminder. Really weird. I was gonna tell this story. Y'all know y'all love my stories here. Um here there is an app called Meet Me. Y'all ever heard of it? Oh, Mr. Michigan. Yeah. Hey, whatever happened to that dude? Haven't seen him lately. Oh, that's okay, Nani. It's Mother's Day, and that's a special day for grands as well. So, yeah, any of you guys that are moms or aunts or grandmas or just anybody that has to like be a caregiver, like this is your day. Um, and we kind of just do our own thing around here for every holiday because we have like it's just us. So, like we celebrated a little bit yesterday. Just they got me something special to eat that I like. Um, I don't know. Unless there's some big surprise later tomorrow morning, then that's it. But it was great. Not expected and one of my favorite things. So it's a I don't know if y'all have ever had one. It's called a Frisco burger, like San Francisco, and it has like special sourdough bread, like a special sauce. I don't know, special little thing, but yeah, it was just for me. Oh, you're working, but listening. Thank you, Dollar, for being here and listening. I think we have several people that are like, they just listen, and I'm appalled and happy that y'all want to listen to me while you work. That's awesome. I sometimes think it's like y'all are listening on me having just a phone call, and it seems like it would be boring to someone else, but I don't know. It might be interesting. Like, I used to live in an apartment, listen to my neighbors talk and shit. Sometimes it was fun. Like, they got in a fight one time, probably told the story on here, but like the mom and the son got in a fight. He did something stupid, I'm sure. He did a lot of stuff stupid that I observed when I lived there. But she threw Pop Tarts at him and said, I don't care if you have another bite of GD food in your life. Like, you need to get out. Like, they were fighting. Like, he was probably like 17 or so, and single mom situation. He pierced their dog's ears. Like, he did a bunch of dumb shit. I don't know that I would have said that, but I might have thrown a Pop Tart at him. I don't know. It was funny though. Like, my ex had moved in and he would literally like just stop whatever we were doing and put his ear to the wall like, ooh, what's going on now? And I had lived there for 3 years before he moved in. And my neighbors upstairs, weirdest thing, y'all. And I know you're gonna be like, what the hell? You're going all over the place. But yeah, I'm in that kind of mood. Um, the dude would say, I love you, and the girl would only say ditto back every fucking time. I wanted to get a broom and just beat like the ceiling and be like, freaking just say love you too, or I don't know, maybe you tell him you love him when he walks in the door instead of like just ditto. I don't know. It's kind of shitty of her. They ended up breaking up and he married some other chick later, but I don't know. That bothered me so badly, and it shouldn't have. That was their whole little relationship upstairs. But yeah, I'm with you. Insensitive as, I mean, for some people, well, I mean, they live together, but for some people, it's a big deal to even say that. Like the family I'm from, or I don't have family now, but the family I was raised in, like if somebody said, I love you, then you needed to like hold on because they were fixing to probably tell you something bad. Or if they just came up to you randomly and hugged you, they were fixing to tell you something bad. So growing up, like I pretty much didn't want to be hugged at all. I remember my high school graduation, how everybody like went down to the football field and were hugging each other and like throwing their graduation hats and shit. Like all the family members came down. And I remember just feeling like, oh my God, random people are hugging me. I got to get out of here. I don't even want to hug my own family, much less all these other people. I got to get out of here. Fucking got out, got my graduation robe off, and was just like going back to living a normal life. And it's weird that I would like concerts where people are all up on me and I would just hug up on some rock stars all day long. But it just was a weird thing. Like, I don't know. And it might have just been like my family because after that, tried to be different. But like me and my youngest daughter, like I hug them multiple times a day. You know, I love you. My oldest daughter kind of, I guess because she was around my family a little bit more before they passed, she's a little bit more like, I don't know, like awkward about hugging and stuff too. But we do say I love you a lot around here because I wanted that to be different. And I don't want them to ever, 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 you know, question that or lay down at night and wonder or anything. Like, I'm having a hard time at 40 something, you know, when especially Mother's Day is hard when you lay down and you're like, I don't have a mom or a dad or sister, or, you know, it hits you a little bit harder sometimes on holidays. And I have the greatest kids in the entire universe. Couldn't have picked any better kids. And so I don't know if that's the trade off. I keep hearing you have a purpose, there's a reason, um, out of all of the things that it'll make sense at some point. It's preparing you for something. I don't know. All of these things I've heard, I don't, I want to believe them, but the only thing it's prepared me for is to just try harder to be the best mom I can be. And I've it's really weird. I've never had like a lot of friends all at once. I always just had like one or two. You know, I posted something earlier on my community page about keeping your circle small. It's not a bad thing at all, but it's just that's kind of I've always been awkward that way. I think that came from the whole the little hug, I love you stuff. It just I was never very, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it, y'all. So I'm awkward as fuck. That's why I stayed in the same relationship probably for 20 something. I don't even know. The other day I was doing math and I was like, there is no way it's been like 28 years. There's no way that, you know, this is possible. Maybe I'm adding things up wrong. Y'all, it's messed up when you get to this age and you just, I don't know. I don't even know what to say tonight, y'all. It's not like tonight's any worse than any other night. It's just scrambled. Let's drag a hoe. I'm in a mood. You got us now. Yeah, I love you, Tashi. You have literally not that I don't love all of you guys, but you have saved me today, not from just like losing it completely. So thank you. You're awesome. So you're in a mood. You're feeling woo, foggy, whatever that means, Mark, and frisky. All right. Don't you do karaoke tonight? What hoe are we wanting to drag? Yes, Tashi can come up with the funniest shit. Like in a chat, you may feel like awkward and not know what to say to the people in the chat, and she can just say something just out of the blue. And actually, she helped me make probably the only joke that ever went over on YouTube on any chat I've ever been in, because I'm usually so serious. And it kind of led to my mysterious, like Houdini co host, wherever the hell he is. Yeah, we were joking around. I think it was in Leanie's chat long time ago now, like 2 months ago. I don't even know. And it was just a whole thing. I think actually, Tashi, oddly enough, we were talking about hot tubs. But yeah, it turned into a whole thing, and I don't remember what I said. So I need to go back and try to find that live, because it was the first time y'all were like, oh my God, she's funny. but it was a one-time thing. It was a one-time thing. I've literally not really landed a good joke since then. Yes, random. I'm telling you, Tashi can just pull something up out of the blue, and if somebody picks it up and runs with it, like we can just keep going. Usually, before Kylie had to work so much, it's Kylie, Katie, me, and Tashi, Dave. Sometimes, I don't even know. I'm sure I'm missing people, but yeah, we had a good time in that live. I remember because I was just like, "Oh my god, I was funny!" For the first time, like people thought it was funny because I over explain my jokes, and then it ain't even funny anymore. So, but what are y'all doing other than Mark feeling foggy? I think he meant froggy and for risky, and he's just all like, "Woo! Are you drinking tonight, Mark? Is that what's going on?" I wish that would work for me, but it doesn't. So it's a waste of money and whatever time, money, and probably someone else's good alcohol. I have some weird something about I guess control. I don't know, but like I can just drink, and I'm completely sober. So I don't know. It's really weird. And same with edibles. I don't know. There's something weird, but smoking's different. I don't know. Maybe I'm meant to just like smoke it up and have some deep, deep lyrics. That's what I usually I either sing like that song, a guy song, or Madonna, Stevie Nicks, Cher, that kind of stuff. Lately, well, I actually got two good videos last night. I don't know why when I'm on here trying to share a screen and it doesn't work. I don't know. I don't do well, or I warm up and start doing better at the end. But like the two I recorded last night, not too bad, honestly. One being a country song, and that is not my thing. Um, Girl Crush. Never sang it before, but not too bad. Do y'all want to skip over there at some point and listen to the two videos I did last night? I did Strong Enough by Sheryl Crow, and then Girl Crush by Little Big Town, I think. I don't know. I'm not looking at it, but somebody like that. Let me read the chat here. Oh, you're detailing a van. Oh, it's like some hard work to make sure it's like all perfect. Yes, Brittany, I don't have a gallbladder. So I have heard that too, that's the issue. Um, Not the issue with the alcohol, but yeah, that's the issue. I think it's the issue with edibles, even though I talked to this guy for a long time at a smoke shop, and he was like, that shouldn't affect blah, 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 because he had like some little like chocolates. And I got one, like I bought one of them because he's like, eat a half of one and blah, blah, which I just knew. I'm going to go ahead and eat a whole one. And nothing. Same with gummies, all of that. It's smoke or nothing for me. Really weird. And see, Brittany, it's so sad, but it seems so complex to have to go to all the trouble to make any like stuff. I've watched these chicks that like make gummies like in dinosaur shapes and like cool, I don't know, weird, whatever. And they have like their whole kitchen is like this whole damn big bakery with all these little molds and mixing this, that, and the other. And I'm just like, what? Like, I can't unless you can like sprinkle it on top of some spaghetti or something. I don't even know. But yeah, it's not gonna work for me anyway. The last thing I had actually, Brittany, was a brownie that someone made, but I didn't make it, so I don't know how much was in it or anything like that. So I need to maybe try again. I don't know. Yeah. And then now, supposedly, I'm sitting here talking about, ooh, um, supposedly, like the big thing now, and like even older people or whatever is like I don't know what the name of them, but like some type of mushrooms, and it's like something with a P, placebin or something like that, fancy word, but and it's a lot of people instead of taking like depression or anxiety meds are taking like micro doses of mushrooms, putting them in their coffee. Like I said, older people. Here I'm talking about older people, and I am an older people, but I don't drink coffee, so it would have to go well in Mountain Dew. 30 to 60 minutes to kick in. See, I've heard some people like take a half and then they always say if you talk shit about it and you're like, this doesn't work, this is crap, waste of money, whatever, then like they usually start working. They hear you. They can hear your pissed offness and they start working. And some people get pissed and they go ahead and take that second half because they're like, that first half didn't do nothing. And then the second one, boom. Depending on what kind you got. If it's indica, then you're into couch out. And if it's sativa, you are feeling good, flying high, having a good old time. Oh, okay. Cool, Julie. So wish it would work for me, man. I would love it because vaping it really tears my lungs up. You can tell right now, like it takes me a minute, like when I'm practicing my songs before I sing for my voice to even get to where I need it to be. That's why I think I did two songs on days last night. Oh, I did such a horrible job. I think I did that song. So there's some curse about that song. I don't know. Um, but I used to love it back in the day. It was one of those one hit wonders. Virgos Merlot are the people who sang it. And what else did I do on there? I did Strong Enough on there too. And it was like, I'm going to get these songs. I'm going to get them. So then I went over to Tattooed Angels, did Strong Enough again, not good. And that made me even more determined. Um, what else did I do over there? Oh, I did Take Me Away, Lifehouse song, which is normally not my thing either. And I did one more thing, but I can't remember honestly what the hell it was. But I did last night, like I said, Girl Crush and Strong Enough. And I finally got them pretty, I don't know, C or B, B minus, C plus. Proud enough to, put them up there. And I'm going to try another one in a little bit. Like I said, giving my assistant a break, a much needed break. She's been fooling with this forever. And I don't know why. We have two laptops, switching back and forth, trying to see does one share better than the other. Like, what the hell? I don't know. I don't have a microphone, so I know that's one thing. When I got up on panel last night, I had to get someone else to share it, and that worked perfect. Like that night, I don't know if you're listening, Kylie, that BH came over, and he was playing a song for himself, but he also was able to put it down there where I could share it. Forrest did it on here one night. Like, it's horrible to be like, hey, do you want to come over and share the screen for me? Um, but for some reason, it works better for me. I'm sure like people that have these big karaoke panels and soundboards and microphones and all that, like, yeah. I just would like to have a microphone that plugs into the laptop, but I would need to get the laptop sharing the screen properly first. Probably can find, an inexpensive, like decent one on like Facebook Marketplace or something. I've not even looked because Dream World would get a laptop for myself instead of having to like switch and swap with kids because I use my phone for everything. And I used to use my phone and go live when I was doing tarot, but something happened to the speaker. So the last time I did a reading, it sounded like I was underwater for real. I was a mermaid. swimming under the water trying to read some tarot cards. And yeah, I decided after that I might need to switch to the laptop. But I miss it because when I did it on the phone, it was before StreamYard though, so I guess I don't need to say that. But before StreamYard and when I used my phone to record, I could do all that by myself. Like when my sister and her husband and my nephew were still around, like the kids would go eat with them or something, and I would just be here all serious doing my, tarot readings because I would do them like every week or every couple of weeks. And I don't know, I haven't done a lot of readings at all lately. And then I think I told you I used to read mine every single day, my own. But then after I had my kids, I made like this weird promise to myself that I would never read them just alone again, that I would only read for others. So I have stuck to that. I usually like make all kinds of resolutions for myself and I don't stick to it. But on the flip side, if I tell you I'm gonna do something, I make a promise, I will literally like almost crawl and die trying to keep that promise. Like my kids know I try not to make any kind of promise that I can't keep ever to anybody. So that's just the way I was raised let me just say on my dad's side. Like that's where all my loyalty, family, all that stuff came from. And I think we would have grown up in a more lovey-dovey kind of situation, a more warm, loving kind of thing if it wasn't for my mom's side. And if you go way back, and it's probably the only live I did, one of the only ones I've done by myself. The first one I know it's the first one I did by myself that I wasn't just singing. And it's like called Odd or Different Spiritual Beliefs or something like that. And so it's kind of long. It's, I don't know, not compared to some of these on here, but like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I go into like my religion growing up and how it was a little different than most people's, and maybe why that it ended up the way it was on my mom's side of the family, and they weren't very affectionate or loving. um I don't know. So I hope my kids take away from that is different. I really hope so. I don't even know why I got started on that. I guess Mother's Day, like I said, it's beautiful day because there's so many, I know from being a single mom, there's so many amazing moms, grandmothers, and like I said, just mother figures out there. And if you're a single mom, props to you. It's not easy, I can tell you. Um, Pretty much from birth till now, 14 and 17 years old, I've been somehow doing that by myself and working and just all of the stuff, all of the stuff. But it would have been that way anyway. He just wasn't really dad material. So moms are super important. We're superheroes. We grow children inside of us. So we're superheroes. And even if we didn't and we adopt a child, or we're, like I said, you're an aunt or a caregiver of some kind, you're a superhero. Like you have to put your kids first. It's not even you have to, you want to. You just have a love for this little human that's bigger than anything anybody can ever imagine or describe. So, all mothers, like, celebrate. Whether I know for a few of y'all, it's like, oh, Mother's Day's already over, but I don't know, celebrate it for 2 days. It's worth that. Like, just if you have your mom still around, just cherish that, or your sister or whoever, like I said. And hopefully one day my kids will marry into a big huge family and I'll have lots of people around, for my old elder years. But I got to wait a little bit on that because we got to go to college and we got to get all that stuff out the way before we start planning babies and families and all that. Oh my God. I'm just reading about your, a few dudes that could use this, Tashi. And Julie, I know what you're talking about because I heard it. I'm on like some of these like websites. It's mostly women. I actually think it's all women. Can't remember the name of it, but I'm on a. I'm on it. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all can sort out my words. It kind of goes with the song I just sang. Make words of my scattered letters, because tonight I'm tripping over my words. Um, but yeah, this chick I used to watch. She would do lives and she had a baby, so I don't know what happened. She hasn't been doing lives lately, but I watched her just every single day, no matter what. And like I said, I would watch her do make edibles and stuff like that. And then she started talking about what y'all are talking about. The I'll just y'all read the chat, y'all know. And she legit used those like for cramping and stuff like that. And then bath bombs with it in there. Like so many strange things that you would never think of. So I don't know if those things work for other people or if y'all have heard of them, but I don't know. Hell, with the way the world is right now, it's worth a shot if that's something that'll work for you. But yeah, I'm with you, Tashi and Julie. I can think of a few that yeah, I would just love to do that. I'm reading y'all's thing. Aw, Tashi. Is that your baby you showed me a picture of? I'm talking about her fur baby, in case y'all are like, whoa, Tashi got a baby? Yeah, Brittany, I don't know if you live anywhere near me. That sounds amazing too, though, a cookout. Because I've been seeing people cooking like ribs and barbecue and potato salad and all the good southern stuff. And I'm like, I want that so bad, but not getting it. So enjoy it if your brother's cooking like the good barbecue ribs and bringing all the good southern stuff, the sides, and think about me, Brittany. Oh, dollar, that's wonderful. Just to have that, I promise you, if you still do have that, like, just it means a lot to I don't know, write get a card and write something on it or write a letter. Like it doesn't have to even be anything big. Spend like you said, spend the day with them, even though she's been helping you. Like you said, it brought y'all closer. She might be helping you, but like y'all are talking and telling stories and watching TV shows and like whatever, I'm sure. Movies. Oh, he's a pug. Yeah, I haven't seen him. I was gonna say she looked young and chillin'. She looks spoiled, as she should be. You're in Kentucky, okay? I'm in Alabama because I know Tashi was like, "Are you okay, girl? Are you okay?" She sent it to me twice, and I was like, well, I'm never really okay, but yeah, I'm okay as far as the storms go." And she was like, "Okay." Brittany told me there's a lot of storms coming through that way, and there was. I mean, it was kind of crazy, but yeah, we're good. And I love storms, but for whatever reason that day my sleep schedule's really messed up all the time. It doesn't matter what the circumstance. Like I'll stay up a whole day and then sleep the next, like for a long time. But I never sleep hardly ever 2 nights in a row. So trying to think if this is my up night or not. No, last night I was up all night last night. So I don't know. Sometimes it's 2 nights in a row. Who knows? Hey, Rebel. Oh, thank you, Rebel. I commented on your thing earlier. I think you saw it though, or someone did because y'all somebody liked it. Um, but thank you. If y'all haven't been over, and Tashi, if you can, or somebody share Rebel's link. Um, go over and check out Tattooed Rebel and Tattooed Angel. I think they have Tattooed Couple. They have a lot of different things for different people. Like tonight, Tattooed Angel will have karaoke, or it may already be going. I haven't looked at what time it is at all. Um, Probably because it's 7:30. If not, it's about to start. Oh, so you saw it. Okay. I always try to put something because Rebel is, if you haven't been over there and watched Angel do karaoke, like he always does a song to her and tells, kind of their love story. And just, you can't find a guy that is more appreciative of his wife and, that she's the mother of their children. That just, I don't know. They have just an amazing, their couple goals for sure. Okay, 9:30. So y'all got about 2 hours. Well, I don't know if it's 9:30 your time. An hour. Got about an hour. If y'all want to sing or watch people sing or whatever, Tattooed Angel. Um, and I know I have it. I have bunch of links because I always link when she's on. And I sang over there last night. So yeah, definitely go check her out tonight. And then Rebel does several shows throughout the week, different things. Sometimes he paints. I think last week he did a music review of some cover bands. The White Trash Family like it's a concert he does once. Uh, what's on the weekend, and then I don't know if it's the same thing or not. I don't think so. I always get them mixed up. But one, they spin a wheel and pick an artist, and I know tonight they did Britney Spears, which is kind of different from what they usually do, but that's what the wheel said, so that's what they do. But I know they've done like Leonard Skinner, Fleetwood Mac, different, whatever the wheel lands on. So AC/DC, I've watched several. And then there's Friday is Bonfire. Okay. And you can request songs. And there's an email. If you go check it out, it's got kind of some of the information. And then if you ever go watch one, Rebel will go over the information again too, as far as the email to send it to, your song request. Um, Friday's the bonfire, Saturday's the concert. But go over there, check it out. There's like I said, a little bit of something for everybody. Uh, Rebel covers like some like breaking true crime stuff as well. And I don't know if he's done it lately, but did some true crime history, like some older cases. Okay, next week. Friday is 80s and 90s rock. Oh, okay, Brittany. Saturday, Bob Seger. So if you're a Bob Seger fan, then check that out. Well, check it out anyway, because there's usually a lot of fun people in the chat. And just like Tashi over here, she keeps it going. If I'm like, she comes up with something funny to say usually that keeps us cracking it up. Yeah, Julie's like, what's your email? She's fixing to send some songs in. Uh-oh, what did Dollar say? About some natural blonde. Y'all must be doing some blonde jokes. Oh, for Bob Seger. Yeah, you definitely should check it out, Julie, if you never have. I mean, it's a cool environment. Usually Angel's there with, Rebels. Sometimes the kids come in. They have the lights going, the strobe lights and stuff. So, and then during the week also check out on Angel's page. I kind of went over some of Rebels that I can remember by heart. She does some, I don't know if she still does. She did an open panel once a week. She does like a mental health awareness or like positivity kind of things, kind of like stuff we all need to think about or hear. Um, and then she used to, I don't know if she still does it or not, go over like a famous person who struggled with mental illness and kind of what their life was like, their life story, and so on. I'm trying to think if I'm missing something that she does. Anyway, go check it out. There's, like I said, a little bit of something for everybody. If you don't sing, that's okay. You can watch. You can like say, "Hey, can you sing this? Request a song," and the person up there or people up there, somebody's going to probably know it. And some very talented people, some play their own instruments. They don't need the backing track like I do that glitches up. Because I don't know if you're still here, Rebel, but I just tried one over here and I don't know. I just have bad luck, I guess. Because I can record one and upload it fine. Or not me, my kids, just fine. But when I try to share a screen, that's where I have a problem. And I think it's just laptop. I think it's update. I don't know. StreamYard doesn't like our laptop. I don't know. Okay, he put it. It's not. It doesn't have to be all caps. Oh, you're there all the time, Julie. You just didn't know which one it was next week. I know, Rebel. You usually get happy when it lands on Leonard Skinner, don't you? I want to say that was your favorite. That you're always like crossing your fingers, hope it lands on that. Or AC/DC? No, I'm trying to think. I think AC/DC is somebody else in your chat, but I know you're a Skinner fan for sure. I've done it one time, Julie, and it went through. It was for Kiss. And Rebel was nice enough to play the song. Some people won't play it. Y'all should check out the video. It's, well, trigger warning video. The song's beautiful, but it's called, no, it wasn't Kiss. It was Motley Crue. All I Need. And it's got a very interesting, deep, dark video, but it's definitely if one of those if I can't have her, you can't have her situations. So there's some true crime situation going on in that video for sure, but it's a great song. So, but yeah, I requested it and I was like, oh, I don't know if he'll play that one or not because some people won't. Even like no video, just the song. And there's nothing wrong with the song. So it's just, I guess, linking it to the video, thinking about it, people are like, no. And then Kiss, what did I do? Too Young to Fall in Love. Or no, is that still Motley Crue? I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, because I can hear Vince Neil's voice, Too Young to Fall in Love. So those were my two Motley Crue songs. Kiss, I think I did Forever because I still love that song. I'm not letting it ruin it. I have a list of things I refuse to let my like ex and my like wedding or whatever ruin, and that one we played at our wedding. But I still think it's an amazing song, and it was on the tour where they decided not to wear makeup. So I got to see that tour. That was one of my first concerts. And it was so cool to just see them totally different because I've seen them several times, but they're no makeup error. They're one tour that they did that was kind of a flop, but that song was, it's a good one. I think Rebel, you've sang that song, or I don't know if you sang it or something. I may be tripping, but okay, I'm seeing what's going on. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes I'll put a space in there and I can't really tell just by like looking at it that there's a teeny little space or some one little bitty something off. And like I said, mine went through shockingly because I can literally touch something and it just quit working, cancel. But anyway, You know where it says like WTF dot bonfire? I'm guessing like if you forgot just that dot after the F, that could do it. Because I didn't copy paste. I remember I topped it in. But anyway, y'all go check it out. Like I said, there's a bit of everything. And I know Rebel kind of changes it up on his. Like I said, he did. I know he used to do some true crime in history when we find like missing children or there's an alert put out, covering that. Some of the news that's been crazy that's come out, um, going over some of that stuff and trying some new stuff. The art, if you haven't seen any of Rebel's art, like very talented guy, multi-talented. And I know you're recovering with your hand right now, so I don't know if you're doing a lot of art, but check it out because I'm sure they. I know Becca used to show off some of the pieces that you did. Um, and then I'm trying to think what else. Oh, last week I didn't get to watch it, but I always save it. Like if there's something I want to watch, so that I won't forget. And then like if it's one of those I'm up all night, and there's not a lot to watch, I'll go back. And it was where you covered the cover bands or tribute bands. I have a kind of sorta friend, I guess you could say, that is in a I've always said cover band, but they prefer to call it a tribute band. So yeah, that's a tribute band. But I don't know if those guys were from local to you, Rebel. Like I said, I haven't gotten to see it, but I plan to. Hey Rose, what is up? Happy Mother's Day to you too. I know you've gotten to spend time with your little one and your little one. So that's already a happy Mother's Day, I know for you. But happy Mother's Day. It looks like you've had some beautiful surroundings as well to, kind of explore. Okay, cool. So you can go live now. I know that makes you happy. I know you've missed it a lot. And a lot of people have missed it. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've seen some of your little ones that you've been doing where you've been exploring and um just different things. It's kind of been, I know, different and new for you, but that's kind of cool just to switch up. Yeah, Rebel is very like I said, he definitely is couples goals with Angel and just very always appreciative of the wife, the mother, that role in the household. And so that's important and you don't find that a whole lot. And I appreciate it, Rebel, for sure. Yeah, I bet, Rose, for sure. Okay, maybe whatever Tashi sent will copy and paste. I know one was Bob Seger that she wanted to send, and then the other was 80s and 90s, just 80s and 90s music, rock. I think that's what it said. And happy Mother's Day, Tashi, because you have fur babies and nieces and a bird, a cool ass bird, all kinds of stuff that you mother and take care of. So, and me lately. It's okay, Amy. It's okay. I mean, hey, I'm we need family, and if you're kind, good, nice person, like we are taking applications for aunts, cousins, whatever, filling it, trying to it'll never be the same, but just to have people, it can, like I said, holidays like this can be a drag sometimes if you're lonely or alone and you don't really have that mother to celebrate. but I have great kids to celebrate. The bird is wild, but cool. So he is. I mean, when you told me about it, I was just like, eh. But when there we go. Can y'all hear me? Let me know if you can. I don't know what happened. It just said Wi-Fi connection, something, something. And while I was panicking, boom, it's back. But let me know if y'all can hear me. Okay, good, good, good. All right. Yeah, I have no idea what I was even saying. I think I was just reading the comments. So I know we've tried to spread around the Happy Mother's Day, and um, I don't know. I did pretty good on that. I didn't. I didn't cry while I was talking about it. So hey, there's a plus. So what is going on with you guys? Mark came through. I think he has karaoke tonight. Angel does with less than an hour. So there's karaoke around, all around. I want to say Joe Norman, Joe Tenor, I think is what his channel goes by. It's also on my community page from last night. I said thank you to him for he would shared my screen for me last night over at Angels, or I would have never gotten a song to come out. There is just some glitch. There's something wrong. Gonna try again in a little bit, but who knows if it'll go through. But yeah, like there's nothing like super exciting going on. It's just uh random, really random. We were messing with StreamYard. We're still gonna do that. So if you see something that's like, hey, testing, I want to get to the bottom of whatever it is. I don't know. And I'm with my kid trying to figure it out. So are you back now, Rose? You traveled back? Well, I bet you stayed because I didn't think about tomorrow. Is the actual day most people celebrate. I doubt Mark is still here. I haven't scrolled up to see how long ago. And I think Rebel had to go because they're getting ready to do Angels Live. But yeah, check out Rebel's links they put up at the top if you want to go check that out. There's all kinds of stuff. Whether it's Rebels or Angels, all week they have different things going on. And they're good people, and you'll always feel welcome going in there. I always have, always. So I'll laugh and say I need a stamp thing to go across the bottom of my screen. It's like just a stamp that says mermaid approved. So when I go put it over on my community page, I usually put mermaid approved. Okay. It looks like he's gonna reply to whoever to let y'all know he got your song. And I think that's cool that he plays, he'll play your song. Sometimes I want to say he says this one is from Julie and it is whatever song you put in. And see Tashi, look at her. She's sending links and copy and pasting. Like, you got it together tonight. Good. Just, hey, I'm glad. I went ahead and gave you your trophy early at the beginning. So y'all tell me what is something interesting going on. Oh, I know what I was gonna do. Tashi will play this game with me. I thought about this game that we played at. Sadly, we played it at work one time, but it was fun. And y'all probably heard of it. It's called Two Truths and a Lie. And you tell people three things about yourself, and two of them are true, and one of them is a lie. And you have to try to figure out, just kind of sizing this person up, what you know about them, what they look like, kind of, which one of those three could be a lie, and which one of those, that one kind of seems like she could, maybe, and you could kind of figure it out. Look at Tashi laughing already. She's trying to think up hers. But I was going to do one and see if y'all can guess. And then y'all could do them in the comments if you don't want to come up. We might could talk Tashi into coming up. Rebel will come up if he has time. And if not, you can come up some other time, Rebel. I would love to have you come up as a guest. I think out of all you guys in here, I've had Rose up, and that's it. I've had Katie, Rose, Dave, and I think that's yeah, I think that's it as far as coming up on panel. And it's pinned at the top if anybody does want to. But who is actually here? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all are still here, because I don't blame you if you left with all the glitches and all the fun stuff that happened. But if there's a few people here, I'll do my two truths and a lie, and y'all can figure it out. because I already thought of it just in case before I came on here because I was like, I don't even know what I'm going to talk about. I'm scattered today, kind of weird. You'll come up. Okay, cool. So other than Tashi, are you still here, Rebel Dollar? I know Dollar's working. Who else? Julie and Rose and Debbie. I feel like I'm the magic mirror. I'm going over the names. Why did I see Debbie? Brittany? Scrolling way up. I know some of those folks are gone. They were like, what the hell is going on over here? I'm out. Okay, I scrolled up as far as my phone would allow. So, okay, cool, Rebel. Yeah, just either one of y'all. Go up to the top. It's pinned. Y'all are welcome to come up. Okay. Brittany. Okay. Maybe Tasha can hear me. She probably, I'll repeat it so y'all can guess. Okay. 3 facts about me, and 2 of them are true and 1 of them is a lie. I usually kind of suck at lying, so I don't know, y'all. This might be easy for y'all. But number 1, trying to think what did I tell the kids? Y'all give me a quick refresher. Oh, never mind. I got it. Okay. It took me a second because I tried to think of like where they didn't all sound the same, like random. But anyway, 2 of them are true, 1's a lie. Okay. I have won a beauty pageant before. Like took home the grand prize supreme whatever beauty pageant when I was in my teens. And I have jumped off of a cliff diving into some like deep waters. And I also got to hang out backstage with Gene Simmons of Kiss and try on one of his boots, the big platform, cool demon boots. So, which one of those is a lie? Just based on what y'all kind of sort of know about me on here rambling. Beauty pageant winner, 15, 14, around that age range. Grand Supreme Miss whatever, I think it was Miss Hawaiian Summer. And then cliff diving into a lake off this huge cliff. And then hanging out backstage with Gene Simmons. I've seen Kiss many, many times. And I got to try on one of the demon boots. Okay, we got different answers. Brittany says, I did not jump off a cliff. Tashi says, Gene's stinky boot is a lie. Those cool-ass boots, they're not stinky. Wait, Dollar says 1 is a lie. I did not win a beauty pageant. So y'all are all different. Rebel, which one do you think is a lie? If you're still here. Or somebody to break the tie. Because that's weird. All 3 of y'all think it's something different. And all 3 of y'all have been here. Probably not at that time where I'm rambling on. So y'all have heard me talk about... Actually, you've only heard me talk about 1 of them. So the other 2, you would just have to take a stab at. Like, just think about, what do I normally talk about? Which I haven't gotten to the good stuff yet. So Tashi is sticking with the stinky boot thing. Dollar, she didn't win no beauty pageant. No Miss Hawaiian Summer. And Brittany said, I didn't jump off no freaking cliff into some deep, dark waters like a mermaid would, Come on, y'all. We need a tiebreaker. Or for y'all to at least lean toward, or let's eliminate 1. Do I look like I could have been Miss Hawaiian Summer? Do I look like I was brave and bold enough to jump off of a cliff into some deep, dark waters? Do I look like I might have hung out backstage, the front row bitch that holds it down, on one of many occasions that I saw Kiss and got to try on one of the demon boots backstage? Okay, Tashi she got one of them that she knows that I won a pageant. So there's one truth. So what's the other one? That's the truth. Yeah, see, y'all listen. Got Brittany and Tashi listening up in here. So which is the lie, guys? Did I jump off a cliff? Did I hang out backstage like y'all know I have with Kiss and get to try on one of those big badass demon boots? Because y'all know I got some big feet. I'm so proud of y'all, Brittany and Tashi. Y'all actually listen. That's awesome. That makes me feel really good that y'all listen. Which I don't think Dollar was here, so I'm going to give Dollar a pass. I don't think you were in here when I was talking about it before. I don't know where Rose went. She might could guess. Look at Tashi laughing. She's like, I got one of them right. I think I got both of them right. Oh, the trying on the boot part. Yeah. Hanging out backstage with them. And actually, usually when you go backstage, you don't get the whole band. I don't know why, but in general, the drummer just doesn't want to hang. Because he's kind of protected by the drums from the crowd, and he's just kicking ass, worrying about his instrument. Usually, I don't know why. They kind of breeze through, sign an autograph or two, if they even come in there. Sometimes they just go back to the bus, or if they have a green room or whatever, go take a shower. You don't get to hang out with the drummers that much. But you got a lead singer. He's got to make an appearance. He's got to make a impression, and people ask him all kinds of crazy stuff like, is that a wig? Let me try it on. Like, just crazy stuff. And most of the time even if they're not like using any type of substance, they're just like, this is for fun. You got back here. Let's have a good time. And Tashi's like, that ain't no good time trying on a stinky boot. But when you're fangirling and you see those boots like your whole life, I'm betting Rebel would be like, hell yeah, I'm going to try one of those on. I'm already tall. So can you imagine how much taller I am with one of those? Well, I didn't put both of them on, but can you imagine with both of those on? He looks like a monster with them both on. So I'm already a tall chick, and put those on. Wow. Rebel has little feet. Aw. I don't know. I bet me and Rebel wear the same size shoe, if I had to guess. Because I actually do have men's tennis shoes because, I don't know, they were prettier colors and more comfortable for my big ass feet. I'm going to see what he says. If he's still here. He may be helping Angel. And that's why he said he might come back and come up here in a bit. And then we got to see what Tashi's two truths and a lie are. I know y'all are like, this has shit to do with music, but it does. Gene Simmons, Kiss. I'm trying to relate it into it. And then I'm going to sing another song. I just got to figure out what. I have a few that I already had pulled up to the top of my YouTube folder. Well, yeah, but I was going to do another song, but you'd rather do that first.
I already started, so.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Do you want the or no?
Yeah. Okay. Y'all might have to hear me eat, but I will mute it as much as I can so y'all don't hear me like smacking.
It's gonna be like 15 minutes, so.
Okay, well, it's going to be 15 minutes, so we get to find out maybe if Rebel has little feet. If he hears us saying that, he'll be like, "Oh, I'm coming back over there. I'm gonna say something." So y'all think Gene Simmons' feet are too big for Rebel's little feet? I don't know. I think they would be about the same. Like I said, I think mine and Rebel's would be about the same. Oh wait, dollar. Oh, cool. Yeah, we actually got some pics last week, I think it was. My daughter got it was three of them together. Usually we have them like right in our front yard, and usually they travel in threes. I don't know why, but it's kind of cool. Like I did this Native American spirit animal test thing one time, and it told me that my spirit animal was a deer. So if I saw a deer, that it was like a positive sign of some new or like turnaround or change in my life.
Do you want to do the song while we're waiting for that? 'Cause it's gonna be a minute.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? While y'all think about my two truths and a lie, we're gonna do a song. How about that? We're just all over the place tonight. So if you're here for it, if you're here for it instead of there's some serious drama going on YouTube, we don't want to be a part of it. So let's just see what the heck I might sing that'll go. And y'all think about which one is a lie now. The only one I haven't gone into details about is cliff diving, but it's pretty self-explanatory. I love water. Um, went through a time in my life where I was fearless, and I don't know. All of them sound pretty true to me. If it was me, I would have a hard time with this one. All right, guys, fingers crossed that this goes through. And I haven't sang it in a long, long time. And I sang it for Rebel and Angel. So y'all might be listening in. It'll go back out to y'all again. Let's hope it works. Last night a little dancer came dancing to my door. Last night my little angel came pumping on the floor. She said, come on baby, I got a license for love. And if it expires, pray help from above. Because in the midnight hour, she cried more. With a rebel yell, she cried more. In the midnight hour, babe, more. With a rebel yell, more. She don't like slavery, she won't sit in bed. But when I'm tired and lonely, she sees me to my bed. What set you free and brought you to me, babe? What set you free? I need you here by me. Because in the midnight hour, she cried more. With a rebel yell, she cried more. In the midnight hour, babe, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more. He lives in his own heaven, collected to go from the 7-Eleven. Well, he's out all night to collect the fare. Just so long, it don't mess up his hair. Don't mess up Rebel's hair now. I walk the war with you, babe. 1,000 miles with you. I dried your tears of pain, babe. 1,000,000 times for you. I'd sell my soul for you, babe. For money to burn for you. I give you all and have none, babe. Just to have you here by me. Because in the midnight hour, she cried more. With a rebel yell, she cried more. In the midnight hour, babe, more. With a rebel yell, she cried more. Ooh yeah, little baby, She want more. More, 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 more. Oh yeah, a little angel. She want more. More, 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 more. That's for Tattooed Rebel and Tattooed Angel. Because it mentions both Rebel and Angel in the song. Woo-hoo. What'd y'all think about that? My 6 people that are watching. Actually, probably 5. Yeah, it went from 10. What happened, y'all? People were like, damn, that ain't Billy Idol. I don't know who that country chick is trying to sing a Billy Idol song. I'm trying to think. I put some in the what's it called, in my little YouTube folder, because I've gotten over 100 songs that I have sang on YouTube in some form, fashion, on someone else's page, on my page, on somewhere. And that was one of them. I sang on their channel. My phone is acting weird. Okay. Fixing to see what else is in here. I know y'all don't want to listen to me sing all night. And we still got to figure out the truth and the lie. Because remember, I told y'all I stuck at lying, so y'all should be able to tell which one I'm lying about. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. The next, I've got like 3 songs. One of them I kind of don't want to sing. Because I recorded some last night and put up on here. And some of them I've sang a bunch of times. But one I sang last night on Tattooed Angel turned out pretty good. It's called You Got It All. And it's by the Jets. Old school song. It had a couple of little high notes there I screwed up, but not too bad. And then Lucky Star, Madonna. I always get Madonna requests, so I don't think I've ever, believe it or not, I don't think I've ever sang that one. I've sang just about every other Madonna song you can think of. And I recorded Strong Enough and Girl Crush. So, like I said, y'all should go check those out under videos. Not too bad. Amanda, I'm hanging on to it for Summer Thunder. If they come through, they ask me to sing that. So it's ready to go if they ever come in. Y'all know the song that, well, y'all have probably heard me sing Just Like Jesse James by Cher. I have it recorded on there too. I'm trying to think of one I don't have. I mean, I don't have Lucky Star, and I don't have that La Isla Bonita, that song. But y'all have to forgive me on the Spanish words. Because I usually look over those a little bit more before I sing the song. So we got Lucky Star, La Isla Bonita, that song. Or You Got It All. Lucky Star, La Isla Bonita, or You Got It All. Because I'm saving Amanda. Y'all have heard the song Amanda by Boston, right? Gypsy, Tramps, and Thieves. You know, I've heard of the song, but I've never, practiced it, I guess. And I'm a weirdo. I'm so afraid of playing roulette on Sunday at Dazed, where they spin the wheel, and whatever song you get or artist or whatever, you have to sing it. And they'll give you phone a friend. It's phone the chat. And if you just don't want to sing it, the chat can request or tell you a song, but you have to do one or the other. You have to get what you spun, or you have to get what the crowd says. And so one time I went, I got lucky because I spun and got a cappella, so I just didn't get music. And I sang Son of a Preacher Man, which I've done a cappella before. And so that wasn't too bad. But I'm afraid that I'm going to go and get like, I'm going to have to rap or I don't know, sing like some country song I've never heard because that's the song I did last night, Girl Crushed. That's about as country as I usually get. And y'all, I don't think y'all want to hear me rap. I don't even know if I'm capable of it. So, but I need to check that out then if that's your favorite. I have to practice it and sing it next time, Tashi, because like I said, I practice like I'm going to be going on stage or something. And if I don't feel comfortable, I'm like, nope, not singing that one. So that's why I have this little folder of, it's not a, you know what I mean, like a little playlist of karaoke versions. So I can just pick one out, drag it up to the top, and tell my kid, hey, this is the one I want to sing. And like I said, there's over 100 in here, but I've sang them all pretty much somewhere, except these ones I'm sliding to the top here. There's one I want to learn. It's a Madonna one called Causing a Commotion, but it's got a lot of talking and stuff, so I don't know how that's going to work out.
Hello.
Hey, what is up? So glad you came up. And it's a little quiet room tonight here with only 5 people.
That's all right. Helen.
Well, I like that. I kind of like it sometimes when it's more, just a few.
Yeah, it's intimate.
Yes, absolutely. We're having a
Helen.
Saturday night date here.
How do I go onto, if I click on that and then I go comments? Okay, cool. I can see the chat again.
Yeah, it takes a minute for it to, if you go to back chat or private chat and then you try to click back to comments, it acts crazy. It's like it's going to take too long. And I'm an elevator button pusher and I'm like, I keep pushing it and it makes it worse. Okay, I listen to everything, country, rock, rap, bluegrass, Christian. Oh, okay. So, and then Dollar put 48. I don't know what that's about. Just a lucky number. Do y'all know what that's about? The 48.
It's Rose's lucky number.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I don't think Rose is still here anymore. I think I kind of got the impression that she was going to be doing a live, and she was kind of checking where everybody was at. I might be wrong, but
okay. Well, I've got my 2 truths and a lie for you.
Yay!
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, number 1, I've had my tongue pierced twice. Okay. Number 2, I've never traveled more than an hour north of where I live. Or number 3, I've been hypnotized 5 times.
I am going to say number 3 is a lie.
Hypnotized?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you think, Brittany? Does Brittany already know?
She probably does.
Oh, 50. Okay. I got you, Dollar. Oh, Dollar thinks number 2 is a lie. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to eat.
So I've never traveled more than an hour north of where I live. I've traveled from New Zealand to Queensland and back. But who knows? I may be homebound.
And then the other one, your tongue pierced twice.
Yeah.
So Dollar is saying travel, right? And I'm saying hypnotized. And Brittany, are you going to guess? Or are you like, nah, that wouldn't be fair. I already know. Or did you already just tell us?
No, I didn't tell her.
Okay. I was like, that was very convincing. So, which I'm trying to make mine very convincing too. What you got, Brittany?
It was hard to think.
You won't answer because everyone. Okay. So Dollar, I think it's all we got in here is me and Dollar. So me, Dollar, and Brittany's being nice and saying
Oh
like,
my God. My sister is in here and she's just whispered to me, is A a lie? She doesn't even know.
"Oh, that's funny." Tell her you need stick out your tongue. Or wait, is that number 3, the tongue one?
Well, I
Yeah.
don't have a tongue piercing.
Yeah, I know you said it was an attempt. Like, right? They attempted to pierce it twice.
No, it says I've had my tongue pierced twice.
Oh, okay. Okay. Brittany's saying repeat it.
Okay, so 1, I've had my tongue pierced twice. 2, I've never traveled more than an hour north of where I live. Or 3, I've been hypnotized 5 times.
Wait. She said I loves her.
She's talking about my sister.
Is she a younger sister or older?
Younger.
Younger. Okay.
Younger, yeah, 4 years younger. But
Okay,
I still get
Dollar.
asked for ID.
Okay, Dollar is saying that you used to be a New Zealand to Australia. That's the one you're saying is a lie. Okay.
Mm-mm. So she's saying 2 is a lie, that I've never traveled more than an hour north of where I live.
Okay. And then
Oh,
Brittany
But I
won't
ha-
answer. She's being nice. She won't answer. Oh, okay. Brittany
Oh,
got the same,
I think
that's
I got
the same one.
I got Brittany stumped too.
Yeah,
Is
Brittany.
it hypnotized 5 times? Okay, so we're
And
like
what's
we
your
were with
sister?
yours.
What was your sister's guess?
What's your guess? She's saying 2, the same as Dollar.
I was gonna say, does anybody else want to guess? But I think that's it in here.
Okay. Well, drum roll, please.
Probably none of us.
I have had my tongue pierced twice, and I've been hypnotized 5 times. I have never traveled more than an hour north of where I live.
funny because
Well,
I didn't hear quickly.
There you
Oh.
go, Dollar.
Oh, that's where you've been to Sydney.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sydney South. Yeah, I've only ever traveled south.
Dollar is really good at this. Her and Debbie. If we ever do a game, I don't know. They figure it out somehow. Are you gonna tell us yours, Dollar, and yours, Brittany? Y'all can put it in the chat if you don't want to like come up here. You don't have to. Tashi's doing it. She's being my Hall of Famer friend. I always call my best, I guess, adult friend I've had as an adult. She was a coworker. We were friends like through all kinds of horrible, good, horrible, all the stuff. And she's one of those friends, like, no matter what, she's there. No matter what, like, if you tell her, I please don't say anything, like, I don't even know, I'm trying to figure this out, like, I prefer it, like, she's the secret keeper. She just, I don't know, I always said no matter what, like, we could pick back up if we didn't see each other for a while. But she's my, what I call the Hall of Fame. She's my Hall of Famer friend. And tonight, definitely, Tashi, I wouldn't even be up here. I would just be sitting here eating like I am, eating a sandwich, probably listening to some music, and I don't know, feeling all kinds of ways. But I'm glad you got me up here and got me with Brittany. Oh, Julie's back. Hey, Julie. I don't know if Rose is still here. She was talking about maybe going live. I thought I may have misunderstood, but she was back under Team Rose name, so I don't know. Look out for her. She may be going live. I'm not sure. So
I haven't
Brittany,
been on all week, so I haven't seen any lives.
Yeah, she's just hang on. She's just been doing those short little videos, I think, testing it out until she got like the go ahead, and she must have got a okay, is what it sounded like. I could have totally misunderstood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Brittany. She's trying to do this. Okay. She's never rode a horse. Oh, thank you, Julie. Same back to you. If you're a mommy or fur mommy or niece, crap, aunt, all those.
Julie is TRPP's mum.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I hope he's feeling better. I saw something today that he posted, and I always pay attention because I'm a Pisces, and he usually has like the scales or something like fish scales. And so that always catches my eye, his like graphics. Okay, we're waiting on Brittany's. She never rode a horse. So we failed. Dollar, you win on Tashi's. Good job. You and her sister, I think. Y'all got it right. Okay, never rode a horse. Never been to the West Coast. And number 3, she's from Appalachia. The Appalachian Mountains, I'm guessing is what she's saying. So you never been to the West Coast, which is like California, Nevada, all of that good stuff way over there. And then the Appalachian Mountains, you're along that trail there. And then you've never ridden a horse. Which one do you think is a lie?
I can't play this because I know which one's a lie.
Okay, he's 90%. Oh, that's great. Great. I knew it was what he was going through was very rare and like difficult situation. So that's awesome to hear. So I'm guessing he's going to be coming back full force when he gets to the 100%. Okay, I'm going to guess just crazy out of those two. I'm going to say, because I know one of them just because you told me where you live. So the other two, I'm going to say you've never ridden a horse. Dollar, what you going to guess? Oh, and Julie, you kind of walked in on the middle of this. I don't know if you were listening, but we're playing 2 truths and a lie. So you're telling 2 things about yourself that you've done or that's true, and then one of them is a lie, and we're trying to guess which one's a lie. Okay, Julie says the horse is a lie. I say the horse is a lie. Tashi's not going to play. She's going to be a good girl, and not play. Dollar, are you still here? Hell, what do I know? Same, Julie. Same.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here trying not to crunch too loud. But it's so good. Man, I don't know, Brittany. Okay, everybody's on board with number 1. Okay, wait, hang on. Julie, it's 2 truths and a lie. Like, I'll tell you 2 things, or I'll tell you 2 things about myself that are true, and one is a lie, but we say it so convincingly that you can't tell. You got to guess. Brittany doesn't have to say anything convincingly because she just typed in the chat, but I think we all are on board with the horse. So, have you ridden a horse, Brittany? That's weird that we all guess the same thing.
Am I able to take this bit home?
Yeah.
Brittany's keeping us in suspense.
Okay.
Do I get a sandwich bag from?
In the cupboard, the cupboard closest.
Oh,
to
and while
where
we're
dinner's.
while we're waiting on Brittany to answer, what was y'all's final guess on mine? I don't think Julie was here for it.
I'm still sticking with the boot.
Okay. And Brittany I don't remember what Brittany said. Oh, Brittany said cliff diving.
Mm-hmm.
And Julie, I don't think was here at the time. And Dollar, I don't remember what you guessed. Oh, we got it. Yay. We got it. We all won on Brittany's.
No, you didn't.
We didn't? She said
No.
what? Wait. Hang on. You said yes. Oh, hang on. I don't know what Brittany's meaning, but okay. Grew up having 13 Tennessee walking horses. I live on the edge. I knew that. You've never been to the West Coast. Okay, I picked the wrong one. Damn it. Okay. Okay. For Brittany, she just put it in the chat. She put 3 things. 2 of them were a truth and 1 was a lie. And we were supposed to guess which was the lie. And for mine, we did Toshi's. And were any of us right? No, we were all wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Same
No,
with,
Dollar was right.
Dollar got it. And then this one, who got it? Yeah, we all got Brittany's wrong. So you were convincing in the chat, Brittany, how you worded that. So right now, Dollar's winning. And Julie, you can think up 3 things about yourself too, if you'd like to. This is just like impromptu game. Since there's 4 of us, I'm like, okay, I can sing. We can come up with a game. I don't know. I'm just passing time. Okay. I don't have a sock account. Number 1, Dollar. I love to do dishes. Number 2 for Dollar. And number 3, I don't watch Diddy videos.
I
Wow.
love Dollar.
That is an interesting little combo there. Let me think.
Dead.
I know that one of them I can eliminate.
I'm going to say 2. She loves to do dishes.
I'm going to say 3. I think Dollar has some hidden secrets. I think she does watch Diddy videos.
Well, then.
Wait, hang on. Yeah, hang on. But it says I don't watch them.
Yeah.
So she's telling a lie. She does watch them.
Yeah, Daddy.
Let us know if we're on point, Dollar. I say number 3 is the lie. I think you do watch them.
Oh wait, yeah, I'm going 3.
Okay. And then Julie, I don't know. Julie's just got no. I don't know what she's no on. She's just like, no, I'm not answering none of the damn questions. Yeah, I know, right? What's your guess, Julie? Because Dollar she's crafty. She's got 1 point on the board, so I bet she's going to try to trick us for sure.
Like, who in their right mind loves doing dishes?
Some people like that. I don't know. They like cleaning. Like they just like, I don't know. It's really weird. People, I don't know. People have
That's a mental illness, I'm pretty sure.
Some OCD. Everything feels clean and. Okay, everybody's going number 3. All right. Wait, hang on. No, Brittany said 2. Nobody likes to do dishes. Okay. So 3 of us are number 3.
Okay, my sister's here and she said she doesn't have a sock account, number 1.
Oh, okay. So we got a little bit of everything. So what is the answer?
No, a sock account, not socks.
Yeah, I used to not know what that meant. And the worst thing is canned videos. I was like, what the hell is a canned video? But I finally figured out what it meant.
But what
I just
does it mean?
went along. It's like if you do like a long video or a video and you're like, this is just kind of pieces of it I'm not going to use. And then you kind of edit it together and make, I don't know why they call it a canned. I guess because like garbage can, like, this is stuff that was just going to be on the cutting room floors thrown away, but I'm going to actually pull it back out and use it. That's what I'm gathering it is. At first, I nodded along like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I didn't. I do that a lot. Okay, she does watch Diddy videos. Yup. Take that, Daddy, she said. Some people find it, yeah. Some people do find like cleaning like very relaxing. I don't know. All right. Well,
Julie doesn't know what a sock account is.
Oh, wait, you didn't know? I'm going number 1. She doesn't have a sock account. Okay, well, we all won, I think. Well, wait, her sister did not win, and Julie didn't win. But me,
Mm-hmm.
Britt, wait,
and Britt.
Me,
Brett
Brittany.
didn't.
Wait,
No,
what
just you and I got it.
all right. Ooh, so
Mhm.
Dollar, you got one on the board, me and Tashi. So we're all tied. Okay, I'm gonna go over mine for Julie since she wasn't here. Number one. Wait, and the winner is we hadn't got there yet. Oh, wait, here's Tattooed Rebel. Let's let him guess. Did you hear me sing to you? I've sang it to you before, but I just dedicated a song for you and Angel. My normal one, Rebel Yell.
Was I right?
No.
Okay, Rebels is one, I'm an ordained minister. 2, I hide nothing about myself. And 3, I was a D and F student in school. So, which one of those is a lie?
I know 2 isn't. 2 is the truth. No, Rebel tells everyone everything. Oh, my sister's going with 2. She reckons everyone hides something about themselves.
I think it's 3.
He might not.
I think
I
you made
it's
better
3
grades.
as well.
Yeah, I think you made I think you were better than D's and F's. I could be wrong, but
I think he had a lot of knowledge hidden under that red curly afro that he used to have in school.
yeah, you heard me sing as long as I don't mess up his hair. You know, and then I yelled in the middle of it, don't mess up Rebel's hair. And I can see you become an ordained minister just for the hell of it and like to marry some friends or something. Okay, everybody's saying 3. Wait, did Julie guess? No. And Brittany. Julie and Brittany, y'all gotta guess. I apologize, y'all. I need to mute while I'm chewing. Wait, 2 is true. Yes. I think we all are agreement in that. Rebel does not care. He is not hiding who he is. If you don't like it, fuck you. You know, that's just it. Let's see. Rebel number 3. 2 is okay. We all are saying 3. 3 is
Ooh, and we all got
right, we got it. Wait, did we let Dollar? Okay, I was gonna say, did we let Dollar? All right, so we all get a point.
Wait, but I didn't know that he was an ordained minister. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I'm guessing that you did it so that you could like marry some friends or something. Straight A student. All right. When you do the true crime and history stuff, you can tell like you like that kind of stuff. You were like the history geek, you know? I mean that in a good way.
Now, I really was a DNF. Cool.
And you know what? I'm not keeping score, so it doesn't matter. We're all winners. But y'all still got to guess mine. Okay, number 1, I won like the whole, like a beauty pageant, Miss Hawaiian Summer. Okay. Number 2, I went cliff diving, like dove off a cliff into some deep, dark waters. Number 3, have seen Kiss many, many times. And I got to hang backstage with the Gene Simmons and try on one of his demon boots. I knew it. I had a feeling, Rebel. You became one to marry friends. Yep. Because you can do it online. I think you can become an ordained minister online.
The same B because she went into full detail that first one and third one, but not really.
Okay. My sister Helen chooses B or 2 because you went into detail about 1 and 3, but not 2.
Okay.
That's her reasoning.
So she thinks I did not jump off of a cliff into some deep, dark waters. Dollar says the same thing.
Yeah.
So what about you, Julie, Brittany, and Rebel? Which one is a lie? Beauty pageant, cliff diving, hanging out with Gene, and trying on his stinky, as Tashi says, but it wasn't stinky, demon boot.
See, I think you're just trying to trick me by saying it wasn't stinky, like you actually sniffed it.
I wouldn't sniff it, but I don't know. Gene takes care of his costumes. Yeah, I don't know. He's I don't know. He's very proud of his. They all are actually, because those things, all that stuff is super expensive. You can buy those boots actually, but damn, they're expensive. I used to know this guy, and he was like, no shit, like 4'11", and he was a bass player for a heavy metal band, and he was so tiny, and he was albino as well, so he couldn't see certain colors. He had the most beautiful guitar, but he could not see what color it was, and like he just was the most unique person. But he wanted those boots to make him hot, like taller, because they make you significantly taller, and they were so expensive. He kept hot gluing them back together, crazy gluing them back together. He did everything until they fell apart. And I think the band actually took up a collection and bought him a new pair.
Okay,
no,
so
on number
it's
2.
only everyone's number 2 except
Except
Brittany and
Britt.
I.
All right, wait, okay. Even Rebel. Okay. Well, you and Brittany are correct. I did not get to try on the demon boot. So I don't know if it's stinky or not, but I don't think it is. I don't know. But I didn't get to try it on.
I just thought like those, like his outfit, it would take him forever to get out of that, especially if he's like all sweaty and gross and after a show. So I was like, I don't think he would let random people just try on a boot.
Well, one of the tours I saw him on was the no makeup tour that they did. That was kind of a huge fail. But I did go to that tour, which is, I mean, a lot of people are like, that's awesome. You got to see them the one tour they didn't wear makeup. But I have seen them other times where they did, and they actually do hang around after with the makeup on and stuff, because when they take it off, they look pretty rough. And so when I went on the tour without makeup, they were going out on stage knowing we're not going to be all demoned up and stuff. They probably still had on like some natural makeup, but just wiping it off after a show. Oh no, they need to keep the makeup on. So they usually do like meet and greet kind of thing with the makeup, and people want those pictures. They don't want it all. They don't want them to get comfortable and take it all off and whatever. Those are for the special people that hang around for a little while longer.
So did you actually meet them backstage or no?
Can't tell you. That's gonna come up in our little Women of the Sunset Strip stories when I tell my personal stories. But y'all could probably guess by just some of the things I literally just said.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've gotten to meet a lot of cool people, and I'm gonna share some stories. And like I said, it sucks that like you didn't have cell phones back in some of my good stories, but I do have some like autographs, VIP like little passes and stuff. I've got to get. It's in my closet. I've just got to get my daughter. The door keeps coming off the track. To just take the door off, let me get whatever I want out of there, and then put it back on the track. It takes both of us to like get it to fit down into the little groove where it slides back and forth, But yeah, I've got a few of them framed, so that won't be bad to hold those up. And then I have the pictures. If they're more recent, they're on I have them on my Facebook. So, okay, Ted Nugent's wife used to teach my acrobatics classes. Well, that's cool. And now we know that's not a lie, because I think we did it with Dollar, didn't we? What was Dollars? Wait, hang on. Did we do your Dollar?
Yeah, we did Dollars. She was
the
Diddy.
dishes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your secret Diddy watching self. Okay.
We haven't done Julie yet though.
Oh yeah. Look at Julie. She's all in this, but she has not jumped in the fire yet and said, these are my 3. But I should know that was TRPP. Is that, am I saying it right? The real posse. Yeah, TRPP. That was your son, because I've seen you in other chats, but I didn't put it together. Rebel's got to go to the bathroom. He'll be right back. Oh, I don't know. That's where he's going. I'm just making that up. Okay. Julie. Yeah, that is cool. aerobic classes. I've actually seen her on one of those. It was a reality show he did. I can't remember what it was called, but actually one of my favorites that y'all get to hear a story about, Sebastian Bach. They butted heads big time. They were on, was it called Supergroup or something like that? It was where a bunch of like basically lead singers or like the main people in the band got together and formed like this super group. But they lived at Ted Nugent's house because he had this badass like just cool, I don't know, house in the backyard. He had like wild animals, and he's like a big hunter, so he's out there literally in his backyard with a bow and arrow and stuff. Like he brought a bow and arrow out on stage when I got to see him with Kiss actually. But yeah, that I wonder if I can find that on like Hulu or somewhere, because they do have like old school, like I don't know if y'all remember Rock of Love with Bret Michaels. All of those
Yeah.
reality shows. They
I used to
have
watch Married to Rock.
which one? Who was on that one? Because I'll remember it if you tell me who.
So it was the wives. It was sort of like a reality show of the wives of rock stars.
Oh, did it
And
have one of the Motley Crue wives?
yes.
Yes, I've seen that. I love that.
Josie someone.
Yeah.
She looked like plastic. Like
Yep.
tried to look like a Barbie, I think.
Almost, I mean, so many of them do. And I'm like, I mean, it's to me like y'all don't all want to look alike, do you? It's like the
Yeah.
Stepford Wives. Everybody's like exactly the same, the same look. Rock of Love was like that a lot. Remember I don't know if you watched it like religiously like I did, but the chick on there named Daisy, she ended up coming out with her own reality show, like trying to find her a man, but she did a lot of plastic surgery. Oh, wait, hang on. Going back and forth between here and Angels. That's okay. Hey, I know. That's family. You got to support. And plus, you got to sing her a song. Yes, Kiss Unmask. Yep, I'm trying to think. I think it was Kiss, Slaughter, and Danger Danger. And that was one of my very first concerts that I wasn't even supposed to go to. My sister was like, oh my God, I've got to take care of you. So we've got an extra ticket. Come on. And I remember being like, I don't want to go. And then once I got there, man, concert bug bit me. And after that, it was on. Even Martha Stewart's lips are plumped. For real. I think everybody, mine are not. I'm sitting here eating some fries. Mine are, I don't give a care apparently. My rock star days I'm thinking they're behind me. But they
Mine
were fun.
aren't, but I would if I had the chance.
Well, if I ever, I don't know, end up in such an amazing situation, I will fly you to wherever I am, Tashi, and we will meet Gene Simmons and sniff his boot. Hey, he'll still be touring. Every tour they do is like the farewell tour, and then they come back every freaking time. And so he's like,
Yeah. He'll be 1 foot in the grave, but it's all good.
yeah, he loves to make money. If you ever got to see him on the is it The Apprentice, the one that had Donald Trump? He was on there.
Yeah.
And
I used to watch his
house.
reality show with his family.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You got to see then his room with all the collectibles and like you got to see he's a businessman. For him, you look at him and you're like, oh my God, he's a freak. But no, underneath there, he's all business. He is not gonna let one penny slip through the cracks. So oh wait, is Julie not gonna tell us? She's gotta go.
Thanks for coming over, Julie.
Yeah, thanks for coming. And she's going to let Tattooed Angel's show soothe her to sleep. I'm eating right now, and I shouldn't be because I'm like smacking. Julie had to bounce. But yeah, I'm glad you came over here because I don't think you've been over here before. I'm pretty sure. And Dollar, did Rose say she was going live, or am I tripping? I could be. I could always look and see.
I thought
Hmm.
she said she was hiding from trolls or something.
Yeah, she said like when I said something about her doing the short videos, she said that it had been like nice getting away from them, but she said something about I have my channel back where I can come back under Team Rose instead of Radical Rose. Okay, let's see. She did a short on Team Rose. It looks like just short so far. I don't know if she's tried a live yet. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's so far. And she might have just found out that she can do a live. Excuse me. You just double check. Yeah, there's nothing yet. So, and I don't know if that's a thing. Like when it's like in suspension or whatever, if you can do shorts and videos, just not lives. I don't know. I don't know all the details of that stuff. Oh, right.
Yeah,
Rose.
I have no clue.
Yeah, I saw some of her videos and like she one of them looked like she was on a golf course. I didn't get to finish watching it, but it looked like the golf green behind her. And then one of them was like, let's go on a drive and look at some mansions. And I don't remember what else. She had a lot of. I don't know if she went like drove a state over or something to visit her daughter, and she found a lot of cool stuff along the way. It's what it seemed like. Oh wait, Rebel, one more for him. Then gotta go. I think we got everyone in here. So unfortunately, but did wait were you here when they guessed mine? Did Rebel guess? I don't remember. He was probably listening.
I think so. I think he chose the cliff.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if not, he was probably listening. We can't let him cheat. He wouldn't though. He would be honest about it. He might joke with us, but later he would tell us the truth. Okay, I was making sure I hadn't missed anything. I keep leaning forward, looking at the chat like I don't want to. And hey, if it's 6, let's see. We got dollar 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, all of us are accounted for. There's no creeper in here hiding out unless I'm counting wrong.
Has anyone looked outside yet and seen if the northern and southern lights are on display?
Are they for 2 nights? I thought it was just like a 1 night thing.
It's
Because
possible for tonight as well.
okay, because my daughter came and showed me a picture of someone in our town that took it, and I was like, "There is no way that's here." And she's like, "Yeah, almost everybody got some sort of view of it." I saw some beautiful pictures.
I
Okay.
saw a picture from New Zealand, and they're like, the most southern country, and they get the Australis Borealis, which is the southern lights, and they get that really clear over there because it's so it's not polluted. So yeah, the ones last night were beautiful pictures, but not here. It was raining.
But you got to see some pictures, some really good ones.
Yeah, I saw pictures, but I
Okay.
didn't see it for myself.
Rebels put up another one. 1, been to all states except 2. 2, wrestled in a dark match on WWE. 3, lived in California for a while.
I'm going to say number 1.
Trying to think. I don't know why, but I see Rebel just stay kind of living in the southern area. I don't know, but then he likes to trick us too. And we could all see him wrestling in a dark match on WWE. And that one sticks out because it's not talking about states. I'm going to say 2, even though I normally would not say that's a lie. just because the other two have to do with like states and traveling and whatnot. Brittany says 3 is a lie, California. Tosh, didn't you say the same?
No, I'm going with 1.
Okay. Tashi's got 1. Brittany says 3. I say 2. Hang on. Katie likes it. Yeah. Katie has some gorgeous pictures. I don't know if she got any of, I haven't looked on if she usually sends some if she takes some really good ones, but her and her brother both have some great sunset pictures, I think, or sunrise. I don't know. One of the two or both. All right. Dollar said 3. 3 is a
3
lie.
is a lie.
Right. See, I figured I'm getting tricked, but man.
Did you see all those states truck driving, Rebel?
Yeah, I was gonna say how and what are the 2 you didn't see?
Hawaii would be 1, maybe.
Yeah, look at Dollar. I won. You really have probably guessed the most of them correctly. Unfortunately, I didn't keep up with them like I should. I should have like a little scoreboard over here, but I think we've all done pretty good, to be honest. I really sucked at that last one. I should have done better, but I would have lost because my second guess would have been the number 1. Number 3, I don't know why. I just thought, I'm sure he lived there for at least some part. I don't know. I was struggling on that one because I see you, Rebel, like I'm in the South. I just see you more as a Southern guy. But okay, he said yes. So you drove a truck literally all over. I have a friend Corey. I don't know. Corey may roll through at some point. He drives a truck and he listens to us sometimes. God bless him. I don't know what he comes in listening to on our conversations, but he's got to join in a few times and he's a sweetheart. He did a premiere this morning, so go to my community page and look, I've got it on there. It says Corey's doing a premiere. Please go over, check it out, subscribe. And it's Lyconic something, and I forgot the last part. But anyway, you'll see it. I might be able to put it in the chat in a minute. But y'all please go subscribe to him. It is like he plays his original guitar music and puts beats over it. And he's a great guitar player. He's just a great guy. If y'all that have talked to him in the chat, he's a sweetheart. Love Corey. And if you are listening or you play this back, Corey, we all love you. And I saw Tashi that you went and watched, and I appreciate that so much. And I know he did too.
Yeah, it's creepy. Well, it's really good how he put it together, but it's creepy what it was about. The AI.
Yeah. And the music over it, like, is so the way he's coming up with like kind of very unique way to keep, I don't know, to put his music over it, but to have like something important being said at the same time. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely, I like the first, it took me a minute because I'm not good with some fancy words, but that it said Lyconic, because at first I was like, what? And he's putting like lyric and iconic together. And now I can't think of the next one. It's with, I want to say it's with a C. And I don't know right offhand what it's called. But in a minute here, I will post it in the chat. So, Alaska. You have not been to, wait, which one? Hawaii and Alaska or Hawaii and Rhode Island? I'm guessing Hawaii and Alaska. So you got to take Angel to Hawaii now.
Dollar, I'm going with 1. You don't have hose in different area codes.
Oh, God. Hose in different area codes. Wear Crocs. Collect old beer signs that light up. I don't know. Dollar might be have some hose on the down lows. I don't know.
She may live on the border.
Beer signs that light up. I don't know. I can see you doing that kind of. And I'm sitting here, I can see you doing it, and I can't see you. I just know you from chats. Let's see.
She totally wears Crocs.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with one as well. I think you keep your hose close by, Dollar. You want to access them, so.
Okay, Dollars turned around and said, no, my sister's here, hang on. Dollars turned around and said, number 1, she's got hose in different area codes.
Yeah.
Number 2, she wears Crocs. Or number 3, she collects old bear signs that light up.
2.
You don't think she wears Crocs?
No. Not if she's got hose in every area code.
Yeah, those hoes don't love the Crocs. And Brittany says too, oh, Brittany doesn't think she wears the Crocs. Okay, Brittany and your sister are in line there. And me and you are thinking about, no, we don't think the hose. All right, I don't know if Rebel's still here. I know he's going back and forth. Who else we need to vote? Is that it? I think, yeah. So
What is it, Dollar?
Yeah, we're split. No one thinks the beer signs is a lie, so.
I would collect bear signs that
Yeah.
light up. I got it.
Yay, me too. Keep your hose close by, huh? My dad used to have some light up beer signs down like in our basement. He had like a little bar top area. And yeah, he had some cool little signs. And
You'll have to show us, Dollar, your collection.
Yeah, if you go like picking or whatever they call it, like I'm sure you found some cool ones, which I'm not sure where you're from, but here in the South, if you go to like yard sales or estate sales or antiquing, what they call picking, basically going through somebody's crap in their barn or whatever, you find some good stuff. Wait, I should have known that because you sold something the other day while you were on here and you were like, crap, I'm going to have to go look for it and I can't find it and I just sold it. Did you ever find it? Because I know you were like, yeah, I sold it. And then you were like, oh shit, I can't find it now. You have them all the way around your room. Cool. I don't remember what you sold. I just know you said I have more than one of them, but now I can't find them. So is that what you do? Like you resell? You found it. Okay, cool. I mean, a lot of people make really good money doing that. It's just, I would think, unless you just
Not me.
unless you loved it, it would be really a chore to have to find that one, golden nugget, Like I've watched, can't talk, White Rabbit. I've watched her go to different places and find like really, I don't know, like name brand or just something really odd, but that's definitely something you could sell. And she's been showing lately like what you can get for $5 at the bin store. It's like Amazon, like somebody that overbought stuff, I guess. It's called the Amazon bin store. We don't have anything like that here, so I live vicariously through her. What was it, if you don't mind me asking, Dollar? Was it something that we would want? Something cute or cool?
Brittany and I love antiquing.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Except I just collect stuff and never sell them, never let them go. Because they're usually like unique, weird stuff.
And see, I do the same thing. And I'm like, I'm going to save that for a special occasion. I'm not going to, like, if it's jewelry, like I do have some, trying to think of what the era would be called. Art Deco, like an Art Deco type jewelry. And it's all like, I don't know, some of those things can end up being like, you can find them like at a flea market or yard sale or something. And later on, look it up and they're very collectible. A lot of them are onyx or like really rare stones that you don't see used that much. One of them, I got a necklace. It's so beautiful and it's green. And it's like, it's so beautiful. It's too beautiful to wear. And it's like, I'll wear it some other time. I'm going to save it for a rainy day. And I have all these like nice things that I've never used or worn because it's like it's too nice to use, if that makes sense. And
Mm-hmm.
I used to have a bunch of candles, like all these like Bath and Body Works, all the smell good candles. And my sister came over and she's like, this was a few years ago. She said, your rainy days are getting slimmer and slimmer. You need to start using some of this shit. And so I've tried, but still I find myself putting some of it back. Like, I'm not really going anywhere to wear this or to warrant putting this on or this kind of jewelry. You know what I'm saying? And I don't use it. So I hope my kids do someday.
Is it kind of like costume jewelry?
This one, I mean, I have a few pieces that are not. Like I have some that have onyx, but they do, instead of like diamonds, they have like the marcasite. One of them is like it's a ring, an onyx ring, and it has the marcasite, but it's like shaped like a Fabergé egg. And I got it at a flea market, and it was not too pricey. And then I had a book that's like about antique or costume, antique jewelry or whatever. But some of them actually used, legit like stones. Most of them just really smooth, like completely flat, smooth stones. The green one, I can't think of what the stone's called, but it's not like jade. It's really pretty. I'll have to show it on here one night, and I need to get it out anyway. It's on a long, it's like silver chain, and I don't know why I got that one on eBay, and I was in like a battle with this chick. I meant I was getting that necklace, and I would go up like $5. She would go up. I mean, we were watching it. I meant I didn't care. I was gonna get it somehow, some way, and I had to like stop myself. That was when I was single, is when I got all this, amazing stuff, and then I never wore it because mom life. I'm just like, oh, that's too nice to wear with this, or too nice to wear to work or whatever. And then I never ever wore it. I just had it to look at and think, oh, so beautiful. I don't know. And then I have a lot of mermaid stuff. Obviously, I have a ton. Like my whole room theme pretty much is ocean something.
See, I go straight to, if I go into any store, I go straight to the home decor. And that's what I like to collect, is home decor stuff. I have a lot of amber glass, like old pieces like that.
Like, do you have bottles and stuff like?
Yeah, old bottles. But they've got to be unique, like a unique shape. Yeah, and color.
Do you have
Anything
the mosaic glass that's amber? Like I have it's this weird little thing that goes on top of like a big candle, like one of the 3-wick candles, and it looks like a little shade, and it's mosaic little pieces of amber glass, and you just sit it on top of there. It makes it look like a little lamp, kind of.
Oh, cool. No, a bit like Tiffany glass.
It's just like, like, I don't know, like, honestly, if you like broke a bottle, like an amber bottle, and you had just little squares and they were all put together in like a mosaic style, I don't know. It's literally, I always hear people say, if you break like a colored piece of glass or one of your favorite plates, china or whatever, to keep it, and you can put it together with like, I don't know, some type of mix up cement or something and make like a tabletop or make something with little pieces. And I've seen people make some really cool stuff with it, but it looks like if someone broke it perfectly and put it, together, and it's different shades of like the lighter amber and then like the darker kind of brown almost. And so I have a picture frame, that little shade thing, and then like this big platter top thing that went on the coffee table. So for a minute there, I was into that. And then I more so liked the blue glass. I don't know why, but like that was my thing. Anything blue glass. And there's a lot more of that than there is
Yeah.
the amber.
I like I don't know, I'm a bit weird with colors. I like more earthy tones, so blues and even like the bright reds and stuff don't do anything for me. I just look straight past them.
And
But
the greens, depending, like you said, depending on the shade and like the shade of green, I guess you could say. You know, I sell vintage beer glasses most of the time. It's Buyer from Los Angeles. Cool. Brittany. Oh, Precious Moments figurines into Halloween decor. My sister used to have all of those Precious Moments things. Oh, that's the same last name as the glass. Old
what is
Vaseline.
Vaseline glass?
Yeah, I was like, what the heck? That glows in the dark. Oh, in a black lot. Oh, it's like, I always call it milk glass, but it's like a, I don't know how to explain it. I've always called it milk glass, but it's like white, and it's like if you literally rubbed like Vaseline, it has like a hazy look to it. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Brittany, hang on. I need to get a black lot. Oh,
There's
yeah.
that glass and it's like neon green. Have you seen that?
Yes.
That's cool. But I've never seen any in real life.
There's a place called, it's weirdest name, but it's called Secondhand Sam's. And it's like people rent booths. And so it's kind of like a all the time yard sale. And like people rent their booths and they bring in stuff, I guess, that they've gotten, like say Dollar would bring in her beer glasses or whatever. So you kind of get known for this booth sells whatever. So people come around to see if you've added stuff. And a lot of people sell children's clothes or boutique type stuff, like just kind of anything, furniture, anything you can think of. But yeah, it's called Secondhand Sam's. And so we do have a lot of like flea markets and things like that around here because just the location being in the country.
See, we don't have a lot of history here. I mean, like, as in antiques and stuff like that in Australia. It's quite a modern country. So I don't know. I kind of find like if I go to an op shop and search for stuff, it's all sort of like tacky old stuff. Like, I don't know, I'm a little bit more like, it would be a dream to go somewhere like Germany or something like that and really look at antiques. Or
That's
France.
actually where that necklace is from. The one that I'm like going crazy about, the green necklace, is from Germany. So I've got a stone as well. And Dollar said Vaseline glass is green. I don't know.
I think they're all thinking about the same glass as uranium.
Dollar, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I heard you say like you're from the South. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say milk glass? Oh, Brittany Googled it. Is that your little puppy?
Yes. He's gone out the side door, through the house, and then back to my bedroom door that's closed. Oh, here he comes.
Yes, milk glass. See, I have a bowl that used to belong to my ex grandmother-in-law, but I called her my Meemaw anyway because I needed a Meemaw and she was awesome. But yeah, that bowl, like we are like precious with it. We do use it in the kitchen, but it's kind of, we all look at each other like, you drop it, you die, kind of like, do not, that's sacred. But she would want us to use it, so we're using it. Just careful. I did get a lot of cool stuff, like from when my grandparents passed and stuff. Like I do, I don't know. I didn't get like big pieces of, well, hold on. I don't want to lie, because if my co-host ever did show up, he would say, "You're lying." Because he firmly believes that the only reason that I would never move is because of my bed. Because my bed is huge. It's a California king bed. And my grandmother had it made just for her. So at the bottom, and it's got like a little brass plaque that's got her name and the year that it was made. And so it's like, y'all one night will probably see it because I'm always sitting in the same place. And it's got it's got a big astrological tapestry behind it with all the little signs and stuff. For when I used to read tarot, this was like my background, and it all matches and looks good. So I'm leaving it, but it has like big columns. It's just a big ass bed, and I had to pay them to take it apart, move it when it got here, pay them to put it back together because it has a million screws. There's no way I could ever imagine putting it together, even polishing it. She would be so ashamed of me right now because she used to polish it like once a month, if not more, and she never slept in it ever. It was like more of a showpiece. And I'm embarrassed to say I have not polished it, but like a couple of times since I've gotten it. But it is so huge. It does like take up the whole room. That's what he was saying. Like if you were to find a place somewhere else, like the rooms are generally smaller. If you're looking for like a 3-bedroom house, your bed is going to be the whole focal point of the room. And I'm like, it already kind of is. I'm used to that. Like as long as it fits, and I have like a little entertainment center type thing where I can keep a TV, which I don't really watch that much, but it's there if I need it. I don't care. Like we all have big family meetings on the bed. We'll all sit on the bed and eat, you know, like we spend more time like hanging out in here. We play Uno, watch movies, whatever, than we do in the living room. I don't know why. It's just always been like just this big ass bed. But I'm always griping about the mattress and how I need a better mattress and crap like that. So I'm sure he's listened to me gripe about that enough, and then about how huge his bed is, that he firmly believes that I won't move because of the bed. But you know what? I could pay them to take the bed apart, move it, put it together if I really wanted to, and I was really dead set on moving, you know? And I would love to someday, but don't know
Is
when
it
that's
ornate?
Is it what?
Ornate.
Yeah. I mean, well, I don't know. It's just very, very unique because she was just very specific about how she wanted it. It's kind of like large, like Greek columns, and it's just so big. And like even when you go to buy sheets or anything, king size sheets will fit it if you're like in a pinch, because a lot of places don't have anything California king. Like it was a big deal for a minute, and then it went away. Like it was only like popular for a very short time, and people were like, it's not practical, it's too big, whatever. And so sometimes I have to buy king size sheets to put on it, and they'll fit, but they end up like kind of popping off on the edges, and it drives me insane. So
Yeah,
it's worth
I've got
it.
it.
Yeah, it's worth it to order the ones that actually fit it. I don't think so. I think I'm good. Well, some ice would be great. I ate the fries. I'm working on it. I'm trying to eat quietly. I don't know what I was saying. Anyway, wasn't anything. It's just the bed, and the little plaque at the bottom is just special to me that it has her name and the year that she had it made, and she gave it to me like as a wedding gift kind of. So I had it in my apartment, and I had to pay for them to move it here. And so if I went anywhere else, obviously, and I have been talking about moving because as the kids have gotten older, there's nothing really keeping us here. And I would love to get away from here. Even if it's one state over, like for real. But it's not the bed that's holding me back. It's not that. It's so many other things, like just selling the house, period. It's a whole thing. And I'm just getting over the hot water heater debacle. So I gotta take a breath before I start trying to sell a house. But
Yeah.
I would love to. I would
But
love
you'd
to go.
want to go somewhere closer to the ocean.
Yeah, honestly. And I mean, if I had to stay here in Alabama, then I would have to go down, like further south to
Hmm.
like Orange Beach, is Gulf Shores, Alabama. Like that's like at the very, very edge there. And that's not like my favorite kind of water. Like,
I forget
I know
Gulf
it sounds
Shores is actually
crazy.
in Alabama, but it's not like connected to Florida.
Yeah, I know. Um, my favorite is like when we've vacationed is Destin, Florida, because it's called the Emerald Coast and it has like beautiful
Thank
green
you.
water.
Yeah.
Not like ugly green, but like beautiful, pretty green water. So Destin, Florida is, I wouldn't mind living there at all, but it's more of a resort town. So it's very expensive to live there. Um,
Mm.
but probably somewhere in the surrounding area, like Fort Walton, because it's like they have like a military or Air Force base there. So some of the surrounding areas wouldn't be bad. And then I could always drive to the beautiful, green waters on the weekend, go to the beach or something, and just know, I'm there. It has like the fresh beach air and all that stuff. Um, which I don't know. Again, we were talking about it, just taking a whole nother change. And it would be hard for me to go from the South, I think, a whole nother direction, but just like literally going all the way across to, I don't know, like Nevada, California, somewhere like that. That would be a huge culture change for me.
Yeah.
Um, but
See,
it would be cool.
we live by the sea, like we're a street away from the ocean, and it is horrible. Like the salt air gets in everything. Like, and we have carpet, so we like every 6 months we have to clean the carpet because the salt gets in it, and it's horrible. Everything
Well,
rusts out.
some people say, it's a vacation for a reason. Like you don't love
Yeah.
it when you live it, it's just not what you think. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why a lot of people rent their places out. A lot of older people, they stay there in the winter and then they rent their places out and make a killing in the spring and summer.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got some spring breakers and people that'll pay ridiculous amounts, and that pays for, pretty much pays for their place to live during the winter. And then I guess they come home and have a house here or live with kids here during the summer. Probably are like, hey, I'll take care of the grandkids if you'll let us stay here. Well, we make some money off this condo we have.
Right. I I don't know. I grew up in the country, so I've always been more inclined to be on land. That's what I want.
Well, and see, here there's tons of land. It's like farmland kind,
Hmm.
um, more land than people for sure. Like I'm at a dead end road, no neighbors. Like, so the people that are behind me are so far, like thick in the woods behind me, they can't see me. Like, really, no neighbors. It's spaced out that well. I mean, we do have a handful of apartment complexes, but even they're kind of small. Like most people have what they used to call a farmstead, and they bought up lots of land thinking it was going to be farmland. Like even
Yeah.
my parents, they had, you know, they probably could have put that house on 1 acre of land, but they bought 4 acres.
Hmm.
And my dad did have a garden and he had like goats and stuff, but he didn't have like enough to fill up 4 acres. And I asked like what was their thought process, and they said, well, we kind of thought like this was the way people did things, is that myself and my sister would build a house behind theirs and we would kind of all be there but all have our own, acre of land, our own space. um and kind of that middle acre would be like for my dad's garden and whatnot. And so a lot of people that's the way they did it. So family was nearby. You could all sort of share in whatever. But I think I
Sort of
probably would.
sort of communal.
Yeah, I think I would have gone
Mhm.
crazy. So
Yeah.
that didn't work out for me. I went from there to, well, I went from there to a house that I lived in with a friend, and then I went back home for a minute, and then I went to my apartment, and then here to my house. So, well, never mind. There were some other moves around, whatever, but ultimately, like here is where I've landed for the last 18 years. That's when we bought the house. So,
And is it in the same town as where your family were? Like, have you
yeah,
always stayed in the same area?
yes.
Oh,
It's weird, but at one point I grew up, worked, and then moved to an apartment all on the same exact road.
wow.
So I moved from home to an apartment on the same road, just further down, and then I ended up getting a job out of the blue. I didn't even know where it was. It just had like a phone number, and when it was like come here to do the interview, I was like, what the hell? I went and I was thinking maybe they're just, they have like several locations or something. And when I went, they were like, no, you would be working here as a substance abuse counselor, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, well, it's convenient. Pay is not bad. Okay. So, I got mom down the road, or mom and dad at the time. My dad was still alive. So, mom and dad. And then in the middle, work. And then on the other end, my apartment. So, literally everything on one road.
Wow. Was it far enough away, like you had to drive, or?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Um, but it's like one of the main roads that goes through town. And so growing up, I had to see some really bad accidents and stuff because that road is just crazy. People fly down it. And you, like I said, you have to go through that road pretty much to get to anything in town, or to the lake, which is on the other end of it. So you're either going to town or the lake or something in between. And we were the something in between.
hmm
That
That's
makes
sort of like the town that we grew up in as well. Like, it had a main road going through, but we were only sort of 15-minute drive from the city, even though the city wasn't very big. But we generally just grew up in our little town. All our friends were there, and then we left and moved to Australia, and that was a massive culture shock. And then now, like with Facebook and stuff, I can see people that I grew up with, they've all got married together. They've got kids. Their kids are going to the same school we went to with the same teachers. And it's like, wow, this is insane. Like, they have no idea what is beyond that little town.
Yeah, my mom was a teacher and she was teaching her students' grandchildren. And she was
Yeah.
like, it's time for me to retire. So, yeah, I think at a certain point, teachers don't need to be there anymore because they're done. They have seen their day and they're not good with the kids anymore.
hmm Yeah.
But yeah, I hate that I have gotten to travel. So that's nice that I've gotten to see things beyond here. And that's how I know I want to go beyond here. But again, I'm so used to the South that I don't know. I know the cost of living is a lot more up north, and definitely a lot more going west, like to California and that area. So, in the
You
South
know,
is known as the more poorer area, more farm type, you know,
mhm.
hunting and
You said in one of your shows that your daughter wanted to live in Canada.
yes.
I saw after you said that, maybe it's our phones bugging us or whatever. But after you said that, I think it was on a YouTube short or it might have been on a TikTok. This American chick was over in Canada and she was going through a supermarket, like a grocery store, and they couldn't believe the atrocious prices of food in Canada compared to America. And I was like, whoa, that like insane difference. Like $12 for a cauliflower and shit like that, like insane amount of money.
Well,
Yeah.
and I wonder if that balances out kind of like their free health care, and they have a lot of pluses as far as their government. So I wonder if that, like their prices on things or their taxes, kind of hides the like, oh, we've got free health care, but we're going to charge you, X number amount for this. And I wonder like what their average like minimum wage job is, if it pays a lot.
Yeah, see, we're very much like, we're a Commonwealth, so we're very much like Canada over here. And, I don't think anywhere balances out with the price of living at the moment. Like it's just skyrocketed. I know for our minimum wage, like we've just taken on a young guy at work, and the minimum wage is $23.23
Oh,
an
wow.
hour. Mm-hmm.
What is the conversion?
I can't do it because I'm on my phone, but I'm not sure.
Because that's like crazy compared to here. So, which they have gone up here because they can't find people to work, especially fast food. I don't know why, but like that's a big deal. No one really wants to work in fast food restaurants. So some of those people are walking in at like $12 and $15 when there's people in offices, that have gone to college and are making the same amount. So honestly, it's not like about you have to have the certain degree or whatever anymore. So much has changed that like if you know a trade, you have a skill, like you can get paid just as much, if not more, than someone who's, like I said, sitting behind a desk of some kind. If you have like some kind of like plumbing, electrical work, anything like that, because that's always going to be needed. And when I had my hot water heater situation, I can see those people make some money.
Yeah, well, they proved that in the pandemic. Like the essential workers were who keeps this world running.
And even like me working in healthcare, they could live without the counselor for the day or the social worker for the day, but they needed the nurses, they needed
Yeah.
the CNAs. And so like when it was that kind of situation, like if it snowed or something and it was like, okay, everybody's got to stay here, we've got to, keep the patients calm, make sure we have, around the care of people, because we're going to have people calling in saying we can't make it over the snow. Because if it snows here in the South, y'all, like, there's a lot of people that would laugh because it's not much at all, but everybody like goes crazy. Like no one knows how to drive. Everything shuts down. So they would usually, if I got lucky, let me go home, but there would be nurses and people like that would have to stay and like sleep on a mat, like in the therapy gym or something, and work double shifts, do whatever until the roads got opened again or whatever. And most of the people from up north would look at our situation and just laugh, put chains on their tires and move on,
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen here that often. So
It's the same here when it rains. Like it's sunny for, I would say, 85% of the year is sunshine here. And then when it rains, there's so many crashes. Like people just forget how to drive in the rain.
yeah, it's
And
crazy. Do y'all do have, y'all are the place in Point Break with the 7-year storm. Is that a real thing? Like the movie Point Break where the surfers go in Australia, and there's this legend that there's a 7-year storm, and that's where they have the biggest tidal waves, and all the surfers want to go during that time and catch the biggest waves. Have you ever seen the movie?
I haven't seen the movie, but it probably is true. We do have like cycle of 7 years storms, so
It's
Um,
got Keanu Reeves in it. Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze. It's called Point Break, but it has a
I
lot
have
of
heard of it before, but I've never seen it.
yeah.
Surfer movies just aren't my thing.
Well, and they just kept on and on talking about the 7-year storm. And see, I love surfer dudes and skater dudes and all that. So, had some hot guys with the long hair tattooed, and so I was like, okay, I'll give this a chance. And Keanu goes in as an undercover, like a undercover agent trying to find out about some, drug trade or something amongst the surfers. So he has to learn how to surf. And he's coming like from this little, high school Letterman jacket football dude, and he's going to have to try to make himself fit in with these long hair, tatted up surfer dudes, even talk different, act like he knows about the 7-year storm, learn how to surf. Like he has to do it all. So anyway, it's a great movie. Like even just the part I told you is not bad. The parts of it that are too actiony, I don't like. I'm not a huge action movie fan. Like they're jumping out of helicopters and shit like that. I'm just like, eh. I like the romancy part of it, of course. My stupid fairy tale self. They have there's always, the love interest that he has. And, she is involved with the surfer guys too. So it's kind of like they've all known each other. They've all been there. And here comes this weird guy. And she kind of, I guess, because she's a female and she's a badass, she can kind of tell there's something not quite right. Like she can tell he's undercover in a way. But anyway,
Is she his love interest?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And I can't think of her last name, but she's in a lot of movies and she has a really distinct voice. Her name is Lori Petty is her name in real life. But if you ever saw her, you'd be like, oh yeah, she was in Pulp Fiction too. I don't know. She's been in a lot of stuff, but yeah, that's it. Like I said, if you could take out the actiony parts, I'm not an action movie fan. I don't know what it is. And you like horror movies, right?
I'm not really a movie buff. Like,
I don't know where I
I
got
don't know.
that. I was thinking you like horror.
Nah, I like murder mysteries and stuff like that. My mum's family is English, so we watch a lot of UK TV, like freaking Miss Marple and shit like that. So yeah, it's just I don't know, more mystery, not movies as such. I can sit and binge a murder mystery show like for, I don't know, all day, but I can't physically commit myself to sitting and watching a 2-hour movie. It's weird. It's like I don't know. My brain's not wired that way.
So is it more like soaps kind of what we would consider like a soap opera kind of?
No, it's more like they'll have a series, so they'll do 8-episode series, and each episode is a different story, and it's like a whodunit type murder mystery. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll watch stuff like that. It's sort of light drama, murder mystery, but yeah. See, I liked what did I binge? I binged
Have you seen You?
Peaky Blinders.
Brittany Muggs.
You? Yeah, I think we watched You.
Okay, I was gonna say that falls in line with what you're saying that you like a lot, and I love You part. I love 1 and 2. Not as thrilled with 3 as I wanted to be. It's very murder mystery, dinner theater kind of thing, so you might like it more.
We watched what was one that was American? Big Sky. Did you ever see that?
I haven't seen that.
So they're sort of like a detective agency, and they
Hey, Mary
Mm.
Jane, what's up? I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. It follows like this deranged psycho he's a truck driver and he's like at truck stops he'll pull over and kidnap women and shit like that and it's just like yeah, it's pretty rough, but
Like, what
shows
kind of
like
true
that.
crime?
Yeah, not true crime though, like fiction, but based like sort of like true crime. Do you get what I mean?
Right, yeah.
Hmm.
The I think it's just called the Eileen Wuornos movie that has Charlize Theron in it, where she gets picked up by the truck drivers a lot, and she ends up being the first female serial killer. Have you seen that? It was like
No, I haven't.
it's based on a
But
real
didn't
life.
she kill her father in real life?
I think so. I can
Yeah, it was
barely
self-defense, I'm
remember. I
sure.
want to say she ends up even killing the girlfriend. She kills a lot of the guys because I think if I'm not mistaken, I'm having to go back in my mind. I want to say she was abused in some way by the father, and that's kind
Yeah.
of what fueled her fire for I'm going to get these men to pull over, whatever, and then I'm going to kill them because I hate all men kind of situation. Um, and of all people to pick, like I would have never thought to pick Charlize Theron to play her, but she did a good job. Is it called Monster? Brittany may know if she's still here because Brittany's saying she knows what I'm talking about the restaurant she's having in her area too. It's hard to find people that want to work in fast food, so they're raising the pay more and more, which is crazy because that used to always be the joke. We'll go get a job at McDonald's or whatever. And it's like, I
Mhm.
might as well now. They're paying damn good money. Let's see, CSI. Do you like that kind of thing? Like
Um,
politics?
yeah, not really. It's more like let me think of some of the names of the shows. They're English. So um see I can't Google it because it'll knock me off panel, but
You
um
can tell me, send them to me later. I might have heard of them.
yeah. There's one
Mary
called
Jane, I don't know if that's for sure, but that is so specific that you're probably right. I know whatever it was, it flipped her into the I mean, I don't in a way it's hard to say I don't blame her, but like I'm not going to go out there and do something crazy like that. But I can see where she snapped, and I can see where she decided, I don't trust anybody but females. I don't want to be, around any men because they just kept taking advantage. Yeah. I mean, I hate to say, we all have a choice. I don't want to say that, but it definitely pushed her into that direction. You could see why, it would definitely kill any kind of trust or anything that you have to build a relationship on. So,
but this is in the movie you're talking about, yeah?
yeah, they're basing
Yeah.
it on her real life. Her
Yeah.
name was Eileen Wuornos, I think is the way you pronounce it. And I
But
don't know if she's
I'm
still
pretty
in the world.
sure I'm pretty sure in real life she had a hand in her dad's killing as well.
Yeah, that's what Mary Jane Doe was saying. That she had been um, essayed in a really horrible way, and so that kind of
Charlize Theron.
that made
Yeah.
her snap. And I think the movie's called Monster, actually.
Okay.
And it used to be on Netflix all the time. See, I do a lot of Netflix watching. Right now, I'm watching a TV show that was out a while back, and everyone just told me how great it was. But they really should have told me it was a trigger warning because it literally has every trigger you could possibly imagine. It has, car accident, someone getting hit, pedestrian car accident, which is really traumatic for me, my family. It has eating disorder, self-harm. You name it, substance abuse. It is all in that show. So
Mhm.
I'll watch a few episodes and then I have to take a minute, and I usually just play music. Like I have all these playlists that, I go to, or I'm, texting people novels, as you
Yeah.
well know, because I can't ever sum things up in just a few words. I wish. I've never been that kind of person. So, um, but yeah, it gets so heavy that I just have to put it away. You've probably seen it, Mary Jane, and maybe you too, Brittany, but it was called This Is Us. And everybody was just like, oh my God, it's the best, it's the best. And it is so good, but it's just too much for me. Just like true crime. That's kind of why I came over here a little bit to, and I'm not even talking about music tonight, but I did say we were going to talk about pop culture. So we're talking about TV shows and movies. And so it works. My whole little two truths and a lie, I just pulled that out of the air because I don't know. Who knows? They're bringing back that show, America's Most Wanted. They need to. I don't know what happened. Like in our post office, they used to have pictures like stapled up of like the top 10 most wanted. So you could see their faces and what they were wanted for and everything. So if you were to run into them, you could be like, oh, I saw that. Here's how to contact them. And they just took all that stuff out. So I don't know what the deal is. You can't even go. You used to have a stamp machine and you could go in and 24 hours a day and you could buy a stamp in the stamp machine. But people were going in there and sleeping like homeless people. So
Mhm.
they took the stamp machine away, locked it up. So it's unfortunate for people that have P.O. boxes that have to go in there and check them because now they can't just go, like if they got off work late, if the post office is closed, they can't check it. So that sucks for them. But the whole lobby was being used by homeless people because there's a big homeless population for it to be such a small town. Um, you're either doing kind of middle class, okay, or very, very poor. Not a lot of big money here. We had a lot of coal mining and a lot of things like that. So we have now a lot of strip pits where they've stripped all the coal and all the good stuff, and we're kind of just where the people that's left. They got the big good stuff and left. Um, Most of the coal companies, and so now there's not a lot of mining going on anywhere. West Virginia, the places that are kind of known for that. Just everything, like you were saying, everything is so expensive. Um,
Well, they're
I,
going
I
out
know.
of coal, aren't they?
I mean, I paid our car off in June or July of last year, and I was like, "Oh man, that's going to be a relief. I'm going to have, that extra wiggle room right there, like 300 extra bucks a month." Okay, and I was like thinking about getting my daughter a car, looking at, prices and whatever, just kind of going to use the same uh, loan company that I went with for the other one because they were like, okay, you paid it off, you did all your stuff on time, we would, work with you in financing. Well, by the time like a couple of months had passed and we were kind of just looking around, like the economy absorbed that $300 like
Yeah,
quick. It's like I
it's
could never even
insane.
tell. Like I don't know how we paid the bills before because like the energy bill went up, the power bill, like everything you can think of, groceries, just gas, everything went up, and I could
Yeah.
never even tell. I couldn't tell that $300 was there.
Well, we went the first quarter for our power bill at our building was $500. And we were like, okay, that's not too bad, for 3 months, working in an industrial building. And then the next bill was $1,000, and then the last bill was 1,600. Like, this is insane. Like, this isn't even a full year, and it's gone up over $1,000 from when
Yeah,
we started.
that is crazy. I mean,
Hmm.
like my house payment, and a lot of people in other areas are like, oh, I would love to have that, is like right almost, it's not 600, but it's like five something. It's like right there on the line. Um, and so but I know like my sister's house payment, she lived in more of like a little gated community, like where all the little houses look the same and all that. Um, and her house payment was like $1,200 a month. So I think it just kind of depended it kind of depends on your situation. But to me, I would rather have the space. There's nobody right up on us. Behind our house, we have, space for the hot tub and like a little fire pit and stuff. And no one can see it from the front or the sides, actually. No one. And so it's very private. Whereas those little houses, they're really nice houses. And you have like a gated, protected community. But you're right. I mean, you can like look out your window and there's somebody, boom, right there,
Yeah.
And all the houses look the same. So it's weird.
Yeah.
But
That's what
she
they're
wants.
building around here too. They're like cramming people in.
Yep.
How it used to be like you had to have X amount of space between buildings, and now all they do is they build one wall and fire retardant brick on one side of the house, and then literally the eaves of the houses are just about touching. Like it's probably 2 inches between touching. It's like how you could hear your next door neighbors in their lounge room. Like it's insane.
I mean, at that point, just make apartments, like.
Yeah, join them all together. What's
Wait,
the point?
hang on. Dollar Set Alone, 2020 thriller film with Jules Wilcox. I don't know. I think she's suggesting. I've watched the movie 3 times, edge of her seat. Check it out, or at least the trailer. And then Brittany, the show I'm watching, heard it was good, but they tell you you'll cry watching it. Yeah. If you watch it in pieces and do something like that makes you feel better in between. Because, yeah, they need a big old trigger warning on it. Just like I said, it hits every single thing you could possibly think of, and it doesn't have any kind of warning. And then I see Mary Jane Doe is like, God forbid they provide housing. Yeah, and that's why they were going in there to have any kind of shelter in the post office. And so it's really insane at the places where people have to find, to just have some kind of shelter.
Well, I never thought in my lifetime, like I've seen it in America, Skid Row and stuff like that, but I never thought in my lifetime that I would be seeing families living in tents. And it's happening around here. And we're a pretty, abundant, lucky country over here, and families are still living in tents. It's like, it's just mind-boggling. How does it ever go down?
And it's scary because you're like, those people were probably just fine, a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like that could end up being me. It's really scary.
Yeah.
Because the more things go up, the more that's a possibility. Like, and then I see people like I said, we have a lot of property. We do still have some people that hung around after they stripped, all the coal and stuff, the older people that do have some money. And like churches and things, you would think that they would use some of these older, like abandoned buildings, or they would do something to, provide like a big shelter, and it's just like nobody cares. They would rather it just sit empty and tear it down or whatever. I don't know. People's priorities are really messed up around here. To let a building just sit there empty when it could literally just be like a shelter.
Yeah. And we've got it the same in Brisbane City. We've got high rises that used to be filled with offices and, people working in it. And then we had the pandemic and businesses realized, oh shit, we don't have to be renting out these high rise buildings. We can have our people working from home, and it actually works. So now there's high rises that are empty and people down in the park below living in tents. And it's just insane.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of people, like when I call to pay bills or whatever, I can hear like their cat or their kid crying or whatever. And so they're doing all their call center stuff from home now. Like you were saying, there's no sense in them all sitting at little desks in a row making those calls. They're doing it all from home. And
yeah. Well, it's affordable for businesses. They save money that way.
Yep.
But now we've got these empty high rises all along the river in the city. And, they turn around and the government says, oh, yeah, we'll turn them into housing. But it's been how many years so far and they haven't done a thing about it.
I mean, they literally end up just crumbling, and it's
Mm.
that's like we have a lot of churches. They call where I'm at the Bible Belt. I'm sure Brittany can identify a little bit with that. She's a little
Yeah.
outside of it, but it's because
Oh,
there's
she's right in it.
oh, is she? Okay, well, there's a lot of churches, a lot of all different kinds. And so, because of there being so many, and then, like I said, so many empty buildings, so much land, you would think, them being nonprofit agencies, they don't have to pay taxes of any kind. That part of their ministry or their mission would be to help these people and to provide some kind of, shelter or something. And a lot of them do food banks, and I know they probably aren't pulling in a lot of money on Sunday for donations or whatever, but like I don't know. I just feel like something could be done with what we have. And then another thing that's like rampant where we are is substance abuse. And we only have the one substance abuse clinic, and then like a very small unit at our hospital, a very small hospital. So I feel like some of those houses could be made into like a halfway house situation to help, help people. And
Mhm.
because that's a big deal. That's kind of there's a fancy word for it, and I always pronounce it wrong. Antithesis is the word, but that's kind of what, ends up leading to a lot of the homeless and the, not having enough food, not being able to care for their kids, whatever. It kind of stems from the substance abuse issues. So, and there's nothing here to turn that around, like zero. So that even the clinic
But
I worked at
sometimes
was small.
well, I know I have thought it like, do the governments and, politicians and all of these people that are in power, do they just look at it like natural selection? Like,
I've thought about
because they're just discarded, like, and thrown away,
like somebody was saying the other night, I can't remember, or it was on some chat I was going through, and it said we've turned into the Hunger Games, literally, like that movie,
Yeah.
The Hunger Games, where like I haven't watched it like hardcore, so I don't know a lot about it, but I know like the gist of it, and it's sad that like we may end up being just like that. Sad. Yeah, Mary Jane Doe's like, yep. Then you
See,
have
and then
rappers making billionaire, yeah,
yeah. And that's
like
another thing,
football players.
rapper, dollar. When you were just talking about churches and, them having tax exemptions and stuff like that, like you would think that they would do more.
Yeah,
I never knew that Kris Kardashian has a church under her name, and that's where a lot of these friggin' ditties are filtering their money through. I only found that out last week. I'm like, what the hell? Have you ever heard that Kris
I've
Kardashian owned a church?
I never have heard that, but that is really smart. And I
It's
can
smart,
see
but
her. I can so see her doing something like that because she's
Mhm.
all about the money. I didn't find out till last night that Kim Kardashian was on American Horror Story. And
Oh
like
yeah, I
watched
saw
it,
that on the last series.
I was like, what in the hell does she play on there? Like, that's got to be horrible. And she showed me, and she's like, well, she kind of plays herself in a way, but it looked so bad. Like, I hope they stop. Like, they've got to be at a season where they're gonna have to stop. They're out of ideas. It was okay at first, but I'm not a big horror fan because my ex, he really was like quite literally. I could roll over and Michael Myers is in my face. Like he had it tattooed on his leg, his arm, everywhere. Michael Myers. And like we got married on Halloween. So I kind of had to like or tolerate, I guess you could say, horror type stuff, but it wasn't my thing. I'm definitely drama or rom-com all the way. I want the fairy tale. And I mean, if I ain't gonna get it, I'm gonna watch it in a movie. You know?
Yeah, I get you. See, I'm just not into that. I'm traditional in the sense of like reality, I want what my grandparents had, but I'm not like into the whole rom-com romance shit like that. Like buy me flowers and I'd be like embarrassed. I'd be like, that's
See,
embarrassing,
I'm more,
like
yeah, I'm like that. Like, I wouldn't want, like, I don't know, I'm a more practical, like, even my kids were like, Mom, we could buy you flowers for Mother's Day or, do this, but we know you would hate that. We know that you would want us to buy something that you would use that we need, or whatever. And that
yeah.
is me. That's so me. They know it. And like even my ex, he would get flowers, for anniversary or something special like that. And we have a cool place that designs, like you can literally stand there and tell them like whatever story of who you're buying it for, and they make these really cool designs like out of the flowers. I don't know how. You just would have to see. One of the ones I got was so freaking awesome. I took a picture of it, even though at the moment I wanted to choke slam him, and that was like the last flowers he ever bought me. They were really pretty, but other than that, I'm usually, like I said, I put the jewelry away for a rainy day or for a more fancy day. So that's kind of not, I don't know, that's not gonna impress me. I don't know if you were on here the night that I read the poem that the little guy wrote me back in the day, like stuff like that. I know it sounds cheesy, but like seriously, a letter, writing a song for me, a poem, whatever, that kind of shit. I know it's very rom-commy, but like that stuff matters. Or if I mention something like one time, just some little, some type of candy I like or something, and I never mention it again, and like they get me that candy and hand it to me, and I'm just like, oh my God, you really listen. Like I'm that kind of person. Like I really, really try to listen to somebody if I'm one-on-one talking to them and pick up on those little things. And if
That
they
is
do the same,
sentimental.
yeah, if they do the
Yeah.
same thing, I'm like, that means they've been really listening to what I say. And even though this is like one piece of candy, like it means something to me because they listen. It means they listen to me. Um,
Yeah.
it's crazy. It's just, I don't know. I do have the just like I'm thinking of 13 going on 30. That's one of my daughter and I's favorite movies. And they're eating Razzles, which is a candy that turns into gum. And they're looking back on their childhood. They were neighbors and how they ate it when they were young. They found a candy store and they're eating it now that they're 30. And, they're like smiling. It's bringing back memories and stuff. And like just those kind of little moments. They go to like a playground. They're swinging like they did when they were kids, swinging on the swing. I don't know. Stuff like
Well,
that.
you
Just
kind of.
romance.
I was talking to my second youngest. She's 10. Shit, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Niece last night, and she was asking about what was she asking about? She was asking about intentions and stuff like that. And anyway, it got on to talking about the mind and the subconscious mind. And I said, only 12% of what we think is our conscious mind that's working. The rest is our subconscious. 88% is our subconscious. And it's like a big storehouse. It's like a bank of all our memories and stuff like that. Oh, she was asking about deja vu. And anyway, we got on to talking about this, and she was like kind of mind blown the way I was describing what I knew. And when you think about it, like they turn around and like when kids have like their first birthday, right? You're not going to remember your first birthday, but parents go all out. They spend a shit ton of money. They have horsey rides and,
Oh, yeah, I did,
big
unfortunately. I
cakes.
spent way too much.
Yeah, and people turn around and say, they're never going to remember that, And then I think about what I remember in my childhood, and it's all like the humble, basic things that didn't cost money, but we had fun. Like that's what I remember, like the good times. We grew up just normal, like average, more poor than middle class, sort of on that line. We
Yeah.
grew up, so we had hand-me-down clothes and stuff, and we didn't care. Like we had our friends, we had, we made our own fun. It didn't cost money. By the time I was like my nieces, they've been to hundreds of movies at the theaters, and at that age, I'd been to maybe two in my lifetime. And so I guess that's where, like, the way that I grew up in a small town, making my own fun. We had horses, and we used to make huts down at the park, and would have water balloon fights with our friends and shit like that didn't cost money. And then the kids today that have thousands and thousands of dollars spent on them, but what are they actually really going to remember? They're going to remember all those thousands of dollars spent on them and all those holidays and all of that stuff? No, they're going to remember the times where they made fun. They made their own kite. Like my nieces still remember making their own kites and taking them down to the beach and flying them. Like, you kind of have to step back and realize that, I don't even know where I'm going with this, but
Well, I think it's
it's
harder with kids these days with, that instant, the video games and like this changes and no, never mind, I want this. And somebody, Mary Jane Doe, brought back, and I do the same thing. I have so many clothes that now her daughter's taking stuff. She's glad because the style comes back. And same with me, like the 90s kind of hippie stuff it came back then, it's coming back around again. So I have like the hemp bracelets and like some of the hippie kind of jewelry and stuff that I've been able to give my daughter. She's much smaller than I, so as far as clothes, like I have a really cool belt I was able to give her, but like she's tiny, so it's been mostly jewelry and stuff like that. But I had a belt that was made out of a tire, like the rubber from a tire, a seatbelt buckle for the buckle of the belt, and then bottle caps all along the rubber. Is the coolest fucking belt. It was expensive, and I remember saving up my money. I was gonna get this belt. And by the time I got it, it was like, oh, this belt barely fits me, but it's stretched because of the rubber.
Mhm.
But I didn't get to wear it that long, but I kept it because it was so beautiful. And now she can wear it, and like no one has a belt like that, no one. And so it's just so unique that it's made literally, the whole thing is recycled from an old tire, an old seat belt, and bottle caps. And then they made like $80 off of me from it.
But today you can go to dollar store and get a $2 belt, and it's not going to last. It's a throwaway item. They never last. Nothing's built to last these days. And this is what I was sort of saying before. All these houses are being built and all these kids are playing video games, and if it got to a point where it did become, and it's getting pretty close to that, where we ended up in some sort of depression or something like that, kids today and a lot of adults today would not know how to plant their own food, or turn self-sufficient, or save, or recycle, or upcycle. I know that there's like a resurgence of that sort of thing happening online, but it's not a majority, it's a minority of people that are doing that. And like, would you know how to be resourceful in times like that?
No.
I know I would. I'm pretty confident that I would. I don't know about the growing the food because my plants always keep dying, but I know Brittany would be able to grow food for us.
See, my dad, definitely, that was his thing. He had like goats and chickens and all that, and rabbits even, and he would use, that to fertilize his garden. And I mean, it kind of, one thing piggybacked off another. We had eggs, then we had chickens if need be. He hunted, so he had deer meat put away. My uncles had fish nets on the river. They ran fish nets all the time. That was their money, was fish nets and moonshine. So we always had fish, deer, quail, like whatever they hunted, and then his stuff that he farmed and my mom canned. So when the mines would go on strike because they were union, if they would go on strike, a few people would cross like the picket line because they were trying to, the union would go on strike for like higher wages or whatever. Who knows,
Mm.
like whatever was going on at the time. And so they would all be standing out there picketing and saying, we're not going to go into work until these changes are made. Few people would be like, I'm crossing the picket line. And some of those guys would beat the crap out of them when they came out of work. Like, you don't
Yeah.
cross the picket line here. Like, Brittany's probably told you some horror stories about the South that we got some interesting shit that goes on here for sure.
Mm.
And
It's like it
unfortunately,
here. I mean, the construction companies and stuff are picketing at the moment. They're all on strike, and you're a scab if you cross the line. Like, you
yeah,
don't cross the line.
absolutely. And so my dad, he would go and bag groceries because my grandfather had a store, which also helped. So as a kid, I don't think I ever realized how bad if he was on strike for like 6 months. We did have, vegetables from the garden. We had, the meat and stuff they had put away in the freezer. Plus my grand store, we were able to get fruit and, like junk food and stuff that we normally would not have been able to get. And so, as an extra, he literally went, from being an electrician crawling underground in the coal mines for during the time they struck, bagging groceries and taking them out to the car for little old ladies.
Yeah.
But like I said, I never noticed because it all fell together. And I think that was that whole concept of let's buy up all this land. We're going to have a farmstead. So we're going to have family, all, like you said, a communal, but
Yeah.
not like an old school 70s commune, like where you
Yeah.
got strangers. But, I don't doubt us seeing that come around again. I mean, some of it still happens around. You don't hear of it as much because it got such a bad name with true crime, with Charles Manson and things like that. But I don't know. If again, y'all go back and watch the weird, strange, and different religious beliefs video I did way back, and you'll get to hear some of how I almost joined a cult.
Oh,
There's a lot of commune type situations that you get presented with, especially if you're traveling. And I don't know what it is about me, but like even my ex said, there's something about you. And I looked at my picture like really up close the other day, and he's like, it's like almost like a naive or a sad, I don't know, some type of look so that they zero in on you in specific. Like you look more innocent or something. And
yeah. So I've mastered my resting bitch face. They know not to come near me. Like, I just give them that look. Like, the people, if you go through a shopping mall and they're trying to sell calendars or something like that, or they're trying to get donations, and I just give them that one glance and they're like, okay, turn around, we'll talk to this old lady and scam her. My mum, on the other hand, she gets it all the time. She gets stuck.
we'll see, both of my daughters, they have that look. So they, get by just fine. But as far as me, I don't know. I think it's partially because of the way I was raised in the church and stuff that I am. It's not even a look. It is, I am mostly scared in situations. I have a huge amount of anxiety. I can, like I think I said down here the other night, I can sing in front of a stadium of people, but usually a one-on-one conversation, and I'm the most awkward. And
Mm.
this was at Mardi Gras when it happened, and I had two other friends with me, and he didn't approach either one of them. We were all together, and he walked straight, beeline straight to me, and was like, "You're the chosen one." And I'm like, what? What did you say?
Creepy.
You're the chosen one. I've been waiting for you. And I mean, he was zeroed in on me for like 2 days. It was insane. I don't know. I just I don't know. I mean, I had a dad, he worked a lot.
Okay.
And I had a
You're
grandfather, he worked a lot. He had his own store. Like all the men in my family, they worked really, really hard, but so they weren't around a lot. So I don't know if it's a daddy issues situation. So this hot guy comes along, you're the chosen one. Like I said, y'all should go back and just play it if you're bored. Listen to it because it's just my talking face up here, nothing to see. But interesting story about my religious upbringing and kind of how it affected me. I did it around the time where that whole Delphi case was going on, and they were bringing up I can't even think of what it's called now, but some type of cult trying to tie it in, and everybody was wanting to know more about it. What?
the occult.
No,
Is that what they were talking about?
it was a specific cult, and I can't think of the name of it. It'll probably come to me in a minute. Odinism.
Oh yeah.
And so I mentioned it. It's very, I don't know, it's very like unlikely that was even the case. It is around, but it's very like Viking, kind of like, which is weird because that's our high school mascot is a Viking. But that's not what like I was raised in. The specific church, I'm sure Brittany has heard of it, is the Church of Christ. And it took me becoming older and having 2 daughters, because they're the women serve the men kind of situation. I don't know, it took me having them and taking a step back to see like, wow, this is, I'm sure my family had the greatest of intentions, but this is very cult-like, very.
So
And
you're
I
going
don't
to
want to
trip
be,
out.
and I didn't want to be, I didn't want to be a part of that at all. And I didn't want them to feel like I wanted them to, and I still want them to feel like they can be anything they want to be. They can do anything they want to do. They don't need, someone telling them you're limited because you're female.
Mhm.
Because I'm looking around the church at nurses and teachers and, very well-educated people that are, shaping young minds and they're saving lives. And, I'm looking around at the men and I'm like, you are no smarter or better than these women. Like it really bothered me as a kid. And as I got older and older, I started questioning, and that was a big thing. Like you don't question. So
Yeah.
there's a whole lot y'all hear in there about going to the prom and just normal things that, other kids did that were very different for me. And I think shaped me into being a very awkward, anxious kind of person, especially like when it came to dating or something, because I mean, that's how I ended up with the same person for so many years is, when you marry somebody, it's a commitment that you keep. And even though if I wanted to follow church rules or guidelines, like I am free, to marry again because he broke the marriage vows, not me, still haven't to this day. It's not something that's easy for me to wrap my head around. Plus, I don't go out and like club and look for a man and whatever. So it's just awkward for me. And I don't know.
So
I think
uncle,
it goes back to childhood.
my mum's brother, he born in England, grew up in New Zealand, got into a church which was an offshoot of that Church of Christ, and it was called the Church of Jesus Christ because original. And it was based in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And he moved his whole family over there and became a minister in that like cult like freaking sort of close to Mormonism type church.
So
Or
did they have
beliefs. Like,
polygamy, more than one wife situation?
he didn't. I'm not sure about the rest of the church, but he's since moved. So he was over there for quite a few years with his family. Then he moved back, and his whole like idea of moving back, well, the church's idea was to set up their chapters or churches or whatever in New Zealand and try and scam New Zealanders to join it. And then the last I heard was that he's left the church and gone back to truck driving, but we disowned him. We were like, nah, bro, we're not into that weird fucking shit. Like, yeah, we're not down with that. And it was it was like a big scam, like how they could scam vulnerable people. And it was the same sort of deal. Like, the wives were, I don't know about polygamy, the polygamous side of it. I don't know if that was a thing, but I know that the wives were to be submissive and the girls were to be, basically a man's toy or a man's prize or trophy,
And see, that is kind of where I think I got stuck. Not that ours was a little different than what you're describing, but it was very much like you never, I mean, till death, you never call a man. He calls you. You don't pursue a man. Like just
Wow.
the man initiates everything. You never pick up the phone and call a man, period.
See, I just watched in New Zealand, they've got a cult over there.
I'm sitting here waiting on my phone call. If y'all know anybody, tell them to call. Tell them to call me because I can't call them.
Yeah. So in New Zealand, they've got this cult, and it's really isolated, like deliberately. There's about 700 people in it, and it's like a commune. They all wear blue, and it's called Gloria Vale. Anyway, they just recently had another 4-episode documentary on it, where a lot of the ones that it sort of followed their lives whilst they were in there, they've left now. And it was so interesting. We were glued to watching that. But, the amount of essay that happens, and like it's just vile, the shit that happens, and the way that, they get away with it. Like, it's like, I can't understand how you have, 30 different freaking charges against you and you go down for it and you only serve 18 months in prison. Like, what? How does that happen? Pedophilia and all of that shit.
There's a statute of limitations. After a certain amount of time, if they can get through that many years or whatever, like, they basically get away with stuff. Like, I don't know if you followed that Natalie Holloway case. She went to the same college as I did. Like, I followed it just because, she's right here where I am. But because of the statute of limitations and where she went to Aruba on her high school trip with her friends, she was killed in a very violent way. He kind of danced around it for as long as he possibly could until the statute of limitations ran out. This sick fucker has a child of his own, a daughter, after him going into graphic detail about what he did to this poor lady, or young lady, shall I say. And he's not going to hardly serve any time at all for what he did, because he let the clock tick out. And because of where the country is, that's their laws. And it happened there, so they can't extradite him back to here and make it stricter. Like, he gets to serve his time there. And then eventually, like, in a very short amount of time, go home to his daughter. And that, I mean, it just, her mom was so strong. She did a press conference saying she was just glad there was closure and all this, but I could not have sat in the courtroom and let him go into detail about what he did to my child. I would be flying across the room. I mean, I would be in so much, I'd be in jail. Like, I would be in trouble. But she just, I mean, she was very stoic and gave a speech afterwards saying, all these years, we just have wondered. And now we know. Uh, uh, hmm, I
So
just,
was it sort of like he was bragging because he knew he could get away with it?
I mean, at first it was like it took everything to pull any information out of him. But once he started going, he, I think, almost purposefully went a little bit too graphic. I mean,
Just to rub salt in the wounds. Like,
I mean, yeah, I could never, I don't know if any of y'all are still even in the chat, but if y'all heard that confession, it just, I mean, to me, you don't have to go into that much detail. She clearly knows she'll never get, to bury her daughter or anything like that. Like, she's gone. And I don't even know that I believe him completely about the very ending part that she just was swept away in the sea. There would have been something found. I think there's more to that. I think he buried her, did something like that. But in his description, just what he did before he supposedly let her be swept away into the sea. He had a brother and a father who, they all had money. She thought they were nicer looking. They're not my cup of tea at all. But I guess if you're, on a college or fixing to go to college, you're on your senior trip with your friends, whatever. She got smooth talked into leaving the bar with this guy to walk on the beach, and this is what happened to her. And so my kids get so mad at me, but I'm like constantly on their case. If we're on vacation, especially, I'm like, this could happen to you. Y'all are both, beautiful girls. Y'all are both at an age where someone could just snatch you in a minute. Like, I sit down and make them listen to the story, and like, I mean, I didn't go into the graphic stuff because that just came out like not too long ago. But just, how careful you have to be, especially where we live, because, you hear all these stories, the whole Summer Wells thing, all that in Tennessee. We're right here. We're not far from Tennessee. So there's a lot of stuff. And I'm sure Brittany knows, like, along the Appalachian Trail, that's where, they're getting away from this. They're the states that adjoin that. Once they get on that trail, they're on a straight shot where they can go to Mexico or they can go to Canada. And once they're out of the country, they've got that girl. And I watched a documentary, and there's just some terrible things. It's just, it's so hard for me. I used to watch stuff like that all the time. And I think as my daughters have gotten older, when they were little, I had to stop watching like Nancy Grace and like stuff about like little kids. It bothered me. And now that stuff bothers me. And I am gonna, I have talked about it on here, and I'm gonna have to talk about it a little bit more because of that movie and because of my rock stars being involved in it, in a good way. Like, they were trying to help fund the movie and stuff like that. But because of, people didn't want them to open their mouth. A lot of people are trying to be shut up in Hollywood and, rock stars, movie stars, whatever, because they're caught up in some of the stuff that's coming out now. And it's, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
I know
we're going to
that.
see more and more and more come out, I'm afraid.
Yeah. I know that there was something involving Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington as well. Like, they knew too much. That was the rumor anyway. Yeah.
That is what we were actually going to start talking about, is their crime scenes. And they're actually, well, Chester's is not considered a crime scene because it was at his home. But with Chris's being at a hotel right after a concert, they did consider it a crime scene. So there are photos. And there's a lot of questions about the amount of time in between, like him greeting fans and headed to his hotel room, and then them finding him. Like, very short window of time for him to, sit down, have a glass of whiskey, call his wife, ask them to bring a TV remote, and then suddenly grab something and hang himself. I mean, there's so many things that are wrong. He also had a blunt force trauma to the back of his head. that doesn't match with what happened. So
Mhm.
yeah, we actually, once we got through the Nirvana thing, Dave, if you play this back, which, no, never mind, he'll get mad. Never mind, never mind. Whenever you are able to finish it, Dave. Um, whenever we, get that part wrapped up, we've been talking about the whole Kurt conspiracy and how it ties into Epstein and Courtney and all that. But after that conspiracy, we were going to look kind of double back at Chris and Chester, because, like, honestly, they're all tied to trafficking when you think about it. Courtney with Epstein, and she took her daughter to that island. And
Oh,
then
that's so shady.
she was friends with Chris Cornell's wife, who also was on the manifest for the flight back and forth to Epstein's island. And then Chris,
Really?
yep, and then Chris and Chester were best friends, and they
Yeah.
both were pouring money into the movie, the Sound of Freedom documentary. And Chris did a song and a video. Like, they were very involved. And there's a video, if I can find it, of this guy who's trying. He doesn't really have the money, but he's really trying to come up with some cool ideas to carry it on. And I had never heard the whole story, and I watched it. That's how, I think music can definitely educate people, because it's not just the songs. Like, you want, or for me, I want to find out, like, behind it. That's kind of what me and Dave have been doing here, is talking about, you know, who did they
The
write the
hidden
song about?
messages. Yeah.
Who are they? All that. And I want y'all to see those crime scene photos, and us to, some people brought up, like, was there a balcony? Was there an adjoining door? How in the world? There's got to be another explanation for this. And, you look at the fact they were both involved in that movie. Then you look at, Kurt being married to Courtney, and she's taken her daughter and herself to this island. So, like, all of it is like in this weird triangle with the three of those
Yeah.
guys and their wives. That, I
And
hate to,
I always say I don't believe in coincidences. So, I mean, sometimes it's like blaringly obvious that there's some shit going down. Like there's something wrong here.
yep. And I watched a video of Chester the night before he did this. And he did it on Chris's birthday. So everybody wants to just be like, whatever. And maybe. But I think he had pressure. That's just me. Because the night before, they were on vacation, and he flew home for some type of photo shoot or something he had to do. So he was by himself. But the night before, he was playing that game with the jelly beans where you have to taste them, and they taste like gross stuff,
Yeah.
bamboozled or something. And him and his kids were playing it, and he was like making faces and like spitting them out, and like they were laughing. And I know that with mental health, that can flip, quick. But
Hmm.
he just seemed so happy. His kids were young. And he had made like a promise to Chris to carry this work on no matter what. Like, they made this pact when they started the project. The wives were even involved. As far as like more, they went and spoke, at speaking engagements and stuff. Whereas Chris and them were the money, and they also kind of were working more with the producers and stuff. The wives were more like, I'm going to speak at some ladies' function or charity event or whatever to raise money. So I don't know. That bothers me, that he looked just so content and happy with his family, and just that quick something happened, and that only the housekeeper entered the house. Like, there's a very calm 911 call, just some weird shit that I wanted, us to kind of tie together, but we got to finish the Kurt part first. And I know that his memorial is going to be super like heavy. And I may even put like a link to it, because it's got a lot of like, it's got people that make performances that definitely I would encourage somebody to watch. But I don't know. That's hard for me just because of what I've gone through and how many losses I've had to go through. So I think if we just made it through those other chapters and then linked the memorial, if someone wanted to watch it, that would be fun. And then we can go to the crime scenes and look at those three. Because Kurt, the stuff that was around him when he was found, doesn't make sense, doesn't add up, timing as well. So all three of those guys. And that's kind of, the true crime part of me, I guess. I do I am into that kind of thing because it ties back to music, which that's I always laugh, so that's my medicine. When I'm watching or I'm in a chat even and it gets too much, I zip on over here and listen to some music and I might check back and see if the chat's, calm down. But like, I don't want to get too caught up in anything because it's just, I can only, I guess I can
It's
only
heavy.
handle so much.
Yeah. Well, and the same thing's happening with the whole Diddy thing that Dollar's following at the moment. Like I'm following it as well, but it's exactly the same thing, and it would not surprise me if they're all interlocked, and the amount of people that have just all died, like mysteriously died. It's like, oh yeah, seemingly healthy woman just dies of pneumonia in her bed, and it's like, it's it. She just happened to be writing a book about her life, like. So it's weird, like
Is
the
this who Dollar's
coincidence.
talking about? What about
Yeah,
Anne?
yeah, Puff Daddy, P Diddy.
Trying to pushed her down and covered her face with a blanket. Who? Wait, I'm missing up on some shit. Wait, Twitch was only 40.
Oh yeah, Anne Hesh. Yeah, that's all related to
What she mean? She popped up on the what? Gurney. Oh, Gurney. And they pushed her back down and covered. Oh my God.
yeah, that's all related to Ellen DeGeneres. And now they're
She was
trying, like,
married.
people are sort of, yeah, they were like the first couple, Ellen, and first lesbian, like, open couple in Hollywood was Anne Hesh and Ellen DeGeneres.
Yeah.
And then she
married.
mysteriously freaking plows a car through into a house, I think it was.
And
And
that's
then
not too long ago, right? It's a couple of years ago.
couple of years ago, yeah, but she at the time was doing podcasts and sort of, letting bits and pieces out, and then mysteriously she's taken out of the game, letting
Yeah,
too
and I
many
just now
secrets
saw
out.
this. I wasn't a big watcher of Ellen, but I just saw Twitch, her DJ, who I do remember because she always came out dancing, I didn't realize that he also passed 40 years old. What do you
Yeah,
know, Dollar? What
yeah,
was his cause of death? Curious.
yeah, the same as Chris freaking Cornell,
Was it
but his
a
was a
drug
gun.
related?
I think it was gunshot.
Oh,
But he left his home, went to a hotel, like a Motel 6 type hotel, and did it in there. Yeah. And now they're sort of tying, well, hang on, there's all of this stuff about P. Diddy's coming out and Anne Hesh and all these mysterious and
everybody's
not,
afraid if they're the ones to touch it and uncover something, they're going to have a target on them immediately.
oh yeah. The only one who isn't afraid is that Jaguar Wright. She is like fierce. I was just listening to her before you went live.
Who is
But
it?
I'm guessing she's a singer, like from back in the day, or a rapper or something. But she's just going hard and letting all the secrets out. And she's just, yeah. Dollar might know. Do you know who Jaguar Wright is? Like, what she's famous for? I'm assuming
Maybe
it's
she's
music.
trying to do it fast before they shut her up,
Yeah. Well, they've already tried. Like, she got arrested and locked up for a while on like real stupid shit, like um, stuff that most people wouldn't be arrested for, But so they're trying to shut her up, but she's just, she's letting it all out before it, she gets caught, I guess.
Yeah, she needs
It
to
must
make
be
like a
scary.
diary or something and release that bitch, put it on a USB and pass it off to somebody,
Yeah. Well,
'Cause
she's
if I was
pretty
going to lose
freaking
my
smart.
life, I would want it to, to be worth something. I would want all of that,
Yeah.
all of it out. And, Matthew Perry, the dude from Friends, supposedly
Mm,
some weird stuff tied in with that.
yeah. His
Think
was,
about how many people have passed recently.
yeah. Yeah.
It's
Even Heath Ledger back in the day, remember when he passed?
God,
He
that was
that
heartbreaking. I loved
Yeah,
him so dearly.
and that was like all related to those friggin' Olsen twins. Like they have a real big hand in what happened to him.
I did
But it's
not
all
know
been,
that. I did not know
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Well, that makes
It's
me
all
not like them even more. I didn't like
it,
them really to begin with, but
but if you've got money, you know, all those skeletons get locked up in those closets and until someone, becomes a whistleblower and outs them. But yeah, it's got something to do with the Olsen twins. He was partying with them, or it was their drugs, or I'm not sure, but I know that they're definitely involved in it. And they were never the same once he died. Like, how they've gone like real weird.
in separate directions almost, like scattered apart,
Yeah.
And they have an older sister that's kind of been in some more, I guess it's an older sister. I don't know. Her name is not, what is her name? Elizabeth Olsen. She has been
Hmm.
in a lot of movies that I've watched, rom-coms, of course, and she is a lot more humble and I don't know, just looks more natural and I don't, to me she's very pretty girl, very talented. Um, but to me she kind of I don't know about like guess took the attention off them. It was kind of like they didn't even come back for this whole Fuller House reboot and all the stuff where these people, the whole cast came back except for them. It was kind of
Yeah.
like they both married much, much older men and
Hmm.
went off
And,
into the
and
fame.
billionaires.
Yeah, went
Billionaires.
off.
Let's not
There's
forget that.
yeah, and then they're like, we're models now, and we're married to these, extremely, I mean, so much older, a lot older men.
Yeah. And
And you,
even like, yes, they're older, but they look young. And it's sort of, even just the look of these old, tall,
it looks like they're with
creepy
their
guys.
grandfather. Yeah,
Yeah, I know. It's
and it's
like, what,
oh,
what do you find attractive about that? Like, ugh.
I mean, I guess there's. I have recently, only very recently, really sad that I'm at the age I'm at now, and only very recently I've learned this. But like my daughter told me when we were, I'm always talking about rock stars and stuff. These people, I'm like, oh, hot guy. She's like, Mom, you're really shallow. You really are a visual, person. You are all about like how do they look, that physical attractiveness. And like I said, only recently have I even thought like maybe I should just like not think about that at all and just think about, the actual person. And so like I said, at a much older age, I realized that that doesn't matter as much as I thought it did because I've met some very attractive people who I have zero in common with, can't hold a conversation with. They're just pretty to look at, And then,
Yeah.
now that my mind is a little bit more open, it is, I just don't even think about that. And you can completely click with someone that you wouldn't have normally, I don't
Yeah.
know. I think it took me
I'm the
getting
same.
older to
Yeah.
not even just getting older, but getting older and having gone through a really long, like more than half of my life spent with that same person who was the cute guy, who was, all that stuff at the time. And he turned out to be like the worst thing possible for me, other than the most perfect, you know, ingredient to make my beautiful children. Other than
Mhm.
that, you know, for a long time, I guess I could say, he was my best friend, but looking back, was he my best friend? Do your best friends do some of the things that I had to go through with him? Um, and the answer to that is absolutely not. So, I said it earlier today to my daughter, I deserve better. And it took a long time for me to be able to say that sentence. I deserve better, because I didn't think I did. That's the way I was raised. It's just, this is it. This is your lifetime is committed to this person. And so I've never like looked beyond that. And it does get lonely. And it definitely, now that the kids are going to be, moving on and doing their thing. I mean, my oldest one's, she's technically graduating in December. She's, walking, doing, cap and gown stuff with her class in May, but she's already taken college classes. So she's got one foot out the door. And my
Mhm.
little one's not far behind. She's 14. So empty nest is screaming. And I've been just like, that's on down the road. We'll talk about it later. Well, later is now. And it is going to be sad. There's only so much Netflix and chilling that mom can do by herself.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad I found you guys to have some kind of, common interest and conversation with. And I don't think people realize sometimes, like, that's some people's lifeline. Like, some people get off here and they're just like, they have family and friends and neighbors and whatever to go to. And like, for me, no matter what time it is, I know I can find someone that I can either listen to and like learn something from on here, or even better, find some of you guys in a chat and be like, oh my God, hey, and you're up too. You're, insomniac too, or we're on different time zones, so it matches up, or, whatever the case may be. And it left me leaving feeling like, I have a friend. I
Yeah.
have, I have someone that may be looking forward to seeing me again tomorrow. And that's it. Crazy that you're like, really, that's all you need. And right now, like, that means a lot.
Well, it's the same for me. Like, you know, I've sort of grown up, I've got to 40 and I've realized like connections, real friendships, connections are what is most important to me. And I think that is what my how I said earlier, I want what my grandparents had. Well, that's what they had. They had that connection. My parents have that connection. I'm lucky I'm not from a broken home, and they've always had I've always had good relationships around me. So that's
See,
sort of
that's
what I,
my problem. I'm the first divorce in my entire family ever. Ever. First and
yeah,
only.
but that's not a problem. It's
It's a disappointment to them, I think, that they never really got over. I think my dad and his side of the family, they were fine. It's not, and they didn't have any either. They both sides of my family very conservative. So me, like I said, me getting a divorce was a big deal. I mean, I think it was, period. When you made a commitment back in the day, you made a commitment, but especially
yeah.
with the church involved, it was a different story. And
Yeah.
like, we have a very interesting story. One day I will share, just, wow, we really, I can say that I lived. I mean, when I was younger, most of the stories I'm going to be sharing with y'all are when I was much, much younger, who there's some people that would be in a lot of trouble nowadays because they didn't think about all that stuff back then. They weren't, looking at, let me see your ID. So I was going
Mhm.
backstage at 14 and 15 years old. So, there was,
A little bit of a rebel.
yeah, there were some things that were way more accepted then. Not that it was right at all now looking back, but that's what happened. So I kind of got all that crazy stuff done before I was like 21. And by that time, I had met what would be my husband and together for 20 years. And it's crazy when you were with someone that long. It's like I told you, it'd be the greatest reality show in the entire universe to see me like try to go on a date. I would probably like go into the bathroom and cry or something because I would have no idea. I don't even think my husband and I went on any proper dates except like anniversary or something. Like we hung out, we smoked weed, we listened to music. Like that was our thing. We went to concerts together. Like that I don't remember like going and having this sit down dinner like on our first date or whatever. Our first date was that. It was, hanging out. And then like I said, our dates were more like when we got married, like parents not out. We're going to go to a fancy restaurant for our anniversary. But I mean, I wouldn't know. Oh, it would be so killer for somebody to watch, to hide a camera, Big Brother, like, let's watch this chick totally make a fool of herself. I have no clue. And, I was going to tell a story earlier. Meet Me. Sidetracked. Y'all heard of Meet Me? It's like an app where you're supposed to be able to like meet friends or possible dates or whatever, people in your area. You can put in common interest and I don't know. I was
a bit like Tinder.
Kind of. It used to be called Yearbook. And so they tried to say you can go live on there. And a lot of people are supposedly like looking for friends in their area. So you can kind of I never put right where I was at, but I put like a near big city. So I would know they were somewhat near if I was going to ever meet up with anybody, which I never did. I actually made a good girlfriend on there who was much younger than me, but I could see her life going in the exact same direction as me. So I became kind of like a mom to her. Her mom and I were the same age. So she was a big weed smoker. So she would get on there, she would go live, listen to music, do her thing. And so, I would try to say like, you got a much younger start at all this than I did with kids and, your first, baby's dad and you're wanting to have another child and, you're kind of in this position. I found myself, trying to give her advice and to not ending up in the situation. I wanted to have a partner in life to help me raise my kids, to hold my grandbabies with, to travel with, to whatever with, and it's just me. And this was never my plan. And, if I'm talking to a young lady who's in the same position as me, God, I want to steer her in the opposite direction where her kids do have that dad. Because I loved, even though my dad and grandfather were so busy, I felt so safe. And like I said, maybe even though I had an intact family, I do have some kind of weird daddy issues, something, because they were so busy all the time. But they were busting their ass to make sure we had everything we needed and most of what we wanted. And I didn't have that with my ex. He was not a hard worker or a worker pretty much at all. So I think I just got a bad look at what, like, I look at the rom-com guy who's like the protector, the whatever, that's so unrealistic. But I think I've gotten a little bit more realistic. I just haven't found that person. And I get very down on myself sometimes and say, I don't think that was what I was meant to be here for. Those who can't teach, like I have been a counselor, social worker, like I've helped so many people in different areas of their life, but I've not ever been able to really find that help or that person for me,
Do you feel
crazy.
like with those jobs, do you feel like you tell yourself like, I wish you could practice what you preach type
Oh
deal?
yeah, 100%.
See, I feel like I'm good with helping people, and I feel like I'm that kind of kind, helpful person. I'll try and help anyone who needs it, give the shirt off my back type thing.
Mhm.
But I'm also the person that keeps everything that's going through my mind to myself until I get to a stage where I just explode, because I just bottle it all up and I won't ask for help. And, I don't like to vent, even though I vented to my friend the other night. Like, I, yeah, maybe I'm learning now as I get older, like to just talk about it and shit. But I feel like I never practice what I preach.
I mean, that's definitely me. And I do bring that home with me now, not at all because I'm doing more charting, but like when I was working with people and especially with families, um, and even in the substance abuse clinic, I would have to work with, probation officers, parole officers, coordinating their care. And it would get, like I said, I always say heavy, like a darkness, a heaviness, and I would bring that home to a situation where, I had someone who was dealing with his own substance abuse issues. So I was a
Mhm.
horrible codependent, and I was teaching women's codependency classes. I was leading group meetings, trying to help these women. And, most of them ended up there because they, were involved with a guy that was using, and they started using with him, or they, were selling themselves to, get the money to supply, and they ended up falling into it because they were traumatized. So they took drugs to try to forget it or numb themselves out. These women had been through hell. And so I thought, I'm so different from them. But am I, really? Because
Yeah,
I'm going home to a husband who's an addict. And
yeah,
why am I not smarter? Why can I tell them these things, but I can't? Why do I hold? I mean, I felt like my situation was so different. This is my high
mhm,
school sweetheart. This is, oh, he'll get better. It'll, just you. I realize this too. You have to, I've heard someone else say these words, but it sounds so perfect. You have to meet people right where they are, not an idea of what you hope they will be. And
yeah,
that was my problem, is I thought this person will grow with me and become this, good dad, of this. And he didn't. So you have to accept that person right then and there for what they are. And that was hard for me because I was a fixer. I wanted to make everything better for everybody except myself. And so,
yeah.
like I said today, it was today, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. It might not have been today. I don't know. I told you my ex sent it's not funny, sent a
Oh,
picture
yeah,
to her
yeah, yeah. You told me that,
daughter.
yeah.
And I was just like, oh my God. But I don't even know if I was talking about him or someone else, but I just said out loud in one sentence, and I caught myself and was like, wow. I said, I deserve better. And I just thought, you know what? Why could you have not noticed this like fucking 10 years ago, 15 years
Mm,
ago? You know,
yeah,
why, what did it take till today for you to say that word, those words? And I do, I do. And I need to remember that. And that's so hard for me because like I said, I just, I don't know. I think it's just loneliness. It's just a lot of loneliness. And it's hitting me because I've had to kind of be strong for the kids through all of this. Um, and watching them grow up like quick. And then I'm going to be the cat lady. Definitely. I'm going to be the cat lady. And I never ever just saw myself. How do you go from that bitch hanging down, holding down the front row, hanging out backstage? How do you go from her to the cat lady? Like, that blows my mind. I don't understand it. Like, I need to go back to New Orleans and find the cult guy and be like, hey, cult guy, are you still hot? Like, I'm having second
Am I
thoughts
still
about,
the chosen one?
yes, am I? Hey, you looked like like Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam back in the day. You still looking so good? Like, let's see. And there goes that visual part of me. Let's just go back to the chosen one. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. That sounded awesome to have somebody walk up and be like, "You are her, the chosen one. I've been looking for you." And I was just like, you've been looking
I
for
wonder what he
me?
was on.
Who knows? But I'm telling you, it was like 2 full days. No matter where I went, he was there. And there was a
It's
van.
fucking creepy as fuck.
Yeah, there was like a van that was leaving, and he was like, "We're leaving tomorrow morning." This was at my hotel pool. We were like hanging around, and like, "We're leaving tomorrow morning. You know, this is like our bus out of here. We're going to this town next or whatever, and I'd like to see you on it." He gave me like a cassette tape of some kind of tribal like music that they make, and like this like magazine of poetry type stuff. And I found a little bit of information about them on YouTube, but it's only a tiny bit. And so I don't know. It seems like they still are in existence, but they like broke into smaller groups or something. But they were called the Zindik Tribe, Zendik. I think
Okay, yeah, that's super cultish.
the Zindik Tribe. And I kept.
I'll be
the
back in a
little
second. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, you keep going.
Okay, yeah, I kept the cassette in the little magazine, so I have it somewhere. But yeah, just in the middle of Mardi Gras with all these people, and this dude just busts through the crowd, and it's like, "You're the chosen one." Oh, okay, and I mean, just like showering me with attention. And like I said, my ex said, "You just have this look on your face. You just have this like." You're ripe for the picking look on your face. You know, you got your best friend beside you. She's got some long red hair, like kind of a badass bit boss ass bitch look on her face. She's tall, just like me. So, you know, he would have just as much trouble, you know, beating me down as he would her. And then our other friend, you would think would be the main one because she was tiny little, you know, I don't know. I don't know what made me. It was really weird though. Now that I think about it, a brunette, redhead, blonde. Maybe it was a blonde thing. I don't know. But my like I said, my ex said it doesn't matter. You have just this innocent, this naive kind of look on your face. And I'm not saying that. Of course, he's saying like I'm not saying that about me, but I could see how other people could definitely take advantage of you just based on looking at you, just your eyes. I don't know. And I've tried to like kind of look at myself objectively, and I can kind of see that. And that bothers me. And my youngest daughter looks a lot like me, in my opinion, only way more beautiful. Um, she no matter where she goes, like I try to have her older sibling go with her, and her older sibling has dyed her hair black and she's done her own piercings. She's all pierced up and she looks like a badass, but probably my little one could kick more ass, to be honest. But as long as she's with her, people are like scared. They're like, oh, okay, I'm not going to mess with her. She looks scary just by the way she looks. So I feel safer and more protected when they're together, for sure. Um, like I said, my youngest is very small, petite, and just I don't know, she's beautiful. So wherever, I mean, they're both gorgeous, but my older one looks like more of the badass, you know. And then my little one looks more like me. She has that innocent whatever, and it's so scary. It in this day and age, it really is. I feel like I'm making like so much noise over here. I've been trying to like chew quietly. Everything I do feels like it sounds so noisy. Oh wait, let me see what Dollar's saying. Uma Thurman. Okay, I love some Uma Thurman. Of course, Pulp Fiction. I want to be Mia. I still want to be Mia when I grow up. I want to be a what's it called, a mafia wife, and dance with John Travolta and have that beautiful house and find out what's in the freaking briefcase. Like, is it gold? What is it? My ex told me if I got. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Scared me for a minute. Would you still be in love with me? That's when you know it's true love. That is wow. So wait. So he told you, if that happened, would you still be in love with me? Did you answer yes? Or are you talking about the other way around? I'm curious about that.
Or is that why he's now an ex?
Yeah, because I think it's one word that's throwing me off. Would you still be with me? That's when you know. I guess she's saying probably not, but if someone would, that's when you know it's true love. Yeah. I mean, I used to see that at the nursing home all the time. Families just dump someone off because they didn't want to care for them anymore. Or they got a check from the state and they had kept them at home as long as they possibly could so they could get that money. And it became where it was more of a hassle than the money was worth. So they brought them to us like in the absolute worst shape. And they never even came and visited anymore. I mean, they literally dumped them off. It was so sad. Some of the situations, some of them weren't. But some of them really, really were. And then I had little old men come in handcuffs, being brought in with handcuffs, like court ordered. You're going to be living out the rest of your life because they became violent because of their Alzheimer's and dementia. They would have things that would trigger them to think like they were in combat, and they would like go get into a like life and death fight with family members, neighbors, like threaten people, hold gun. I mean, like very scary stuff to the point where they had been called so many times on this little old sweet man that they bring in with freaking handcuffs. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? We got Papa handcuffed. And when they started telling me,
I wouldn't be able to handle that.
Wow. I mean, I've had some interesting stuff happen for sure. And like right now, kind of what I do is look at charting and make sure things are coded properly and things are charted. And I'm very wordy. And that's like the worst thing you can do when you're medical charting is get into too much detail, because that's where they find, the whole devil's in the detail. That's where they find the stuff where they can get you on. So you have to be really generic when you're charting. And that is, like I said, it's so hard for me to say something, in one sentence. It takes me 4 sentences to explain it. And I don't know if that means I should be some kind of freaking writer or something, because I have to make it all detailed and whatever, but I've never been able to like just sum it up. So my charting is so different. I've had to learn like, okay, they put way too much info here that could be picked apart. We got to trim some of that off. And for that to be my job, then like that's kind of scary because I was always the one writing too much, But yeah, it's
my mom
honestly,
says that to me all the time. She says
yeah,
I go around the houses when I talk. Like I've got to tell every little freaking detail.
Well, my sister would always say, please just call me. Quit sending me novels to read, because I can't get it. I can't explain it in just a little bit. And if I don't have anybody to talk to, or my kids are like, listen, I've heard the story enough. I don't know the answer, Mom. Then I'm going to be like, okay, hopefully there's someone that'll listen to me and give me like a good answer. And you remind me a lot of my younger daughter, because she's very like matter of fact, like, okay, you don't need to think about this anymore. Let's blah, blah, blah. Like just matter of fact. Whereas my older daughter and I will get into a whole thing until we're both all wound up. It's crazy. Like how we are a lot alike. So we argue. We're both Pisces. My youngest is right on the border of Pisces Aries. So she's got just enough of that Aries to make her very, black and white. This is the way it is. Calm your ass down, and I need that so badly, because Pisces emotional. We are going with the waves of the ocean. We are crying. We are fighting. We are, we're mad, sad, and all of it in between. Oh, Dollar answered that she would stay forever. So did you? I'm just, oh, wait, no, X. What happened to, I'm getting all up in your business. What happened if that was that deep? Because that's some deep shit right there. Because I actually had a patient that was his life. He did lose all of his limbs. And believe it or not, the CNAs and stuff, they said he was one of the heaviest people because he was a big guy to have to lift and turn and to take care of because he was not able, to like hold on to the bar and help them at all with any type of assist.
Yeah.
And it's really
Like a
weird.
dead weight.
Yeah, it's weird that just like the trunk of the body would be that heavy, but they said it really was. He was such a sweet guy too, but it was so hard for me. That was another thing I had to overcome is, looking at things like that as a child would traumatize me. As an adult, I just got very desensitized to it and I was able to, look at it and not upset me or bother me. But like the kids would come after school to see me and I would forget and think, oh shit, that's probably really upsetting to them. And I would have to explain.
Yeah, see, I was kind of sheltered, I guess, in a way. Like, I don't know, I've always got along better with older people, and
They're honest.
males as
They
well.
are very honest.
Yeah. And I like learning like from them. I like learning their history. I sat and missed my bus and just sat with an old dude who was Croatian at the bus stop and he was telling me about it, how he lost his wife and all of this. And we just sat there talking for like 2 hours. And that's the sort of that's the sort of person I am. I'll get like right into listening to their stories and, their history and stuff. So for me to work at an old folks home, like, nah, I'd get way too attached.
See, for me, it was more the little old man in the handcuffs, or like if DHR brought someone in with absolutely no family, um, or they'd had to go into the home because it was like a hoarder situation. Um, you know, there was one little lady I'll never forget. Like when it came time for her to pass, she had no family. She loved cats, and so she always had a stuffed cat she kept in her lap. So we made sure, we buried her with her cat, but it was me, a DHR social worker, and the guys from the funeral home. That's it. We were standing there, and I just felt like this is so cold and wrong. And so I often found myself being the one to sing, no matter whatever occasion, whether it was like a patriotic song for our veterans, that were in the home or whatever. So I got out like a church hymnal and picked out a song, and I got the guy from DHR to say a prayer. Like I felt like this lady deserved something because
Some sort of
otherwise,
send off.
yeah, I mean, otherwise they were just gonna, fill it in and we were gonna walk away, and I couldn't do that. So I found myself staying a lot of extra hours and giving a lot of extra of myself. And I'm glad I did it because that's what my heart was telling me to do. But I missed out on a lot at home when they were young because I stayed such late hours. As a matter of fact, my daughter told me up until she was like in second or third grade, she thought I was a doctor
Oh,
because she thought like it's very important. My mom works at a medical facility and she has to stay and take care of these people before she can come home to us. Like her job is really important, blah, blah, blah. And so she legit thought I was a doctor. And I was like, well, I mean, I guess I kind of might as well have been one. I was there more than the doctor was for real. But,
mm,
I just thought that was it was sad in a way because I was gone that much, but also it was like she thinks, that I'm that, intelligent and that I helped that many people. And, that makes me sad sometimes too, is that I expect other people to be the way that I was. And I think, there's someone or some people out there or whatever that are like me. And now that I'm in this, position, like they know the right thing to say to me or they'll be there for me and it's not like that. Most people they clock out, they're done. It's rare if you find someone who's, even a good coworker to talk to. And now in the situation I'm in at home, which I wouldn't trade it. I'm very much more happy. My kids, like I said, can only answer so many questions or listen to my bullshit for so long. So you guys get to listen to all the lovely stuff. But, it's just I'm having to find my own tribe, as they say, of people, I guess, who are not sick of my stories just yet. I was seeing if
Yeah,
Dollar
that
had anything else.
it is like that though. Like when you are like an empathetic person and you you feel like you've been swindled by somebody because they have like all the traits of being a good person, and then you'll catch them, and it's like, whoa, I totally misread you, and I thought I had a pretty good judge of character type deal going on, and then it's like a kick in the guts when you realize that you've wasted a lot of time. I know, like I always say, if you're not winning, you're learning,
Mhm.
and that we have to take every loss as a learning, a lesson. But at some point it's like, fuck, I want to stop learning and just have fun, and and just have good people around me for once. Like, why are there so many wolves in sheep clothing? Is that the saying? Wolves in
Yeah,
sheep's
yeah.
clothing. And you kind of feel like you're like, damn, like that got me from left field. Like I really thought that person was a good person.
And
But
so
then you
then you're
realize,
like, then you're wary of everyone from there on, and that's a
yeah,
horrible way to live.
yeah. And I was that trusting, naive person, like a bit like how you were saying your ex described you. I
Yeah.
was that kind of person, like growing up, we didn't have problems, it was very rare. We lived in a very low crime town, it was safe. We did, you know, we just went to school and then hung out after school and, with all our friends, did whatever. We just ruled the little town. And then it kind of, it, the way that I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change the way that I grew up, but at the same time, like, I can understand why my brother and my sister and me, we've all sort of struggled as adults, having to really learn the hard way that not everyone is a nice person. Not every place you go to is safe. I know with watching true crime and doing all of this, like being in that community and shit, I've found that before I may have been a lot more relaxed about, even my nieces going down to the skate park or going down to the park. But now it's like, well, shit, you just never know. There could
Yeah.
be, the boogeyman out there, or a crackhead or whatever. And yeah, I don't know. It's
That's
sad.
me, and I don't want to ruin their time, but I want them to be aware. Like, this is very real nowadays.
Yeah. And it's prevalent, like it's everywhere.
Yep.
And this being in the community, like true crime, it's really opened my eyes up to, there's only a few kids that get covered on all these channels and shit at the same time. But reality is there's freaking thousands of them missing that don't get any airtime. And that is what's scary when you really open your eyes and look at the big picture. Like it is so close to home.
Yeah,
Like,
they're actually, and I don't know if I tried to link it in case. I think a lot of people missed it because I was such a mess on that little video of I need to do better next time. At
mm,
the song I said everyone should listen to, it's got something about um there's 10,000 kids. If we just took a moment to pray for, like they could save the world kind of thing, like there are better days. The song's called Better Days. It's the Goo Goo Dolls. It's a really good song. But the words in it, like to me, would make all of the people arguing, if they would just stop and listen to it, like, is that not what we all supposedly say we're here for? If that's the
Yeah.
case, if that's the case, then listen to some more of the lyrics and, maybe we'll all find better days. Like, and it does specifically mention the kids. So, people that are arguing that part of it, like, if that's what you're here for, then like, let's put this bullshit aside and let's talk about, some stuff. And I know I get on here and bullshit and talk and whatever, but like, ultimately, I do want to get to talk to about those conspiracies. And then I also do want to step back and have fun and tell, my fun, crazy stories and just talk about music and have something light. It's kind of like the whole back and forth. If this gets too heavy, I want to be able to come over here. Like for me, since I don't have a real consistent schedule over here, it's that if like tonight I was not feeling it. I mean, just to even do that game was like out of the blue for me. It was fun. It was kind of fun to get to know, some people, and like shock a couple of people on what their answers were. But, I just, when I came on, I knew I was not going to be like, I wasn't going to be able to be serious tonight. And like I said, I don't know if it was just, like it being Mother's Day, or if it was just me being emotional about something, beating myself up about something. I don't know. I just was not in the mind frame. And so I'm glad you got in touch with me, or we found each other to talk to, and you were like, go live, because I needed to push myself to do it. And I don't know. I needed somebody to talk to. So it's cool to talk to you on here. I know I could have talked to you, other ways, and I get to talk to Dollar and Brittany, and, we all kind of get to hang out together, and whoever pops in or whoever's in the bushes. And I know y'all have gotten to meet some cool people. I don't know if Dollar was in here and she got to meet Corey or not. But he's a sweetheart. I love him. I met him in one of my Charles Manson discussion groups, and they have true crime, but that's what I was there for. Like, that's my thing in true crime, is I'm fascinated with cults, with the whole mind control. I guess because of my background, that's what I look at as psychology behind it.
Did you watch the cult thing on Netflix about there was
NXIVM?
sort of like he's like an Indian guy, like an Indian shaman type. I think it was India.
I've seen one about the NXIVM cult, but I haven't seen one. I don't think I've seen what you're talking about.
They started I think it was in Oregon, maybe, or southern or northern California. They all wore red and orange robes and shit like that. It sort of started out as like a commune.
Here. I bet she's covered it. There's a chick on here called Jasmine Noor, Noor, and she covers just about any and every cult you can think of, or ones you've never thought of. And she does a really good job, very thorough. And like, what did you say they were called? Because I'm gonna look. I bet she's covered them.
I can't remember what they were called, but hang on a minute. Let me see.
Oh,
If
I'm thinking of that, he stayed like all fit, and he had to, I don't know, he definitely had like a harem of women, and they lived like on absolutely nothing. They were bringing home all of their money and giving it to him for these.
Nah, this guy was, I think they started out as like a commune where they would grow weed and stuff like that, and then this like Indian dude. He was like, if you could imagine an Indian who like plays the flute and the freaking snakes,
So
play
like
to the
not
music.
not Native American, but like Indian.
Oh yeah, no, Indian
Okay.
as in the
Yeah.
country India. Yeah.
Okay.
He was like one of them with a big grey beard and a turban and stuff like that. But all these, oh fuck, I'm gonna try and figure it out. Hang on a second. If it knocks me off, I'll come back.
Yeah, I was fixing to mute myself for a minute. I've got to blow my nose. So I'm going to be watching. So if it knocks you off, I'll be muted, but I'll still be here. Let's see. Wait for a commercial break, y'all, of silence.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just had it muted so I could blow my nose. So, but I can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay, so the documentary is called Wild Wild Country. And they were a free love cult that terrorized America.
Is it on Netflix or you found something on YouTube?
No, it's on Netflix.
Okay, and it's Wild Wild America.
No, Wild Wild Country.
Okay, Wild Wild.
I was glued to that.
I can't believe I missed it because usually I just put in cult and like I watch the NXIVM thing. I watch the I can't FLDS can't think of his name right now, but I know you know what I'm talking about. And then there's a chick that I follow on here named Amanda Ray, and she actually escaped from a polygamous cult. She hid in an empty house with like no electricity. Like she had to go through a lot to get out, and now she goes around and does like a lot of public speaking. She's a model. Just all the things that she never thought she would be able to do. And the people in her cult were numbered, and the closer to one you were, the closer to God. So they called them numbered men, and most of those men had like up to 40 children. And so it got to the point where brothers and sisters were having kids together, and there were kids being born with deformities, and like they had to start like checking blood tops, and like they had their own doctors, they had their own school, their own little general store. Like they tried to keep everything undercover here I keep saying undercover as much as possible, because they knew like if they sent a kid to a public school or something and they were like, well, this is what happens at our house or whatever, I have 40 brothers, like it would be weird. So they kept them on the commune as much as possible. And when she escaped and saw how different life was, like she said she never wanted to look back ever. And so listening to her stories, I went back and started listening from the beginning. And then she does one every Sunday night. Her name is just Amanda Rae, Amanda Ray. But great. But I'm going to look up that Wild Wild Country, because the other chick, Jasmine Noor, Noor, she covers any and every kind of cult you can possibly imagine, like from all over the world. And she does a super thorough job. And she literally got some like foil and made a tinfoil hat. And she's written on it with a Sharpie that says, "Now hear me out." And so she goes into it, and some people are like, "Oh, that's a bunch of crap, whatever. You're just trying to hate on religion." But the whole time she's like, "Now hear me out." And I don't know, like I said, it kind of with me, because it was so tied into Hollywood with, if I don't know how familiar you are with the Manson case, but so tied in with Roman Polanski, who was a huge film producer, director. His wife at the time, who also was like the Hollywood starlet, gorgeous, about to have his baby, like literally any day.
Yeah.
Sharon Tate. And then like the neighbors who were wealthy grocery store chain owners. Like they targeted them obviously because of money, but they thought someone else lived there and that person had moved out and rented out the house. So they didn't really know who they were going to encounter when they got to the other side of the door. It actually threw them for a loop. But then they had to just decide, at the end of the day, we're here for money. We're here for quick money, because we have a family member in jail. We've got to bail them out. And they were all tripping on all kinds of crazy drugs. And, it was the whole, like you said, peace, love, hippie type stuff. And it's so crazy. I know you're like, really, you're sitting here talking about being naive, but I have a hoodie that's got really like the iconic picture of Charles on it, Charlie, and underneath it says Charlie's Angel. So that's something I got for myself. I'm one of Charlie's Angels. But no, I could see so easily how during that time frame, if I was, hippie girl that came from an upper middle class family and they were all pushing war, your boyfriend's going to go off to the war, but you have an arranged marriage. And when he comes back, they're going to get married, have 2.5 kids, get a, garage and a dog and a picket fence and the whole nine, but you're going to have to wait on him. He's a soldier. No, I would go down there and put flowers in my hair and, I would do the whole hippie thing, and I could see myself if, he already. Got it fixed. I can fix it. Hey, girl. No, it was me. My internet. I don't know if it was the storms, but like it went out, and before we could go reset the box, boom, it was back. I was talking to it. I don't know if you could hear me. I was like, we were talking about Charles Manson, not Marilyn Manson. Internet gods, everything is okay. But my daughter loves Marilyn Manson. So I was like, but my tech person does love Marilyn Manson. She's like, they cannot hear you, Mom. But
Literally listening to my Marilyn Manson CD, and I'm wearing my shirt.
yeah, I know. But thank you for getting us back on. Yeah, you can pop back up here if you want to, Tashi. But no, it was not you. It was me 100%. Like, I have plenty of time on here for StreamYard. It was just Wi-Fi, and it did it once earlier. I don't know what the hell. I can just guess. I don't even know if Brittany's still here, but maybe there's some trees that I don't know. I got ours that were intertwined with the power lines. I got them cut like a week ago, like just in time for this storm to not be a problem. Because I was worried every time a storm came, instead of enjoying it, I was worried. But now, not worried. I don't know what the hell with our Wi-Fi though. And now I'm trying to remember. Oh, we were talking about colds. I was like, if you jump back up here, I got to remember. And also have a horrible habit. So in a pre or post apologize for interrupting. Like, I'm used to Dave talking and then me saying, but I need to tell you, but I need until one of us wins and is like, no, I'm going to say it. And so I have to remember, like, you need to use your manners, Amy. Step back. You got Tashi to come up here. Let her speak. Don't speak over her. But that is a huge habit that I got to break. It's just fun. It's fun with Dave to continue to bicker back and forth on whose is most important. And it's not even about that. It's the fact that we're both going to fucking forget if we don't say it. Oh, okay. Well, maybe there's some like international thing and it's not just us. But that's cool. Is she wanting you to play? I don't want to like take all your time away from her because I know well, you know what? I don't know what time it is. I had my daughter put, because I don't know exactly where y'all are, but I was like, I think that sounds familiar, so that I could look at time. And then I was like, maybe Tashi's one of those people that don't care if I message her and she'll just check it when she wakes up. Because I'm up all the time. And so I don't even think about it. And I message people and then I'm like, oh, fuck. It's like 2:00 in the morning there. That blows my mind. So it's like it's like almost 3 p.m. where you're at, Tashi. That is crazy. And it's 4:50. I think, if I've got it right for Kylie. And then, dang, Maria G, 5:50 a.m. Wow. And then why do I have Canada in here? I'm not sure. And then I think, I don't know, that's a mystery, but in California, it's 9:50, maybe. I don't know. There's a whole debate about whether it's 2 or 3, and I've given up. I'm just going to say it's, hang on, 9, 10, 11. I don't know. It's either 2 or 3. I'm going to go with 2. They're 2 hours behind. So in California, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. It's not even tired. It's not even tired time yet. Here it's 11:51. I thought it was much later, but no. But yeah, you're like right in the afternoon kicking it. Like, if it wasn't the weekend, if it was during the week, like, I'm guessing your nieces would be like still in school. Oh, okay. I don't think that's why I put it in here, but it might just be because my daughter loves Canada, honestly, because she put Oh, I know what it was. It was where do y'all even see Dave? I don't know. I don't see him. I've made peace with he ain't here tonight. So yeah, it's y'all talking about sleepy time, Dave. Yeah, it's 9:52. If he's like snuggled up in his bed sleepy time, then I'm gonna be like, what the hell? I'm shocked, but okay, sweet dreams. Um anyway, so I can't believe it's 3 o'clock where you're at and almost 5 where um Kylie is at. Wow. And Maria G's just getting up with some coffee at 5:52 a.m. And then I think Canada is in there not because of MK. You know, I'm a step back. He's not my kind of man. We learned out the other night. That is not Nope. He's too scared of me. And he's scared of you too, Tashi. Like we're too much. Just too much. He said he had his handful anyway. He's got his eye on the prize. He's got top 1, 2, and 3. So I'm not gonna say I'm crushed that I didn't make, first, second alternate or queen. I, he wasn't the prize that I had my eye on. So happy he passed through here. Awesome. I've heard nothing but like fun or good things about him. I haven't seen the bad, so I don't know. But hoes in different area codes. Yep. Oh, I didn't think about that. See, he wouldn't even be messing up because I would be. Well, wait. Yeah, no, he got all the hoes I think he mentioned. He might need to diversify a little bit because I think all of his hoes are in the same, not the same area code, but they all are right here. So, yes, absolutely, Tasha. Maybe that was it. Maybe the whole thing was just like too calm over here. The vibe was just too calm. And he was like, I'm not going to troll her. Hey, if nothing else, that naive look or whatever the hell it was that I'm supposed to have in my eyes, maybe it makes the trolls go, oh, yeah, she already looks kind of sad and like whatever. Like, we're not going to fuck with her too much. I don't know. Maybe if I had on a bitchy face, they would want to. So I'll stick with this one for now because the less, the better. Like I said, I'll always remember Zach. Dear Zach, wherever you are, I hope you're not choking on orange soda. See, I can be just a total just bitch sometimes if I need to be. Yeah, I think this is what's hilarious is I don't think Canada is in here for that. I think y'all are probably gonna say no because y'all are not rom-commy people. Dollar, if she's in here, might say yeah, or Brittany, whoever, somebody in here. The show Ginny and Georgia. It's like a rom-commy show on Netflix. Love it. Oh my god! If I was in high school, I would so be with Marcus. I would leave my window unlocked every night. I would put a sign by my window that says welcome. I would put a ladder. I would do all the things. I would be absolutely open in my window. Oof. Anyway, looked him up. Felt a little bit better because he is in his 30s. So I can crush on him in his 30s. He's from Canada. Or no, whoa. Hold up. Tashi, he's from Australia. And they film in Canada. So I don't know what part of Australia, but yes. And so is my man Rick Springfield also. But yes, Felix went to several schools actually. He has, I think, like a master's degree, but like he went to school and like learned like some type of like sword fighting. Like there's a word for it. Like fencing. Yeah, he had like all these fancy certifications and like fencing and lacrosse and like I don't even know what all jujitsu and like you look at all that and I'm like, damn, I would not want to get a knife or a fist or a nothing close to that beautiful face. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. He's not as tall as I would like, but see, here I am going back to the shallow. See, I was right where I needed to be earlier, and now here I have gone all the way back, circled back around to the visual. Y'all gonna have to grab me when I'm at that moment and be like, nope, you're backsliding. Visual, no, not good. That was for when you were younger. Anyway, he is very attractive, and clearly I'm not the only one who thinks so, because he's a model. So, and he's a pretty famous actor on several things. Not just that, he's on Lock and Key, which kind of has a little suspense. You might have seen it, Tashi, because it kind of sounds kind of like something along the lines you would like. Trying to think of what else he's in. He's like a newer up and coming actor, but he's been a model for a while. Anyway, very attractive man from Australia. So y'all grow some good looking guys. And then Rick Springfield, he kind of left Australia when he was in his late teens, maybe 20. And he was a military kid. That's how he ended up over there. And his mom stayed over there even after he, hit it big, and he could have bought her a gazillion houses here. She wanted to be there. She wanted to stay in the same home, very humble house, but I can't remember the city. Do you know where Felix lives? Yeah, in Australia.
He was born in Melbourne.
Melbourne is where he is from. I know that's like a common. Okay. So that's a little bit kind of more back in the day, but I see what you're talking about. You kind of like, you watched with your grandmother, and you like kind of learned from the old souls, because yeah, Agatha Christie is definitely like back in the day for us. Oh, Felix Mallard is his name. And he was Marcus in, it's like a Netflix series, Ginny and Georgia, that became like pretty famous for young kids and me. But yeah, he's super hot model, up and coming actor. He was on Lock and Key, which is another series that has more suspense and stuff in it. I don't know. Like I said, y'all grow some pretty men. And then Rick Springfield, he's 6'2", maybe 6'3". Man, to be his age, just wow. I know he really has to work hard on it. It's not just, boom, easy. And I can't think of like where I should know where he's from. I'm one of those people, I met him right where he was at. I'm acting like he's my bestie, but no, like, because he started on General Hospital, and he hated it. Like, he didn't want to be a soap star, but he knew it would get him the exposure and it would help him lose his accent. So he had to lose his Australian accent to get that role as Noah Drake on General Hospital, and then to sing. And you can only hear it pop out just every once in a while, which I think it's hot. Like when it just, I don't know, just certain words he says. I don't know, but I'm just like in such admiration of these actors that totally can lose that accent or sing. Because I know I'm nervous enough to sing just, as is, much less to try to lose my accent. And my kids can speak in all different types of accents. I suck at it. I have a pretend voice for my cat, if that counts. If anybody's listening, I'm not crazy. Like, we all, are cool with this cat and this cat voice. So
From now until 2 a.m.
here,
I don't know if like you have to have a special type of camera, like their new phone, to
They
see
said-
it or not.
when y'all saw the lights last night, my daughter just checked and said that it was from now till 2 a.m., which is the next 2 hours for us. she was gonna try to go see if she could capture anything on
I
camera.
have to get up high, and the only high place we have is the hill, and I'm too scared to get up.
Yeah, you don't need to go up there. I just was wondering if any of y'all were able, or do you know of anybody that got any pictures without any special, like, super
Can you just use an
lens
iPhone camera?
or anything? Can you just use your iPhone camera and get anything? I mean, I saw some good pictures today, and I'm guessing not everyone had like the best equipment. Brittany said, look up toward the horizon because she's in Kentucky. So she's not too far from us. So like where you would normally see like here instead of up, like more.
So I just need to put my camera like that.
I mean,
Instead
I
of
think they're
getting
just
up-
saying when you're eyeballing it that
You
that's where
can't
you're going
see
to
it
see.
with your own eyes. You have to. You're not going to see much with your own eyes.
Well, then I guess, yeah, like pretend like you're getting a sunset or something. Like, you know, where you've gotten the best sunset pictures,
Okay.
which I don't know how good you're going to get here with the street lights. Back here, you're going to get natural.
I don't know.
Just be careful if you go over here away from the light.
I tried to get up on that hill. I almost
Just
fell.
don't do that. And that deck is not.
I'm not
It's
gonna
too
try.
iffy.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
try.
You know what you could do because you're scared of the wasp. I was gonna say you're small enough you could stand up on the hot tub cover, no problem. I wouldn't have any
I'm too
problem
scared.
because of the wasp.
The wasp, and it's made out of styrofoam.
It doesn't matter. Shane stepped on it, and you're much smaller than he is. I'm not worried about that if you want to, but I don't want you to get like bit by hornets either. So,
And it's dark. I wouldn't be able to see them.
okay, yeah, just phone is getting. So, like, just point it that way and take a picture because she's saying you can't actually see it, but that people are pointing it somewhere and just snapping and getting decent pics, which is, it's crazy, like, because you don't know.
You can see it through your phone lens, just not with your naked eye.
Okay, well then look like if you were going to look at a sunset, the horizon line, it'd be great if we had the ocean. Like, I didn't know where Tashi lives is near water. Like, I'm so jealous. All these people live near water, but they're like, no, it's not the same exact kind of water you're thinking about. But anyway, I would say like there where your pictures are,
Mhm.
get an idea. Like I said, I don't know what you're going to see there, but if you don't, kind of gauge like it's right
I just
about
know
there.
that this is like
This is
once
the
in a
last chance.
lifetime for here.
Yeah, I hate you didn't get it last night, babe.
It didn't start till like
Well,
3 a.m.
And Tashi mentioned it, and I was like, another night? And she's like, yeah, this is it. So get what you can, babe. I hope it works out. Yeah, she's outside trying to see. Okay, Donna couldn't see it with her eyes, but her phone. Yeah, that's what she's saying. When she looks through her phone lens, she can see a little. It's not great. I think last night was going to be the good night, and we missed it. But she's going to try to see if she can get anything. My ex had like the attachment onto the phone because he's all into that. And like they traveled, they went to see, what was it that just, that eclipse. Him and his new wife, that's weird for me to say, but yeah, his wife, and him travel to go see whatever weird stuff. And she's like, runs like a telescope. Yeah, I keep saying microscope sometimes, but telescope group where it's telephotography or something like that, or astrophotography. And she has all these attachments and has spent all this money, huge telescopes. Like, damn, it looks like they're trying to start a space station up at their house, or not, their apartment or wherever they're at, just from what I've seen. When he has come over here in the past, he's brought all that crap with him to look at, and thinking the kids were going to want to look at it, and they're kind of like bored after a short period of time. But yeah, I'm sure He's been bummed out with his eye messed up with all this going on and him not being able to see it. Yeah. I hope, like, did your friend get any pictures in Texas? That's crazy. One of my daughters, which I know it's like, oh, this crazy Texas is only freaking huge. But one of my daughter's good friends that she's met online, known for a couple of years now, she's in Texas. It's crazy because she's made some good, really good little friends on here. And we got to meet up with one of them in Florida when we went on vacation. And, you know, I hung out with the mom and she hung out with her friend. And then there was an older sister. Like, it kind of all like lined up. And they came to our condo that we were staying at. And the kids swam. And, you know, me and the mom just sat around. Like, I got in trouble for smoking because I thought, okay, this is an outdoor area. It's away from the whatever. And this old man security guard was like, no. And I was like, okay, can you tell me where the smoking area is? Because I was sunburned. Oh, so bad. And he pointed like across the parking lot. And I was thinking, damn, y'all want people to quit smoking, don't you? Like, y'all are just in it to make people quit smoking. I was so just like frustrated. And she's like, you know what? Oh, my car's parked right here. They can't tell me I can't smoke it in my car. So we sat in the car and we could, where we were at, we could see like the little fence line. Plus my older child was out there. But anyway, we had a good time. Like, just, they didn't get to hang out, but like maybe 3 hours, if that. And then she had to turn around and head back. She lived there, but not like right there. She lived about an hour away, but that was like the closest we were going to get. And then she met up with another little friend in the mountains. My sister, at the time, she was going to Gatlinburg, and her friend is in, what is that place? It's a bad place that all this stuff. Crap, I should remember it because it was in my mind. And then when all the Summerwell stuff started happening, I was like, oh shit, we actually were looking at apartments there. Where does Kendall live? Yeah, but the name of the place.
I don't want to talk to her, but
Yeah, but they don't know her name.
it's
They don't
the
know who.
place where that little girl.
I
was
know.
from Kingsport.
Okay, Kingsport's a county. It's a big ass place.
I got literally like, can only faintly see two little
Yeah.
pillars. It's
Maybe
still,
somebody will get some from tonight in
It
Jasper.
probably will. It's still going on for like another 2 hours. It's just,
Go to like where you can point to Jasper and see if anybody's posted any. You know that weird thing you showed me?
I want to be able to see it.
I know,
It
baby.
upsets
I
me
know.
because I'm probably never
She didn't
gonna
get
be
any
able
good
to.
pictures. Oh, Brittany's family got some good pics from their farms. Okay. See, she just tried and she got like a little bit of, you know, a swirl of a different color, like a green or something maybe, but it's not clear. It's not that, I don't think it's not that even we don't have a good clear opening, because our backyard where the hot tub is just open skies, like beautiful. But she's just, I don't know. It's not, we don't know exactly where to point it, or we had our best shot last night and we missed it. And I don't even know what the hell I was just saying. What was us? Oh, I'm going to forget the place again. Oh, Kingsport. So her friend was from there and we were in Gatlinburg, and I was thinking later, like, I legit was looking at apartments there until all of that stuff happened and was like, oh, maybe not the best place to go, but also like it's everywhere. And I'm sure Brittany will tell you, all up and down through, you know, Appalachian Trail, that's a hot spot, you know, for all of that mess. But at the time it was like, I don't know, we had lost everyone, and it was like, I want us to move somewhere where she already has a friend established, because she's going to be in school longer than, you know, my older one's finishing up. And I didn't care anywhere but here. And I'm ready to get rid of the house, and I don't care. I'll go to an apartment. It's not as important to me as it used to be. Like, it was drilled into my head as a kid, like, you need to own your home. You need to have a, plot of land. I told you how it was kind of the farmstead area thing. And I live in the city limits, but like I said, I don't have any close neighbors. That's the beauty. But I would much, in my older age, much rather have less to take care of. Like, I legit, it's a, joke, some people say, but I 100% need a pool boy. I do. I'm probably not gonna. There's no problem, but I'm not gonna open the pool this year. At this time, at this point, it is, and it's just not happening. It's just, I wish, because I love it. It makes me so happy. I could spend all day out there, floating on a float in pure paradise, happiness, whatever. But it's gonna take so much work, and I'm not up to it like I used to. Plus, the deck stairs need some repairs. So anyway, the hot tub, doable. I just need to drain it and just refill, put a new spa frog thing in there. It's very doable. But the pool, I'm thinking it's just not happening this year. But yeah, sitting out in the hot tub, the way that it's positioned, I don't know about yours, Tashi, how yours is, but it's the way we did ours, a lot of open, sky, like beautiful spot for looking at, stars. And then up on like this little rock hilltop that we have. See, she tried to go up there just now and almost fell. And I said, no, I know you could get a better shot, but not at night. Like, you don't need to try to go up there without very good lighting, and probably someone like your sister with you or something. Like, just don't. Because I'm sure some people are going to have beautiful pictures, but she said, but I wanted to be the one to take them. And I know what she means. I've been there. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that needs like done that honestly, if I was on one of those shows, like where somebody comes in and like house swap or whatever, like they could do it in no time. Divide and conquer. Like, here's a carpenter, here's a plumber, here's a landscaper. Y'all go your separate ways and we'll come back in 3 days. Like, bam, it can be done, because I did a lot to it along the way. It's just the last few years I haven't been able to like keep up all the little fun extras, the pool, stuff like that. Just, it kind of goes down to the bottom of the list, especially this year. Oh my God. This was supposed to be the year, like the restart. And it started out with my daughter in the hospital, surgery, state testing, freaking work conferences, hot water heater. Oh my God, y'all. And I said, May 1st, I'm going to restart. I'm just going to push restart. And it's not even happening. So I don't know. I was thinking maybe we might recover from the hot water heater expense that was not planned for. I told the kids, like, I would say like August, we should be good and, back to 100% normal. But then I was like, fuck, my oldest one, senior portraits, all that senior stuff that you have to buy in advance. And so I was like, okay, that'll bump us on down October. And then it's like my car tags due that month. We might as well have like Christmas, like bam, it's right then. Not that we do a lot anyway, but it's just like this year already, trash. Boom. Maybe 2025 is the year. I mean, my kid's graduating, so I would hope one last, good hurrah while she's, here and still, school age or whatever. But God, it is definitely not on month number 5 here. This is not going to be the year unless it's the year for freaking nightmares. Uh, man, I was really hoping for something different this year, but it got kicked off in January to a 11-day hospital stay. So I should have known then, like, no, not happening. You're all about having every animal on earth and two of them each, so they have a friend. Yeah, we have 3 kitties. Oh, that's what I was going to do is somebody told, I don't know, somewhere I was at, it was Dazed. There was a dude on there, and he said, come, check out my page. We were sharing links or whatever on there. And I wanted to make sure I went there and to Tattooed Angels, and just because I haven't been to either in so long, and they got me out of my shell and got me to where I would sing. So I did 2 on Dazed. Oh, I did. I was so embarrassed. I don't know what's happened to me, but when I'm over there lately, and it's all my people. I know, I've known, and it's not me being nervous. I don't know. I don't know what the hell happens. First of all, my computer it won't share a screen. It'll barely share one here, much less with them. Um, but yeah, then I went to Angels and did 3, I think. Yeah, they were, and I was like, you know what? There's one of these songs. I'm damned and determined. I'm gonna do a decent job. So I recorded it over here, and then I was like, there's one more I'm gonna try, and that was the Girl Crush one. So I did it. Not bad, but I don't even know where my point was. Oh yeah, the dude was over at Dazed, and he was saying he started a channel at the same time. He made one for his dogs, and now his dogs have a huge following, and like their channel just skyrocketed, and his is kind of just like just sitting there, like not doing so great. I mean, it's not terrible, but like he's still really, really working, trying to get it off the ground. And he said his dog's his dog's channel is just flying. So our cats already had a channel on TikTok. I just never put anything of theirs on here. So my daughter sent me a bunch of videos from there that we're going to go through later and pick out a few and put in my shorts. So y'all will get to see my little kitties, or I need to say my little kitties. We each are supposed to have a kitty, and they all gravitate toward my youngest. She's like Snow White with all the little creatures, surrounding her. I don't know why they don't surround me. She says that she thinks they pick up on like anxiousness, and they want to be around somebody like calm. And I was like, is that not the whole point though? They're my calm. They're supposed to calm me down. Anyway, so yeah, my support animal over here is a Care Bear that I've had that's been through all kinds of shit with me. And I call him Hurt Bear. And that is not his name. He's got a paintbrush and like a thing with paint. And I'm sure he has a cool name, but he's Hurt Bear. I want to read your thing real quick so I don't forget something. I haven't seen the breakdown of it. I mean, when that guy started telling me he was telling everybody how many what's it called, followers that his dogs had. I just was like, what? And he said, I started the channels at the same time, and I don't know what it is, but I think humans like animals better than they like each other. And I mean, he ain't wrong most of the time. And well, not in my case, apparently. My daughter is like, you're going to be the cat lady, and they don't even really like you. And I mean, they do for short periods, but they're like all about her. She's the snuggle, wuggle, like, I don't know. They just love her. I guess because she's little and they're little. And I'm not saying little like she's a little baby. I'm just saying she's tiny compared to us, like me and my older daughter, tall, bigger, people. And then she's teeny tiny, petite. But she's calm, and I don't know. She just has the whatever it is that is calming for them, and then therefore they are calming for her. I'm just like, hey, aren't you supposed to be here to calm me down? And like, it doesn't work that way. So I got a Care Bear. Hey, what is this Care Bear's name? Do y'all know? No, I know that's what I call him. Well, let's find out, y'all. Oh, it's faded. I don't think it's going to say. Shit. I was going to tell y'all the big reveal here of... I should be able to see. And I can't. It's like the tag is too dirty or faded or something. I don't know. It says something about art. Color of art bear, maybe. I don't know. But it has like the little easel. Not easel. What is it called? The little thing where you squirt the paint on it. Oh, what is it called? I don't know. There's a special name for it. But anyway, it has that. A what? Not the easel. It's the little thing that you put the paint on. Yeah, there's a special word. Anyway, whatever it is. Palette, maybe? Whatever. It has that. And then it had... Okay, it's called Work of Heart. Anyway, the little palette thing is a heart. And going through it instead of an arrow is a paintbrush. Palette, yes. And so, Work of Heart Bear. But I call him Hurt Bear. And that's interesting. Work of Heart. And I call him Hurt. But my daughter brought him to me when I was in the hospital at one point. And then he started just kind of going wherever I had any kind of issue, like if I was sad, mad, whatever. And so then it was like, you know what? I'm just going to have him right here beside me. And so like if I just need to like calm down, or I don't know, the kids are asleep and like I need a hug, like I hug my Hurt Bear. And my ex used to like make fun of me, and he's like, I think it's kind of cute, but most other people wouldn't. Like they would probably think it's embarrassing. You know what? Screw you. Mm-hmm. If that's like the most embarrassing or whatever, then I don't need to be around that person anyway. Like, let me have my fucking Care Bear. You know, I'm sorry. Like, there can be much, much worse things than me over here, like hugging a Care Bear before I go to sleep. Or if I'm crying or something, crying onto my Care Bear. I'm sure much people would rather me cry onto the Care Bear than onto them. So. But anyway, Hurt Bear has soaked up some tears. He has taken many big squeeze huggies from me. And for me not to come from a huggy family, Hurt Bear, he's getting all the hugs and all the love. And he's got, you know, the whole, it's a country song, sleeping single in a double bed. I'm sleeping single in a California king bed. So Hurt Bear has got a big old side of the bed all to himself. He could have the whole tribe of Care Bears and they would fit over there and have plenty of room. But yeah, we don't need to go quite that far. I'll just take him. He's right here beside me. Always. And see, I just said it for the whole world to hear. If they ever come by this teeny baby little channel, oh my God, she has a Care Bear. How embarrassing. I just confessed it to the world. And I'm not embarrassed. I really don't give a shit. If you don't like me because of a Care Bear, then like hey, that's worse than me being shallow because you're not hot. So. And I was so proud of my growth on the shallowness. I don't even know like what the hell happened, y'all. That was very short-lived. Oh, well. You know what? It's not short-lived, and it's not a good thing, but I don't give a shit. So I'm doing all the bad things. I'm loving Care Bears, and I'm fixing to smoke a cigarette. How cool. That just does not even go together at all. I'm still tripping that it's 3 in the afternoon where you're at, Tashi. 3. Wait, where did you say Felix was from again? Okay, that dude I was telling you about, Felix Mallard, the hot guy, is from either Melbourne or Sydney, which, I mean, I'm guessing those are 2 hotspot big areas for Australia. I'm like, oh my God, Australia, totally. He's probably your neighbor, like it's not a huge place. Aw, that would definitely fix me if I knew that it was upsetting her and like I could see the upset on her face. Like, I don't know. I had a big debate one time, which actually would be a really good debate topic for a debate channel, not me. But would be like me and this nurse got into an argument like long time ago when I don't know, my oldest was like 2, and it was, I don't know, probably some kind of argument with me and my ex. I don't even know. It could have been a loss, something, some reason I was crying. And I was trying to like pull myself together at work because I was fixing to start headed home. And I obviously did. I'm super focused when I drive. But also, I was like, I don't want them to see me crying. And she said, I think it's important for them to see you cry. And I'm like, what? And she said, they're going to think like it's not okay. Like, that's a very human and natural thing, and they need to know that that's okay, and they need to, if they see you doing it, they'll know like, well, it's okay to cry when you're upset or you're hurt, because like my mom cries. So not thinking that they have to be, so brave all of the time, because you can't, it's just impossible. But here I am, single mom in it, trying to like hold that shit back, schedule my crying for in the shower, all that good stuff, that some of you guys have probably had to go through. And I realized, like, kind of she's right. Even though I didn't like her, I still don't really like the lady, but she has a point, that they kind of sometimes need to see that. And actually, like, through like grief therapy and stuff like that we've had to go through, obviously they're like, if you need to, then you need to. If you need to cry, cry. If you need to cuss, cuss. Like, she literally told them, like, y'all have very much self-control, very smart kids, like, there's a time and place, but if you're angry, that's one of the stages you're going to go through. And if your mom's cool with it, like, cuss. And so you'll hear mine from time to time in here trying to fix my computer, my older one, and you'll hear her say a cuss word, and people will be like, oh my goodness. But no, I don't care, because I don't think I would care anyway after everything we've been through. That's like the least of my worries. Plus, they, like I said, time and place, no problem. And that's kind of the way, in a weird way, I was raised too. Like, I was talking to my doctor, I think, about smoking actually. And I said, when I was growing up, my parents knew I smoked when I was young, but I only smoked like a few cigarettes at night. They said it was tacky for me to smoke at work or at school. So my friends would be going out for smoke breaks and stuff, and I wouldn't go. But when I got home, ready for bed, just wanted to kind of calm down for the night or whatever, I would watch whatever on TV. And me, and if my sister was still there, if she hadn't moved out yet, like, for those very few years there at the end before she moved out, got married, we just smoked at night right before we went to sleep, and it stuck. But for some reason, I always smoked more when I got around her. It was just really weird. So we went for a big gap of time where we didn't talk. And then when we kind of started talking again, I started smoking more, because I went over to her other house. She moved from the house I was telling you that looked like all the other houses. to a different house. And I don't know, my brother-in-law, he and I were really close. He had like a man cave, like a really cool garage, and we would go out there and like listen to music, smoke, and like just talk about whatever. Like he was my backup, I guess you could say, husband, but better than the one I had. Both of my girls would be like, yes, I would rather him be my dad any day. And they were so happy and so pumped up that they were going to have him like to be like a father figure or something, because he just was such a good guy. And man, that was just another punch and another, and they just kept coming. And like it scares you to say, and I think things are calm for a minute because you never fucking know. And I didn't know. I heard about that lady from here, Heels. I didn't really hear a lot of things about them ever, so I don't think I ever saw their face, because I always just saw the little cartoon thing, but I just knew who they kind of knew of them. But that's really scary. I don't know how old they were. From what I understand, they were in good health. It just was a sudden thing. That's very scary. It really makes you think about acting stupid. It makes me think about like not saying something, overthinking something, saying something stupid, like just everything. Like 5 minutes from now, I may not be able to say that. Cancel. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I need to really quit worrying so much about everything and everyone around me and just live. And if whoever like is around me doesn't like it or whatever, as long as I'm not hurting another human, then like shut the fuck up at this point. Like, you either like me or you don't like me. I am who I am, and I feel like I'm a pretty damn good person, and I've raised two amazing humans, and I don't know. Life is very short, and it keeps getting slapped in my face as a reminder. And I think there's a reason for that. That's just me. I think it's you know what, you need to make the most out of it. You're not 20, and even if you were 20 these days, you don't know. I can testify, it doesn't matter how old you are. You do not know. And that's scary, and I know that's morbid to think about on a Saturday night, but I'm just saying, have fun, like just do whatever if it's not hurting someone else, because who knows? You may not get the chance. Oh, wow. That far? In Melbourne and Sydney? That's together. Hang on. I'm guessing. Oh, wait. Yes. And my nephew. Like, I could keep listing them, Tashi. I'm telling you, it's a book that I would like to write one day, and I promised my sister before she passed, she was the latest, that I would write, and I just haven't. And I have a recorder and a tape where I can't even use the excuse of, well, I don't want to type all that out or whatever. I always have an excuse. I just need to start recording it. I've got a bunch of stuff I've put in my notes app, and I've got some journals or whatever, but I really just need to sit down and start from the beginning and just truly just tell my life story. And I've already told my oldest, like, I can pass it off to you and you can be my ghostwriter and you can kind of reword it a little bit. And, we've already discussed cover art, which is so fucked up. But the thought of what I was going to do, and I already had the cover art picture, like exactly what I wanted. Very simple, but I had already talked to her about drawing it because she can draw really well. And then what happened? Now I can't use it. because it would be like mocking what is not the book that happened. So messed up. And that's when, you know, you said, Tosh, you don't believe in coincidences. That's when it comes into play. Like, I'm not wanting to be like, because I never would want a psychic ability for bad things, but it's almost like something weird, just that's strange, that I picked out an image that I like was locked in. This is what I wanted it to be. I talked to my kid about it and said, you know, I'm thinking about writing a book about some of the shit we've gone through, blah, blah, blah. This is what I want to call it. This is what I want the art to be. And then with what happened, if I were to use that same thing, it would be like mocking what happened. I'm going to have to like scrap that and start, not necessarily start the inside over, but I got to think of something better for the outside. That's just it's not gonna work. Yeah, I should. Almost too many details. But I think if I say it, I know it doesn't seem like it on here, but if it's just me alone in a room, like my singing kind of, I can just act like I'm telling a story, like literally like reading a bedtime story, only it's not a good one, but, you know, starting kind of really like brushing through my childhood quickly, because it, other than the few little things I even mentioned earlier, like about church and how that kind of shaped, you know, anxiety and who we were and intimacy and all of that stuff, like all of that just kind of skip to adulthood and kind of where everything just, wow, just like whack-a-mole. If you've ever heard that game, like the minute, you know, it pops back up, you have to whack it back down. And it was just like, you know, the minute things were settled and we, you know, had lost someone, we had gotten through all the details, all the family stuff, all the I'm sorry, you know, all the stuff. It's like all those people that were there, boom, gone. Like they're not there. If you ever need anything, let me know. Nope. If you ever want to talk, let me know. Nope, too busy. Like all that's bullshit. And I'm going to tell you for 100%, if you have someone that you have to go see, you know, family, friend, somebody you knew from high school, whatever, don't say it. Don't just say condolences to you and your family. Do not say I'm always here if you need me. If you ever need anything, don't, because you're not going to be able to follow through with it unless you're like this amazing person. And there's not that, I hate to say it, not that many just like straight up amazing people in the world or that can do it. I don't know. It just, there were so many people, especially with it being a young person. Like, well, they were all young, but especially my nephew and my kids, you know, having to try to help them understand and just everything. It was a lot. And people don't mean that. And I hate to say it, but when you say like, I'm sorry, and I mean, I'm guilty too. In the South, that's what we're taught to do. Say, I'm so sorry for your loss and bring you food. Like, that's it. That's the thing. And then if I can ever do anything, that kind of thing, just don't, you can even say, I'm sorry for your loss, but I would rather, honestly, for someone to very coldly say condolences to you and your family and like pat me on the back or something. Like, I don't know, because I don't like the lots of, suddenly they have a lot of ooey gooey, like, oh, you know, I'm your best friend and I'm here if you need me. Like, no, you're not. You're not. And it took me, okay, maybe the first one, but then the second, and then third, and then it kept going. And I kind of was, unfortunately, like the coordinator of these things. So I also got to shove my feelings down that way, because the best way I deal with things sometimes is denial. I just pretend it's not even fucking happening. And then when I can't do that anymore, either turn into a mess like I did the other night on here, or I just completely isolate myself from everything and everyone, and as much as possible anyway. Um, so I don't have good coping skills because I've always tried to be helping someone else cope. So I'm sure it's all going to come. It already is. I was going to say it's all going to come, bite me later, but it already does on a daily, honestly, because I don't know how to read people. I don't, because I had to go through that and hear so many people say this and never follow through. I don't expect anyone to follow through. Like I said, trust issues, abandonment issues, all the kind of issues. I'm just airing it all out here. This is who I am. But deep down inside, I'm a good person. I've just been like literally just hit with a lot, and then got back up and hit with a lot, and got back up and hit with a lot. And I don't even know sometimes how I'm getting back up, because I open myself up to more hurt every time. Like every time you make a friend, or every time you, hell, the cats apparently, anytime you make a relationship with anybody, a pet, a person, a whatever, like you are kind of, I don't know, opening yourself up for that. And I don't know. I just, like I said that one sentence earlier, I deserve better. I deserve somebody who wants to be around me. Like I said, whether it's a friend or a freaking cat, I can't be that bad, I can't be that bad. Yeah, I'm not. I can't give up. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I really lost trust, Toshi, and I hate that I get hurt so easy. I hate it. I freaking hate it because it makes me look like I'm not strong, and clearly I'm pretty fucking strong, and I don't laugh things off and act like everything's okay. I face it. I say it. I address it. Whatever, whether it's, good or bad, or it pisses somebody off or scares them or whatever the hell. Life is, like I said, life is way, way too short, and that's starting to finally hit me. And like, I used to always talk about my 5 minutes of like this rock stars is walking past me. Like I have 5 seconds to make a decision. Like what the hell? Like when I was talking about Gavin Rosdale from Bush, he's coming toward me. I have this great camera shot. Watch him come toward me, and then I'll totally like flip out and drop my phone and all this. And you can just see it flying in the air and just claps. But yeah, I was like, I know I have to move out of his way and let him get down the aisle and his security guards and everything, but I'm the only one right here. This is my minute. Like, what do I do? And so I just grabbed him and hugged him and thought, you know what? I'm never going to see him again. That's something I'm going to remember forever. Can add him to my list. That was amazing. That was that was a beautiful moment in time for me. And had I not had that courage, I would have kicked myself forever. And I don't know. I doubt Corey's on here, but he might replay it. There's a Pantera song. I'm not even a huge, like, my ex was a huge, huge Pantera fan. But I always used to say, like, that was kind of me and his song, because I don't know, we would always kind of circle back around to each other, but I never really told him everything I wanted to say. And so, like, one of the last times we circled back around before we like got engaged, married, whatever, I said, if I just had 5 minutes alone. And he said, that's one of my favorite songs. And it's one of their like most famous songs, I guess. And I don't know. I think 5 minutes alone with me sometimes is like, wow, that's a lot. You just laid down right there. But, why waste time trying to pretend like I'm someone that I'm not? And why waste anybody's time at this point? If what I think I was in a live earlier and Lionel, y'all know the famous Lionel said that some kind of weird space storms or something are happening, and that's why the sky's having all this weird shit, and that after it's over next week, we're going to see major world events. And you know what? I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see them or not, but if that's the case, then we all need to live it up. We need to say what we mean what we say. Like, just, I don't know. I don't know. Just, I don't know. I don't know what to say tonight. I don't know. I don't get to really be disappointed, but I'm just sad. And I wish I wasn't. I shouldn't be. It's stupid. I always get mad at myself too. When I lived in my apartment by myself, I literally would look at myself in the mirror and just be like, "You're an ugly crier. Like you're not one of those girls that can cry." And it's like, oh, it's like you're such a pretty crier. Girl, you an ugly crier. Please quit crying. You're just making yourself look uglier and worse. Please stop. And I would do it until I just quit finally. And I know that's stupid, but it was just me living there at that time. Didn't have a cat to say, "Hey, you stupid," meowing at me, jumping in my lap. I just like continued until I talked to myself out of it finally. But yeah, and that's what I do. I've lived so much of my life in denial or hushed, because even like I said, as a kid growing up in that church, you knew your place. You waited and you waited and you waited and you waited. And how long do you wait? You know, like I got into an argument with someone that I barely knew one time, and I don't argue. I don't confront. That's not me. And I mean, he had a good point, but I'll never be able to tell him that. And it was about the whole calling people thing. And it was a dude I met on Meet Me with the girl I told you I kind of was like a mom figure to her, trying to help her not fall into some of the traps I did. And he would always come on her live and he was like, I think I live closer to you than anybody else on here, blah, blah, blah. He wasn't that much younger than me. And he liked a lot of the same music and stuff as I did or whatever. But there was some like little bit of a bad vibe or something that I got off of him. I don't know. So he just wasn't, it was nothing about looks, actually. His looks, surprising, like pierced, long hair, like that wasn't it at all. There just was something that just wasn't, I don't know, I got a bad vibe. And that's weird for me. It didn't match up with the looks. But he got really pissed off and was like, "Your parents fucked you up bad." And I was like, "Whoa, dude, that's a little, I mean, even if they did, like, you don't know me like that to just like bust out and say that." And like, what exactly do you mean by that? Because like, I need to hear more about this dude. And he said that you have to wait until someone asks you, or you have to wait until they contact you or they call you. Like, that's messed up. Like, there's no reason that because you are a female, you shouldn't be able to initiate a phone call or a conversation or anything that you want to do. And it just seems so foreign and so wrong to me. And it's messed up because I want to teach my kids totally different. But it's so got deeply ingrained in me that I told him, like, I can't call you. I mean, you can give me your phone number all day. You can give me all of your contact information. You can message me every day on here. And it's very doubtful that I'm going to message you back. And it's 100% for sure that I'm not going to call you. Because that's the way I was raised. And so, like I said, I don't think a fairy tale is going to come upon me. I don't think I'm going to answer the phone. It's going to be a bill collector probably, or somebody fucking selling something that I don't want. But yeah, that's the way I was raised, and he just came right out and was like, "That's messed up," and your whole life, like opportunities, like whatever. That's you can't get past that or whatever. And I don't know, I found it, even though it's true, it was 100% true. The way he presented it was so messed up that I was just like, I don't I don't know. I don't really I don't really want to talk to him anymore. Um, because he could have, I don't know, he could have said it in a nicer way. He was a dick. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, he didn't present it in the best way, whether it was true or not true. He could have, if he was interested in me, a friend or not a friend, or even if he was wanting to hook up with my other friend, I don't know what he was trying to do, but I mean, it seemed like he was interested in me because he was pissed off that I wasn't calling him, and I wasn't going to budge on that. Like, I don't know. And I want to say one of the latest times I got on there, there was still an old message where he had tried to message me again about it, and I just was like, oh, I'm not going to continue to talk about it. It is what it is. But the chick that I was like, mom figure to or whatever, she actually, I don't know if she got married or engaged, but she had another little baby. And I can't believe how much time has passed, because I remember staying up till midnight on her 20th birthday to tell her happy birthday online. And I don't even know how long ago that's been now. I'd have to look and see how old she is now. I don't remember. It's been a while. And then there was a dude named Moonshine, and we used to always go to his lives. And I don't know. He just was funny. He was always like entertaining and funny and whatever. And I, of course, was like the oldest person in there. But again, that was when my sister was around, and even she made me the whole the what's it called? That, not the app. What is it called? The profile. She's the one who created the profile and didn't even tell me about it. Like, didn't tell me what she put or anything. I'm like getting this information. I'm like, what? So even she was like trying to push me back then, like, you need to move forward, because she saw me still here 7 years later. Well, not 7, she passed, but like 5 years later after divorce, still not moving on. And she's like, even if you just talk to these people, that's a step. That's finding some friends, So congratulations, those of you who stayed around. Those 3 of you. Y'all just won a gift. My friendship. Dollar, you were here. Tashi. I don't think I knew the other person as well, but y'all do. She was really sweet. That played the game with us. And then Brittany, she's so sweet. I don't know. I don't think anybody else really has come by that I can recall. Oh, Rebel. Hey, maybe Angel will share Rebel with us, and we can like clone him or something. Because, oh my God, I wish I had someone that was like, he just gushes about how much he loves her. That's just unreal. Like, that's for real. Like, I don't know. I don't ever see them, like, when I think about them, I don't see them arguing. Like, when he sings to her, they just have like this, I don't know, couples goals, I guess. Okay, so well, you know what, Tashi? That's probably deep down the case, except for me, I can say, and also I was raised not to, But like, if I had the green light and it was like, yeah, that's fine. We've revamped the whole church, and yeah, it's perfectly fine for you to call I would probably still not, because it just got so, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I got so awkward. I wish I could get unawkward. There's supposed to be like a book or a movie called How to Unfuck Yourself, and I don't really know how to unfuck what's fucked up. So I'm trying, y'all. And I don't even know what the book's about. I just thought that was a good title. Whoever came up with it. And then I used to have a thing that, because I have to have like, I don't always have to have the last word, but I have to have like closure to a conversation. Like, I don't, if I'm left hanging, it's like, what the fuck did you just do to me? Like, it's torture. I'm not gonna lie. Um, like I don't even care if it's bad. I just need like closure. Like, don't leave it open. Like, well, I don't know. I'll talk to you sometime later this week, and it's Tuesday. Okay, does that mean Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, next week? I don't even know anymore, because you, like you said something earlier about trust, and um just tomorrow may not be here. Say what you got to say. Like, all these things, nobody wants to think about them, but they're fact. But I'm awkward. I mean, I don't even know why I care. I'm awkward anyway, so why not just say it, and then it's done, over, move on. My problem is I can only move on so many times. And I don't think I think I'm here to teach other people. I don't think I'm here for the whatever, for the reward. I don't think this teacher's going to get a polished apple on her desk. Yep. 100%. Hang on. I'm fixing to see if I can star this, because it needs to be that way. There we go. That is 100% truth. And then their story, I'm sure you've heard it, Tashi. If you've ever hung out on their page at all, their story about that she was his tattoo artist, that's just, they just have the greatest story. And you can just tell by the way, definitely the way he talks about her. The only person I have to gush about tonight is Tashi. She has been the Hall of Fame friend of the night for 6 hours. She has been right here listening to me ramble on, and even got up on panel. I'm so excited that you did that. And I hate that y'all's lights, that possibility is already over for you guys. Which she said she didn't get to see anything, and I think it's over. Well, no, there's another hour. Supposedly 12 to 2. But I think she gave up on that. I don't think it's very highly visible. Oh. Well, thank you. I'm sure you probably need to get some sleep, or did you actually get some? See, I'm not sleepy though. Like, when I get too inside my head, I can't sleep. And I also plan out in my head how I think something's gonna like work, or like sometimes I plan out the worst case scenario, and then it's never that bad. But then sometimes who knows? I guess my little rom-com mind gets the best of me in any situation, and I get, I don't know, I get too I have expectations that I should never ever ever have. Oh, I mean, I saw so many different, like, I guess different um angles, or because it's from different places all around the world. I saw like the dark purple, and like, to me, the contrast, the purple and then the green, that was the prettiest. And then if you could catch any stars swirled in, and then I'm sure some people enhance the photos, but the some of the ones I saw were just absolutely gorgeous. And when I found out they were from here, I was like, "What? Come again? That's from here?" And sure enough, which, like I said, they may have had some type of um I don't know, special something they put on their telescope, but I don't know, apparently somewhere around here had some beautiful views. I would think my backyard would be a great place, but I guess it's just for stargazing, not for special star events or whatever, sky events. Trying to put some music on in the background because I definitely need a music pick me upper, and I'm trying to like put my pillow over it where it's not too loud. Because one of our things, I don't know if you were on here, Tashi. Um, that I had it and I've lost it. One of the things I had on here, it was one of the nights Corey was on here. It was a good night on here. Like, he was on here having conversation with us. I think he like had to get back on the road or something. But I'm trying to think. Oh, I had Alice in Chains playing in the background, and it must have been like up just a little bit too high because they blacked that part out, and then it started back up just normal, but like that one little chunk. So I guess if they can pick up anything in the background that's iffy, then they'll flag it, and then they'll just cut that part out. Oh, did Kylie take pictures, or was that your other family member? The ones I've seen have been more of like a, I don't know, like Barney purpley, kind of darker, not like eggplant purple, kind of like Prince, Purple Rain purple. I know that's a weird way to describe it. One time I moved into someone's office that had already painted their office. And I usually, whenever I moved into an office, just completely redid it. Usually did it like beach themed or something, because that's like my whole life pretty much. But their office was purple, like Prince, Purple Rain purple. And I thought I would hate it, but it was so pretty. It really, like, it was the weirdest color. Like, they say, greens and blues are like calming or whatever. We never think of purple. But like, she picked a good purple. It was really pretty. Oh, okay. I need to check it out then. I wish Kylie was off tonight. I wish we could catch her on a night off, because she came over here one night, she and BH, and he sang, and she said that she would have sang, but we got it started kind of late. And then we haven't, that's been a while back. And then BH came on here one night, but we were about to get off of here. I think it was that night I did 20 hours on here, and I was like, oh, I can't. I don't think I can handle another second. But yeah, I don't think we sang that night at all. I need to sing another song. I need to take a recommendation from you. I've got to learn for real. I've got it in my little folder how to do. I know I keep saying this, but I'm going to. If it's the last thing I do, I've got to learn how to do a either Metallica or a Pantera song. Told Corey I would, so I'm going to try. Think about the heaviest I've gotten is I did a Danzig song, which turned out pretty good. I'm so glad I went ahead and grabbed it and clipped it and put it on my channel, because it actually, when I went back to look for some others to clip, that one was gone. So it must have got flagged. Yes, she is awesome. She, even if she's at work and she can't talk or anything, she's just like, if you need to say anything, just send me a message. I'll check it. Just, just know I'm thinking about you. I'll come by your live if I can. Just so, so sweet. And BH is sweet too. Like, I've known him probably since I first started. I think it was July when I very first started singing at all. I think I sang on days maybe a couple of weeks before I started on Angels, but it still would have been July or August. So I've known him since then, off and on, when I would see him either there, some at Rose's, some at Tina's, and then he's came over here a few times. But I love, like, he has like a certain little style of songs that I always ask him to sing. And I mean, I've heard him sing other stuff too. He's really, really good. And while other people are singing, he'll flip his camera on. If you'll ever just pay attention to him, it's funny, and just make a crazy face. And you're not expecting that from him at all, because he's usually really, shy, kind of quiet guy. But it's so funny. The first time it ever happened, I was like, I wonder if he meant to do that. And so then I started noticing it happen like more and more. And I was like, oh, okay. So he does have like a little bit of a funny side to him. It's just different. Kind of like my funny, only, well, he's better. But it's just a different kind of sense of humor, because he's usually the serious guy. But yeah, I asked Kylie, I was like, are you saving up money so that you can come over here? Because, girl, you're working so hard. You probably getting close by now, which I don't know. I would hate to know how much it would cost to come here from New Zealand. I can't even imagine. That seems like, I mean, it is a world away, but I kind of got what you're saying, but you got to tell me what the Kiwi thing is. Like, I'm sure it refers to something like heritage wise. It's just me and Tashi on here.
And 4 other people.
Yeah, I don't know who. I think Dollar might have fell asleep listening to us. Maybe Kylie. A lot of people were working and said they were just going to listen. So, I don't know. Whoever it is listening to the best conversation ever, aren't they, Tashi? We're just giving out this great wisdom here, which actually you are. I'm fixing to find out what Kiwi. Oh, damn. That's a lot. Jesus. I don't know. It doesn't sound like it's that far away, but I think when I looked on my phone, just the time zone is 15 hours difference. Or maybe more. You might be 15 and she's 17. Something like that. It's just, it blows my mind that you could like go lay out in the sun right now. And it's like, what time is it here? Hang on. It's 111. That's weird. Okay, now I'm fixing to learn some stuff. It's the kiwi bird. Okay. So you even do it even though you're in Australia? Because I don't know, like, about the cultures, I guess, kind of being similar. And is that the kind of bird? I never did even ask you what kind of bird that was that you had the other day. I let my little girl watch that. And she was like, oh my God, that is so freaking cool. Because we're usually scared of birds. Like when you get that close to them, they start flapping their wings and acting all crazy and like they're going to fly at your face. Like that bird was so cool, just eating out of your hand, just like hanging out on your fence post. Yeah, I need to get some. Wait, what is it here? Kiwi spirit. I need to keep some kiwi spirit up in me. Jesus. That is crazy. And so when did you move? Like at what age? Well, did you know Kylie before? Or y'all just happened to find each other on here and we're like from the same area? I'm like compounding the questions now, sorry. Endangered. That's interesting too that you're saying it's a night bird. Or I'm saying a night bird because it's in a Stevie Nicks song, but a flightless, nocturnal, endangered bird. 15. Okay. Wow. That's kind of a very interesting age to change everything suddenly. But since you were like, your family is, all kind of came together as one, I guess it wasn't as bad. And you have a lot of siblings, so. South Island. See, all of that sounds great to me because of the word island. We have no island, but fucking Dave told me that like the water in California is not like what people portray it as or think of it as. Like it's cold a lot of the time. It's not like hot. It's not like all this that you picture it as. And then like I'm used to seeing like water in Florida, which is, well, the place that I usually go is like beautiful water and it's very warm, it's hot there. You're getting sunburned there. And then where I would love to go, well, there's a couple of places, but to Bora Bora, the Maldives, or this new place that I found that's like this cave thing carved out that I think they carved out and made especially for mermaids in Capri, Italy, off the. You taught me how to say it, Tashi, and now I've got to think of it. Amalfi Coast. Amalfi Coast in Italy. And that is so pretty. I want to go stay there so bad. Oh, you think it was because of your age? Like if it would have been earlier, it wouldn't have been as bad. Well, because you have sisters that were younger, was it as bad for them? I mean, from what he said, it's not everything that we, I guess, or what I've seen growing up. Like when I was young, that was, I wanted to go to UCLA. And my kiddo has a picture of me that she found. I don't even know where she found it. Maybe somewhere at my mom's or in some of my mom's stuff. But it's a picture of me in my bedroom, and I was probably eighth grade, I would say. So 14, 13 or 14, about her age. And I have on a UCLA night shirt, like sleep shirt. And then I think I had it and pajama pants on. I don't know what kind of look I was going for, but it looks like I'm trying to dance also in the picture, which is interesting. But my room looks neat, if that matters. But anyway, she likes that picture, and I'm glad there's a picture that exists of that nightshirt because me and my friend at the time, like that was our big goal. We were going to UCLA. We both had like little matching nightshirts, and I don't know what the hell happened to that dream because by high school I wasn't even thinking about it anymore. I had moved on to some other thoughts. See, I always just thought about it like, you see it on TV, like the whole palm trees and surfers and like, I don't know. I don't know what I thought it was, but whatever it is has to be better than here. I mean, oh, it is. I don't know. I wonder, I would have to talk to Brittany and see if she is in as a, I mean, hayfield of a town as I'm in. I mean, I know Kentucky's, it can be kind of along the same lines, but she can at least say Johnny Depp came from where she came from. There's something. I can't think of anybody that amazing or interesting that came from here. That would be my whole motto. Hey, my name's Brittany. I'm from Kentucky, and Johnny Depp is also from here. So, yeah. I truly can't think of anybody. I would have to think long and hard about who in the hell came from here that's exciting or important. Other than, and no one's ever heard of them, none of you guys, but Tallulah Bankhead. That's like the big person from around here who was like a female actress who like could apparently sit down and drink with the boys and just bury them under the table, drink them under the table. Like she was, for a female actress, she was almost like male acting. Like she hooked it up with all of her male co-stars, sat and drank whiskey with them, did whatever they were doing, like substance wise. Like she just let it all hang out. She did not give a care in the world. So like there's a lot of like tribute places to where she lived. Um, I don't know. Like she's the only person that you really hear that much mentioned about is like I don't know, famous from here. And she's like back in the day, so most people our age don't even know. Like I was like, who? And I still don't even know what she was in, like what kind of movie or whatever. I don't know what she was in. Some kind of like old school movies, apparently. Okay, because they were older, or I'm guessing. But yeah, so now they both have significant others and kids that they'll always be attached. I mean, that's kind of the way it was for me until everybody was gone. Like, I had made peace with being here. This is not where I wanted to be or where I had planned, but as long as we had like our little family going and stuff, like it made sense. But it doesn't make sense now. Like, there's nothing tying us here at all on either side, on their side with their dad, and on my side, like no one. And both of them are old enough to say what they want or don't want, and both of them want the fuck out of here, and I'm with them 100%. Oh, you're the oldest? How many out of you have four or three siblings? See, my dad was an only child. My mom had a sister, and then I had a sister. So we already didn't come from a big family. Like, that was another part of the religion. It was kind of like the norm to have two children. I don't know why. My cousin, I guess, got a pass because he had twins after his first child. So he was going for the two, but he got three. But every other person in our family, except my sister, um, she didn't have her son till much older in life. She had to go through a lot of things, a lot of procedures and things in order to even have him. And then he was killed. So, and then from there on, all of them. So he would have been the only. And my dad begged me when we started talking about a family. He said, I'm an only child, and please have them a sibling, because when they get older, it's so much harder just with everything alone. To know you have that best friend in your sibling is important. And I hope, that that's something that'll happen. There's a lot of on again, off again as far as getting along. Like, and I mean, same with me and my sister. We were super, super close growing up. And then we had like a little gap of time where we didn't talk at all, which I think a lot of that had to do with my ex. And I fed into it, I guess. Um, I don't know. I guess I thought it was what was best at the time. But then we like made things right, and we were like super close again for, I don't know, several 5 or 6 years again, and then she passed. So that's good. You have a brother, and then you and a sister. So he's the odd man out. And then you have 4 nieces. So wow, a lot of girl flowing up in your household. So he definitely feels outnumbered, I'm sure. I hate how many commercials are on here. Just when you like find a song you want to listen to and you like turn or I'm turning it over and putting it under a pillow so that it's not too loud. And it says, "Are you still listening? Are you sure you're still listening?" And I literally, my kids are like, "Who the fuck? Who are you talking to?" Because I'll pick up the phone and like, "Listen, motherfucker, you know I'm still listening." Like I'm talking to the phone because I'm so pissed about it constantly asking me, "Are you still there?" Like I get Netflix doing it. Okay. I'm used to it at this point. If it's been hours, got it. But this is like every other song. It's really like pissing me off about the constant. Are you sure you're still listening? Yes. Positive. Oh, it sounds like that's the way it goes in the South. Um exactly, say you had your scenario, 2 girls and a boy, very patriarchal place in the South. The all all of the guys like, and it's not just like I talked about, the church I was raised in was also that way, but it doesn't matter. Even switch to a whole nother religion and it's just, I don't know, the boy child is, they carry on the name. They are, I don't know, they're seen as like something super, I don't know. No matter what bad they do, it's almost overlooked in a way. Um, I don't know. It's crazy, but I can completely feel you on that. They're the golden child, the Greek god, the all the stuff. And what's so sad now, or nowadays anyway, is most of them, like, I get it. Back in the day, probably, like, especially when the life expectancy of men wasn't as long and there were a lot of widowed women, then of course they would look to their son, to help them. But now, most of those sons, they can't even turn on a lawnmower or put a light bulb in. I don't even know. So it's, I don't, I don't know. Other than the whole carrying on the name thing, I don't know why one would be valued so much more than the other. I think, I don't know. Depends on how you feel about things happening for a reason, religion, all kinds of stuff, whatever, creation, or if you don't care or believe about any of that stuff. I feel like in my situation, I was given exactly what I needed because I don't think, um, in our situation, I don't think he would have been, not think, I know he would have not been a good role model for a young man. And so I don't know that I could have handled it. Like I have been given the best, exactly what I needed. Just sometimes when you don't know exactly what you need, like somehow the universe does, and maybe the universe has been wrong about every single other thing in my life, but that is the one thing I got right, and that matters. So fuck everything else at this point. That's kind of I have hit a point today where I'm like, fuck everything else. Except you, Tashi. You got an award. The minute you walked in the room here, you already had a trophy waiting on you. I bet you're thinking, damn, I deserve one after talking to you for this long. Oh, I got a question. Does the bird like anybody else in your family except for you? And I forgot, what is his name? Because we just kept playing that video. We were so like stunned by it. Because it's unusual looking, as well, especially for us here. Like, I bet your nieces are scared. I would be. I'd be like afraid it would start flapping its wings around me really fast, and I'd be like, "Oh, never mind, I am out." I need to look and see what else I had in my little singing list. I'm surprised Forrest and them didn't come over, kind of. I haven't had the best luck with my lives lately. And I don't know, I can't focus like I need to on like a subject. I'm going to, just wasn't going to happen today. Oh, a magpie, yes. So is he cool with like your little one, like the nieces? I would think they would be like me and they would be like freaking out. It would freak him out. And did your hot tub get heated back yet? I know ours takes a little bit of time, like when you start all over, like you had to do. I'm looking through here to see if I can find something interesting that I've never sang before. If BH was here, I'll get him to sing Soul Shine. That's his song. I've got it on here, but I've never sang it. I don't think I would do a good job. Oh, here's one I can do. I haven't done the song. I don't think I've ever done the song, but it's either Madonna or this, and I don't know. I kind of want to do this one more. Oh no. Do you have like a patch for it? Yeah. You probably know how to fix all kind of stuff though, because of what you do every day. Uh, every time I've ever tried to patch anything, it's been a fail. A float, a pool, anything. But I hope you have something good. There's way better stuff now. You can probably use like Gorilla Tape or something even. Yeah, I'm going to see if my kiddo will hook me up to do, yeah, this song. And then Tashi can go have something good for dinner. I've got to eat the other half of my sandwich. I never did. At least I did eat the rest of it. I don't know how I ate fries without it being too crunchy, but somehow. Wait, hang on. Oh, I was gonna like, what you gonna deal with tomorrow? I thought you were talking about you would deal with Dave tomorrow. When I was like, huh, good luck finding that mug. He's definitely MIA. Maybe he's like gone to visit family or something. I don't know. If he's looking for me, I've been here for almost 7 hours, so not too hard to find. Hey, Rain, will you pull up one last song, and then Tashi's going to go eat dinner, and we're going to call it. And whoever the other 4 people are, you may be sleeping, working, I don't know, but I'm fixing to sing a song. It might sound really horrible, and I hope it doesn't wake you up or like ruin your jam or whatever the hell's going on, but never sang this song before, but it's in my favorite movie, so maybe it'll, I don't know, do some kind of mojo on me. I might actually watch the movie after this. It usually cheers me up. Yeah, I've definitely got to get my girl. I would want to be getting in it, but you're saying it won't. It's not gonna hold water, so shit. I'll be get my brother and be like, listen, I know you're spoiled, but that's what you're here for. Come patch this up here. See, my brother-in-law loved to do stuff like that. He loved like fixing things, and it's really weird, but he loved to like mow the lawn. Loved it. And I always had plenty of stuff for him to do if he got done with my sister's list of stuff. Yep. Dollar will wake up. Kylie's going to be like, what the hell? I'm trying to work, man. What are you going to eat for dinner? While I'm waiting on my tech, you can tell me it might be something amazing. I had a chicken salad sandwich and some fries. Or a half of one. And I'm going to eat the other half soon. You coming? Right. Okay. I just know, like, everybody's wanting to wrap up. We've been on here for almost 7 hours. I'm shocked that I've been just able to ramble for 7 hours, but I should know by now. Like, after that 20-hour one, I almost didn't have a voice at all. I hurt all over. No. I can do like this, and then I could even do it tomorrow, but like back to back, not anymore. And it has been really quiet tonight, which is it's weird because I've been kind of wanting this to happen, and it's just me and you, Tashi. At least we did have some people play the game earlier. I'll think up some more weird stuff to see if y'all can guess it next time. All right, we're fixing to pull it up. Let's hope for the best.
Did you still not eat?
I ate half my sandwich. I'm going to eat the other half in a minute. I don't think I've sang this song, so I'm kind of concerned about it. Win fave karaoke. Hey, why did it list the songwriters? That's weird.
Okay, what's the song?
It's at the top. It's purple and black. OMD.
I
If
see
you
it.
leave.
Aria. I don't think it's time just yet.
Oh, that sounds so good. Cajun chicken and cabbage carbonara. I've been wanting cabbage.
Why?
I don't know. That sounds so good, though.
Gross. Get your butt out of my face.
Which cat is it?
Rio.
No, now we know why. He's trying to steal my
I want
food.
the sandwich. Give it to me,
No, I don't
please.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Well, you think wrong.
I think correct all the time.
Every day, all the days.
Yes. Oh, please load. Life would be better if you loaded. Hurry up. We still got like 25 minutes before it's time to eat.
Oh, he'll make it.
No,
Mhm.
I'll starve to death before it's time. Here I am making biscuits on a blanket. Look at me go. I love biscuits. I make them all the time. Gotta make those biscuits, man. You know
Ooh,
how hard it
bear.
is. Biscuits. I'm gonna call you a bad name if you don't pay attention to me. Oh. You hear that? You sound just like a lion.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. That didn't sound like a lion. I don't know what
You
it
sound
sounded
like a lion. You a lion? You a bear? Oh my goodness. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Oh my goodness. Oh, you got drool on me, never mind. Not yet.
way up.
Make sure it isn't gonna be evil.
Let's hope. Tashi's like, come on, I need to eat.
Ugh!
I'm hungry.
Stop drooling on me, please. Love you, but no thanks. So sweet. No drool, please. Can hear Marilyn Manson in the background. Love you, Marilyn Manson. 3.
I can sing loud. You'll never hear him.
Why not?
I'm just saying.
I want to hear him.
Oh, hopefully you can go back in there to hear him.
Oh, wait, I need to fix it. Don't, no. Maybe? I don't know. Can this work, please?
Trying to take us out with some positivity. If you leave, don't leave now. Please don't take my heart away. Promise me just one more night, then we'll go our separate ways. We've always had time on our side, now it's fading fast. Every second, every moment, we gotta make it last. I'll touch you once, touch you twice, won't let go at any price. Need you now like I needed you then. You always said we'd still be friends someday. If you leave, I won't cry, I won't waste one single day. But if you leave, don't look back, I'll be running the other way. 7 years went under the bridge like time standing still. Heaven knows what happens now. You've got to say you will. Touch you once, I touch you twice, I won't let go at any price. I need you now like I needed you then. You always said we'd meet again. I touch you once, I touch you twice, I won't let go at any price. I need you now like I needed you then. You always said we'd still be friends. I touch you once, I touch you twice. I won't let go at any price. I need you now like I needed you then. You always said we'd meet again someday. Oh, 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 if you leave, oh, if you leave, oh, if you leave. Don't look back. Don't look back. That sucked, but it came with all of my heart. To Tashi, the Hall of Famer for tonight. And I hope that you have some delicious Cajun chicken and cabbage carbonara. And yeah, definitely I can't cook, but my oldest daughter can cook really, really well. So I will hand her the recipe and say, I would like to have some of this, please. No, they're actually really, really good cooks. So
I try.
yeah, hey, you
I
know,
want
very
squash
limited.
casserole again.
Yeah, same.
I was thinking about that the other day, and I was like, "Fuck, that sounds good." But we can't afford it. What? Why are you acting like that? Calm down.
Well, because it's time for them. The cats are fixing to go eat. Tashi's fixing to go eat. I don't know. Me and Hurt Bear are fixing to go watch something. I don't fucking know, but bravo. Thank you. You know what? I may actually go watch that movie. Like I said, I've never sang that song before. It sucked. I'm so sorry that it sucked, but one of those songs I did good. I don't know. I'll rewind and figure out. One of them wasn't half bad, but it was fun tonight. Hey, I think it was awesome that Rebel came in here with all of us just like and played the game with us and did really well. So you know what, Rebel, you get a hand. Mother's Day, you came in here, you showed up. Hey, I'm gonna give you the vice president prize or whatever. But Tashi's still coming home with the gold cup. But anyway, if you were listening in the bushes because the number went up, I hope that you had a fabulous, I don't know, enlightening. I can't even talk. Enlightening and fabulous time. And if you're a mom, happy Mother's Day. And if you have a mom, tell her happy Mother's Day. And I don't know, it's all about moms and aunts and sisters and all the people, all of them. And right now it's about me and Hurt Bear, and I'm going to go watch Pretty in Pink and cheer my ass up. Tashi's going to go eat some delicious food. Oh yeah, my daughter makes squash casserole. That's what we were talking about. That like we wish we had some. Maybe we will soon. But anyway, have a fabulous night, and I will check my messages, Tashi, and look for recipes and whatnot. And I'm sure I'll have all types of shit that I'll send you And you'll be like, oh my God, I just want to go to sleep. I wasn't planning on reading a novel tonight, but you're always very gracious, and I thank you. And I hope you get your hot tub patched up and back in it. But yeah, Rebel, he is a good sport. He's a good man. Like I said, definite couple goals, and just, I don't know, like you can tell he respects mom. He said, if your mom's still here, make sure, you show up and you cherish her today, and your wife that, has your children and whatever. Like I said, all the things, all the moms. I actually heard today on, I think it was White Rabbits, she said today is for all the mothers, even motherfuckers. So I can think of a couple of motherfuckers right now. So happy Motherfuckers Day to you, and happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful women out there who serve as that mother role. And that, I was not talking about you, Rebel. You are excluded from the motherfucker list. You are awesome. And like I said, I don't think Tashi minds at all sharing that vice president. You get the silver cup, and she gets the gold cup for tonight. But y'all hung in there. And Dollar, and trying to think, can't think of the other person's name right off my. I know Brittany, Dollar, somebody. Is it Helen? No. I think it's Helen. Maybe. I could be totally wrong, but it's TRPP's mom. Anyway, you're a mom. We know that. So happy Mother's Day. And I'm so sorry. I'm lucky I remember anybody's name tonight, to be quite honest, but I'm so glad that you were here. I know that tonight was the first night you were over here. I don't know why I'm wanting to think your name is Helen, but it might not be. No, Helen is your sister. Oh my God. You know who I'm talking about, Tashi. I can't think of her name. But thank you, Tashi, for the happy Mother's Day wish. But TRPP's mom, I hate to just say that's your name because I honestly can't think of it right offhand. But I know tonight was your first time over here. It's kind of a little bit of everything. I don't even know. I don't even know what's coming up next. But hopefully I'll be in a better mood. And I hope y'all all have a great... Oh, Julie. Okay, Julie. And then your sister's Helen. We'll tell Helen thank you for participating in the game. I'll have to come up with some more interesting things to stump y'all next time if we play again. And Tashi, you'll have to surprise us with some. You come up with a couple. So we can always have that in case we can't think of anything else to do. We can pull that game out. Anyway, see you. I don't know when, but I will talk to you soon, Tashi. And bye, everybody. Hopefully you learned, listened, loved all the L words. Bye. Next time.